Introduction.
One of the main reasons people often come to despise the genuine sincerity of the Chalcedonian Acts and Leo's writings, and misuse them to undermine or diminish the rights of the Apostolic See, is due to either a malicious interpretation of ancient documents or a lack of careful diligence in examining, exploring, and comparing them. If, setting aside biases, theologians and scholars of ancient matters had chosen to discuss the issues we're addressing and offered their judgment as required by the era's circumstances, they would have cast much-needed light on certain obscure matters. Neither I nor other writers would have needed to work so hard to uncover and refute those fabrications designed to conceal and suppress the truth, aimed at filling others' minds with prejudices and false opinions. Therefore, since in the previous exercises, I have tried to bring to light many aspects related to the author, defenders, and champions of the Eutychian heresy, and since I have also dealt extensively with ecclesiastical judgments regarding the condemnation of Eutychius and the appeals of others, clearly explaining the supreme rights of the Apostolic See and its customs even in judging and reviewing cases of Easterners, and many other similar matters, I now realize that I must examine and review what was ultimately achieved against the Eutychian faction in the Council of Chalcedon according to Leo's judgment, and what the same Holy Pontiff faithfully accomplished throughout the rest of his life for the good of the Christian Republic. I do admit that in writing the previous exercises, I have sometimes engaged in lengthy discourse, which people of our age usually shy away from, accustomed as they are to enjoying the lighter surface of things rather than engaging in the sincere quest for these truths, but many reasons have compelled me to undertake the necessity of sometimes having a longer discourse. One reason was the habits I developed over many years while explaining theological principles in schools. I was used to providing detailed and thorough explanations because brief and strict speech wouldn't sufficiently educate the listeners. Therefore, it was very difficult for me to overcome this habit, which had been formed through long practice. The other reason relates to our opponents, who raised obscure and convoluted questions filled with twists and turns, which I needed to address for my current writing purpose. It would have been impossible to refute their arguments with just a few words, as I often had to refer to the original sources and their interpreters to demonstrate the flawed structure and construction of their ideas and systems. Nevertheless, in the final part of these exercises, I will strive to be concise, providing some additional notes or supplements and summarizing others in a brief overview without much confrontation with opponents. Finally, I have decided to leave untouched some issues that were too vast and complex to discuss, and had already been illustrated by men of great faith and learning, directing our readers to those writers who have preceded us.
Chapter 1.
After Leo the Great had long desired a general council, Emperor Marcian finally permitted it to be held in the East. Although St. Peter might have had valid reasons to oppose this decision, he was unable to attend the council. Consequently, he sent 4 legates to the East to represent him. He carefully planned everything by sending various letters to Pascasinus, Marcian, Anatolius, Empress Pulcheria, and Julian of Cos. Once a new mission of legates was sent to the East to receive certain individuals seeking repentance, both the Supreme Pontiff and Emperor Marcian agreed to hold a general council. Leo had wished for this since hearing about the unfortunate outcome of the robber Council of Ephesus, as he mentioned in his letters to Theodosius in October of 449. However, because Emperor Theodosius favored Eutychius and was misled by manipulative advisors, the Pope's wishes were completely thwarted until Marcian ascended the throne, restoring the nearly ruined affairs of the East. Although the emperor agreed with Leo's proposal, they could not reach an agreement on the location and timing. Leo preferred the council to be held in Italy, as he was deeply troubled by the memory of the robber Council of Ephesus and wished to attend himself. But the emperor, witnessing the spread of heresy throughout the East, believed it was crucial to address it there. Consequently, after exchanging several letters, Marcian, driven by necessity and urged by Eastern bishops, decided the council should not be delayed any longer. Since neither tradition, his love for his homeland, nor external threats like the Huns led by Attila allowed Leo to leave Italy, he selected Pascasinus, the bishop of Lilybaeum, to carry out his duties, as few could match his learning, holiness, and reputation. The great strength and steadfastness of this bishop's spirit had already been proven by the long and difficult servitude he endured among the barbarians. His expertise is especially well known from his correction of the Easter cycle, for which he had been consulted by St. Leo. Furthermore, the same Holy Pope valued him so highly that he entrusted him, 2 years earlier, with the responsibility of restoring ancient discipline and reforming the customs of the Sicilian Church. This is evident from an epistle previously numbered 4, now numbered 16 according to Cannell, the last chapter of which concludes with these words. These things which we believe should be suggested to you, inspired by the Lord, we wish to make known to you through our 450 brothers and fellow bishops Basilis and Pascasinus. Through their reports, we hope to learn how reverently the institutions of the Apostolic See are observed by you. He then intended to send new letters as a sort of prelude to the responsibility he planned to assign him shortly thereafter. To prepare him with the necessary instruction, he sent him the famous letter to Flavianus, which, he says, the universal church embraces. I have sent it to you to be reviewed and understood more thoroughly. He discusses much about the Eutychian and Nestorian heresies and recounts how he had already sent papal legates to Constantinople to cleanse that church from their influence. They preached about the sacrament of the Incarnation, what the Holy Fathers taught, and what the universality of the churches had long upheld, successfully persuading the entire Constantinopolitan Church, along with all its monasteries and many bishops, to return to a good state. They agreed and, with their signatures, anathematized Nestorius and Eutychius along with their doctrines. To ensure Pascasinus clearly understood these matters, he says, I have sent some writings to your belovedness. Then he adds, you should also know that I recently received a letter from the Bishop of Constantinople. It reports that the Bishop of Antioch, Maximus, after reaching out through his provinces, gained the agreement of all the bishops to my letter. They condemned both Nestorius and Eutychius with equal endorsement. In this matter, we cannot easily trust and believe Canel, who attributed all these decisions to Anatolius, the chairman of that assembly. St. Leo, wanting to instruct Pascasinus on many issues, sent the series of all the actions conducted by his delegates at Constantinople. He certainly did not claim that Anatolius cleared the Constantinopolitan Church or condemned Nestorius and Eutychius. He merely mentioned receiving a report from him on the actions executed religiously by Maximus in the provinces of Antioch to support and protect the faith. What? Could Anatolius, whose faith was suspect, have presided over the council in Constantinople in the presence of papal legates? It's a fabrication, and we refute this in our dissertation on Photius of Tyre, to which we refer our readers. Finally, in the last part of his letter, the Holy Pope asks Pascasinus about the observance of the Easter feast in the year 455. He had found in the notes of Theophilus that the Alexandrian Bishop of Holy Memory had set Easter to be celebrated on April 24th, which is completely contrary to ecclesiastical rule. He adds that in our Paschal cycles, which you are kindly aware of, it is written that Easter should be celebrated on April 17th of the same year. Therefore, wanting to prevent all error and remove ambiguity, he instructs him to inquire more diligently with experts and discuss the new calculation of times and the rule and course of the heavenly spheres. Regarding this Paschal cycle, which St. Leo the Great desired to be corrected, we will discuss it in the order of events, following the actions that took place after the Council of Chalcedon. It's surprising, however, that in this letter from 451, there was no mention to Pascasinus about making a journey to Nicaea to represent the Pope at the council, even though Marcianus had requested it to be held promptly. When he wrote the letter on June 24, we find that he penned 3 more within just 2 days, one to Emperor Marcianus, another to Anatolius, and a third to Bishop Julian of Coenz, where he mentioned that delegates for the new council had already been appointed. This suggests he received imperial letters on June 25, urging that the council not be delayed any further. Quesnellus, while examining these letters, completely overlooked everything that highlights the rights of the highest pontiffs. He focused only on emphasizing how Leo reluctantly endured that the council wasn't postponed or held in Italy, and that the wishes of Anatolius and the Easterners prevailed over his own. However, the Supreme Pontiff wasn't inclined to abandon peace plans through delay. I fear, though, that our interpreter has not understood the true purpose of the papal intentions with these interpretations. Leo could have opposed Emperor Marcianus's wishes, as he openly admitted in a letter written on this occasion. He chose not to oppose the emperor's will to avoid appearing to go against the prince's devoted judgment. Let Quesnellus take note of these words, I ask, and all who are accustomed to trivialities with him. We believe that your graciousness, as the letter begins, could fulfill our desire that, considering the present necessity, you would order the priestly council to be postponed to a more opportune time. The foundation of this papal confidence was that with priests summoned from all provinces, it could truly be a universal council. Who isn't aware that during those turbulent times, many provinces could have stopped the bishops from leaving their dioceses? This measure was to ensure that the people in their care weren't left like orphans to face the wrath of the barbarians, and to keep the bishops safe from the usual threats posed by enemy forces. Therefore, Leo didn't mind that the synod wasn't postponed, either because it was mandated by an imperial command, which he couldn't oppose, or because he considered that time less suitable for ensuring the safety of priests and church members, whom he wished to protect. Additionally, the city of Nicaea, where the bishops were meant to gather, frustrated his desire to participate directly in the General Synod. When he realized that the imperial command came from a love of the Catholic faith, and that the rights of the Apostolic See weren't being lightly violated, he chose not to resist it. He clearly explained this in the following words, adding, "But because you wanted the congregation to happen now out of love for the Catholic faith, so that I would not appear to oppose your devout will, I sent my brother and fellow bishop Paschasienus, etc." Furthermore, if the wishes of Anatolius and the Easterners had any influence in this matter, it was due to the pontifical indulgence, which didn't oppose Marcion's devout will. But who would guess that he was compelled by some law or necessity to be unable to oppose it, when he only mentions the imperial will? He had a strong spirit in defending the prerogatives and rights of his see and allowed only those actions to great princes that could benefit the common good of the Church, and, on the other hand, neither harmed his own authority nor inflicted a wound or disgrace on the pontifical dignity. Then, Paschasienus added the presbyter Boniface from the city of Rome and sent him to the same synod, along with instructions to join those two legates, namely Lucentius and Basil, whom he had already sent to Constantinople for holding a synodal meeting to receive those doing penance. The General Synod finally appointed Paschasienus as president, not in the way Quesnellus interpreted it to resist the storm of falsehoods with Catholic steadfastness, tackling the task without hatred or favor and solely to destroy heretical impiety, but because he had to fulfill the duties of the Supreme Pontiff. Therefore, we've decided that the marginal note by Quesnellus, which creates ambiguity, should be removed. This note was written in the margin of his edition. Note why Leo wanted his legate to preside over the Universal Synod. The pontiff's words indicate this duty was owed to his legate. The aforementioned brother and fellow bishop of mine should preside over the synod in my place. So, St. Leo not only desired this but also indicated it was appropriate or owed, especially to restore the rights of the Apostolic See, which were destroyed and abolished by the powerlessness of Dioscorus at the robbery of Ephesus, as proved by the definition of the Council of Chalcedon. St. Leo is consistent with himself in a subsequent letter to Anatolius, where he more clearly indicates he did not want to oppose the most merciful prince's disposition, especially since he had longed for a general council himself. Since it would have been very difficult for those 4 men from Sicily and Italy, going to the east on such an important matter, to carry out Leo's orders precisely unless they had a man of proven faith who could thoroughly understand all the methods, interests, skills, cunning, and evasions of the Easterners. Leo, reasonably fearing that Paschasienus and the other legates might be deceived in their duties, entrusted Bishop Julian of Cos with the task of advising them, providing them with guidance and support to address and overturn any scandals and meet the needs of emerging affairs. We are certainly not making up anything on our own account. These words from the Most Holy Leo, the Supreme Pontiff, to the Bishop of Corinth are clear. To eliminate all scandal, we must instruct your fraternity to act in the best interest of the entire Church. Collaborate with our brothers and fellow bishops Paschasienus and Lucentius, whom we have directed to attend the council on our behalf, wielding the authority of our command in all matters. These words are significant. We understand that you have more insight into the matters discussed there than our representatives, so by combining your guidance with theirs, they remain accurate in every respect. Leo felt he hadn't yet done enough for the common good of the churches unless he sent mandatory rules to the synod, which first convened at Nicaea and later at Chalcedon. Thus, on the same 5th day before the calends of July, he wrote a letter to all the fathers of this general synod, focusing on 3 main chapters, which formed the basis of the entire plan. Who can truly capture the strength, weight, and energy embedded throughout this letter's text? The majesty, authority, and jurisdiction of the Roman Pontiff over the entire Church, even in councils, are clearly established, with no one, whether from the highest or lowest sees, daring to oppose him. He began the letter with these authoritative and majestic words. Indeed, I wished, most beloved, out of love for our college, that all the Lord's priests would remain united in devotion to the Catholic faith and that no one, out of favor or fear of secular powers, would deviate from the truth. With a gentle approach, he admonishes those who were led astray by the friendship of wicked people or deterred by fear during the previous plundering synod, falling into those dreadful grave misdeeds orchestrated by Dioscorus and Chrysophius. He explains that their punishment was delayed to allow God's mercy to be extended to the repentant. He mentions that he was invited by the emperor to preside over the synod while preserving the rights and honor of the most blessed Peter the Apostle. Neither the necessity of the troubled times nor any custom permitted him to consent to their wishes. However, he acknowledges being present and presiding over the synod in 2 ways. First, in 453, through his 4 legates acting on his behalf, then through the preaching of the divine word, clearly outlined in his famous letter to Flavian. From this, they could not be unaware of what we believe from ancient tradition, nor could they doubt what we desire. In another part, It was already established what should be piously and sincerely confessed by all regarding the sacrament of the Incarnation, and he asserts that it was fully and clearly revealed to everyone through the letters sent to the blessed memory of Bishop Flavian. Finally, observing the wicked rivalries of the factions, with Catholic bishops unjustly expelled from their seats and sent into exile, and others placed in their positions, he orders that justice be applied first, so that no one is deprived of their own or uses what belongs to others. From this mandate of Pope Leo the Great, we understand that Eusebius of Dorylaeum, Theodoret of Cyrus, and other Catholic bishops who had suffered violence were to be restored to their seats. However, Domnus of Antioch, who supported the whims of Dioscorus and Eutychius, could not have any right to be restored to the former honor and dignity from which he had been stripped. If Quesnellus had heeded Leo's directive, he likely wouldn't have questioned why, after Leo annulled the acts of the Ephesian robber council, Maximus wasn't allowed to return to the Antiochian seat for which he was ordained. Nor would he have struggled to argue that the decision regarding Domnus of Antioch was false. Returning to our topic, Leo the Great remained committed. When Boniface the priest was about to leave Rome to serve as a papal vicar or legate at the council, he was given new letters to deliver to Emperor Marcian, focusing on two main points. First, Leo renews his earlier request to the emperor, suggesting that the council be postponed to more peaceful times, away from the threat of enemies. However, he praises the emperor's pious commitment, which prioritized divine matters over human ones, ensuring no disagreement among priests or discord in the gospel's preaching. These concerns led the pontiff not to oppose the plans of holding the council outside Italy at that time, expressing his wish for the Catholic faith, which is unified, to be strengthened in everyone's hearts. Following this, he discusses both Ephesian councils. He states that the first council rightly condemned Nestorius, his doctrine, and his followers, while the second, held for Eutychius, cannot be considered a true council as it was detrimental to the faith and annulled by both ecclesiastical and imperial authority, including Marcian himself. The Holy Pontiff outlines the procedure for future judgments at the council, communicated to all the fathers through 4 legates sent to Chalcedon, in this letter and subsequent ones, including one to Empress Pulcheria, forbidding any new questions of faith. It would be too offensive and entirely improper to reconsider the faith that our blessed fathers proclaimed, as handed down by the apostles, as if it were uncertain. Finally, he assures his presence at the council through his representatives, saying, "Do not believe that I am absent from that council, as your mercy wishes, because my presence should be considered in these brothers whom I have sent, namely bishops Pascasinus and Lucentius, priests Boniface and Basil, and also in my brother Julian, whom I wanted to be a participant with them." The Holy Pope wrote this letter on June 26, 451. But when, 15 days later, he learned that Pascasinus had sailed from Sicily to the east to carry out the apostolic mandate, he decided to send new letters to Emperor Marcian, in which he commends his representatives to him and again requests that no debate on faith be initiated there. He did the same with Empress Pulcheria, to whom he sent letters through Theoctistus Magistrianus. In this, first speaking about his representatives sent to the council, he explains again in 454 how he wished to gather a synod in Italy. He then mandates that moderation must be maintained in ecclesiastical matters, in stark contrast to the chaos at Ephesus, where the leaders of the synod spared neither those opposing nor supporting them. Therefore, aiming to heal greater wounds, he decided that forgiveness should not be denied to those who are corrected. Finally, in the quest to eradicate heresy, he decided that even heresiarchs seeking forgiveness should neither be rejected nor accepted without careful consideration, although they were not as honorable to the Catholic fraternity as before the unjust judgment. As long as they held their seats and retained the honor of their bishoprics, he commands that ecclesiastical peace should not be denied to them if they repent through true and necessary satisfaction. Thus, the rules for all matters to be conducted in the synod were proposed, prescribed, and defined by St. Leo in this and previous letters, as well as in the instruction given to his representatives. No one was allowed to withdraw from these decisions, ensuring that the synod's actions wouldn't be invalidated. We'll explore this more appropriately when discussing the primacy of the Constantinople See after the Roman Pope. Those who supported Anatolius' ambitions too much were trying to establish this. In the praised letters, the Holy Pope focused on affirming the doctrine of faith unanimously, as outlined in the celebrated letter he had written to Flavian. He also talked about restoring peace in the Church, even to those who had fallen from the Catholic community due to the events at Ephesus, making themselves unworthy of the Church's honors, ranks, and privileges they once held. He wanted these individuals to come to true repentance, ordering their acceptance after proper satisfaction was made. He emphasized caution in dealing with them, ensuring that even leading heretics seeking forgiveness would neither be rejected nor hastily accepted. Therefore, after lifting all punishment for the repentant, he allowed them to return to or keep their former episcopal positions. This was as long as other Catholics had not already been appointed to the positions of the fallen bishops and the fallen individuals still held the honor of the episcopacy. We believe he intended to convey this with his words, avoiding any harsh interpretation. He stated that all forgiveness should be granted to those who still hold their positions and possess the honor of their episcopacy. This careful approach by Leo was not at all understood by Quesnellus. He raised many questions by revisiting the case of Domnus, the former bishop of Antioch. The diligent man, forced to wander in thought, questions why Thalassius of Caesarea, Juvenal of Jerusalem, and Eustathius of Berytus, who were equally involved in the events at Ephesus along with Dioscorus and the Eutychian faction, were able to retain their sees by the vote of the Council of Chalcedon. Meanwhile, Domnus, who had a similar situation, was not allowed to return to his Antiochene see. If he had paid attention to Leo's previous decree, and considered that Domnus neither obtained the position nor was granted the honor of the bishopric at that time, because after the Ephesian robbery concluded, Maximus, a Catholic bishop, was appointed in his place, he wouldn't have tried so hard to convince readers that Domnus was no longer alive at the time of the Council of Chalcedon, nor would he have dismissed as false and fictitious the account of the Council of Chalcedon written about him. However, the distinguished Stephanus Belusius, with his utmost scholarship in 455, proved that this record of the synod was sincere and genuine with strong and clear arguments. Although he did not challenge Quesnel with the praised passage of Leo, this testimony was still well suited for refuting many and more significant arguments of his opponent, as we will note when we discuss the actions of the Council of Chalcedon in the following.
Chapter 2.
Why the General Council initially planned for Ephesus was shifted to Chalcedon. This includes a discussion on St. Leo's letter to Ravenius. The bishops of Gaul convened in 2 synods and sent their insightful and sacred synodical letters to the Apostolic See. Finally, we delve into the Synod of Eusebius of Milan and the synodical letters sent to St. Leo. After a decree for a new general synod in the East was issued, Emperor Marcian noticed that the old disputes from the Eutychians were flaring up again, causing factions and unrest throughout the region. Those who had previously followed Eutychius, as Baronius notes, clung to their beliefs to avoid accusations of inconsistency and fiercely defended their stance, if not directly, then by championing Eutychius' name. These disturbances began in Constantinople with significant unrest, as evidenced by Emperor Marcian's edict to suppress and eliminate them. Fueled by intense hatred and rivalry, there was a real danger of citizens turning on each other in violence. Thankfully, with divine intervention, the emperor's edict on July 13 brought calm, as both sides realized they would face the death penalty if they continued their seditions. We can infer that Marcian was somewhat unsettled by these events, and it's reasonable to think he regretted not holding the synod in Italy, as Leo had passionately wished, to avoid the disturbances and serious conflicts that had already arisen between the two factions. The emperor also worried that these disturbances might spread to Nicaea in Bithynia, where the synod was intended to take place. Empress Pulcheria wrote a letter to Strategius, the governor of that province. In the letter, she expressed her desire to maintain public peace and ensure that the Catholic faith remained strong and unwavering among everyone. She instructed the governor not to allow anyone to enter the city for the general synod without the consent of the summoned bishops. Furthermore, he was to expel all monks and laypeople who had no reason to attend the synod from the city and surrounding areas. This was so that when the Holy Synod gathered with full discipline, everything revealed by the Lord Christ could be affirmed by everyone without any disturbance or conflict. While these matters were being addressed, the emperor learned that Illyricum was greatly disturbed due to the fear of a barbarian invasion. Thinking about this, he realized it wasn't very safe to travel far from Constantinople. Therefore, he sent repeated letters to convene the fathers of the council at Chalcedon, near Constantinople, to more easily and securely ensure the safety of the holy bishops and the happiness of the empire. Meanwhile, Baronius describes the severe disaster inflicted on the Roman Empire by Attila, king of the Huns, as detailed by Sidonius Apollinaris, Gregory of Tours, Salvian of Marseille, and other writers in 456. We mention this here so that anyone can understand how much Pope Leo wanted to postpone the General Synod to more secure and peaceful times. So, setting these aside, before we begin a brief account of the actions at Chalcedon, we hasten to discuss some of Pope Leo's deeds and the 2 synods of Gaul and another of the people of Milan. First, we come across a very brief letter from the Holy Pope to Ravenius of Arles, which the learned Sermondus made public and which Paschasius Quesnellus later included in his new edition. In this letter, the Holy Pope discusses celebrating Easter in the following year, 453, on the 10th day before the calends of April. The letter's summary highlights that it was the Roman Pope's duty to declare the celebration of that day. As it's stated, For those who share the same faith, there should also be a shared devotion in this celebration. During that period, 2 bishops from Gaul wrote to our Holy Pope. They demonstrated such obedience and dedication to the Apostolic Seat that they considered it sacrilegious to stray from its decrees and the Catholic truth conveyed in the letter to Flavian. Indeed, the Gallican bishops have always aimed to uphold this respect, keeping the Church free from any heretical stain by closely aligning with the Roman Church, as passed down from their ancestors. No one can deny this is evident from the letter signed by Siricius, Salonius, and Varanus. Although the origins of these bishops' seats may seem uncertain and obscure to scholars, leading them to rely on various conjectures, they have unanimously and confidently identified the bishops of Gaul as the authors of the esteemed letter, without any suspicion of deceit. Therefore, they first express gratitude for the received copy of the letter to Flavian, enriched with divine teachings. They appreciate the fatherly care and concern of the Roman Pope, who aimed to provide remedies before the onset of evils. They acknowledge the Pope's special affection for their churches, as he sought to ensure their safety, standing vigilant on the watchtower of the Apostolic Seat. He called out with care and concern to prevent an unexpected enemy from catching them off guard or allowing complacency to cause harm, as they say. They also commend the Roman Pontiff for making sure the praise letter was celebrated in all church gatherings, truly reflecting the unanimous opinion that the primacy of the Apostolic Seat was rightly established there, where the oracles of the Apostolic Spirit continue to be revealed. After expressing such praises for Leo's doctrinal letter, they address the Holy Pope in this manner. We ask that the work, beneficial for both present and future times, which we have carefully committed to pages, be reviewed by your holiness. If any errors due to the scribe are found, may you kindly correct them. Or if you have added anything for the benefit of all readers with your study, may you order it to be included in our book with your careful piety. This will ensure that not only many holy bishops, our brothers throughout Gaul, but also many lay people, your children, who greatly desire this letter for the revelation of truth, may receive it back, corrected by your holy hand, to copy, read, and hold. Many other noteworthy aspects are in this letter, which might have been noted by Baronius or Canel and others, but there is no need to dwell on them. I will only add 2 points. First, that those 3 bishops used the phrase Most Blessed Pope multiple times when addressing the Most Holy Pontiff, which Canel claims was not in use at the time of the Council of Chalcedon, leading him to conclude that the action concerning Domnus of Antioch is false and fictitious. However, this editor of the Leonine works is proven wrong by both this and the following synodical letter of Ravenius and other bishops of Gaul, whose inscription reads, To the truly holy Lord, deservedly most blessed in Christ, and venerable Pope Leo with apostolic honor. In a rather forceful interpretation of the notes in the following letter, he argues that phrases like your apostleship and the Apostolic See refer to all bishops and their seats, as we will see next. While it was not troublesome to note these things, we do not intend to withhold the praise Canel deserves for his diligent investigation into the episcopal seats of Siricius, Salonius, and Varanus, even though his efforts were in vain due to the loss of ancient records. Therefore, relying on the statements of Baronius, Sermond, and other previous writers, he asserts that Salonius and Varanus were sons of Saint Eutychius of Lyon. He believes that Siricius and Salonius participated in the Council of Orange, and he noted that Varanus acted as a delegate of the Apostolic See in Gaul during Hilary's time, defending the rights of the Church of Vienne and St. Leo's decree against the Bishop of Arles, as referenced in Volume 5 of the Councils. The synodical letter from Ravenius of Arles and other bishops shows that the entire assembly of bishops in Gaul, gathered in synod, demonstrated similar obedience and equal reverence and devotion to the Apostolic See. Initially, the bishops request pardon for the delay in gathering quickly, explaining that 2 reasons hindered them: the distance between locations and the poor weather conditions that afflicted people in Gaul with diseases that year. So, to avoid seeming idle or less obedient to the Apostolic See's mandates, they immediately add, May your apostleship then grant us pardon for our delay, which was not due to idleness but out of necessity, and although it deprived us of the grace of speed, it did not take away the cause for rejoicing. They openly testify that they experienced great joy in receiving and reading that doctrinal letter, which was particularly suited to instruct everyone in Gaul. We share in the sorrow, they say, for those among you who have left the light of the Catholic faith and fallen into the darkness of errors. They acknowledge receiving these letters as a standard and symbol of faith. They understand and value that through this service, not just Gaul but the entire world is adorned with precious gems. They assert that no one can give thanks worthy enough for it. They explain, using the following words, how Leo's teaching has greatly benefited both the faithful and the unfaithful. After God, every faithful person owes it to your teaching to hold firmly to what they believed. Even the unfaithful owe it, so that, by acknowledging the truth, they may abandon their treachery, and enlightened by the light of apostolic instruction, leave behind the darkness of their error, etc. They then add how they once intended to send letters to the most faithful Emperor Marcian to congratulate him, inform him, and demonstrate the care with which they followed the pontifical teaching in Christ, but when a messenger from the East arrived, they deemed it unnecessary. Therefore, attributing the triumph of the faith to Leo's vigilance, zeal, and service, they humbly pray to God to preserve your apostleship and the Church spread throughout the whole world. Always keeping this in mind, they promise to offer both thanks and prayers to God unceasingly, rejoicing that He has given such holiness, such faith, and such apostolic teaching to the see from which, with Christ's favor, the source and origin of our religion flowed. They also ask that the gift and office of your pontificate be sustained for a long life for the building up of their churches. This praise for Leo and his Roman see, publicly recited in that Gallican synod of 44 bishops and recorded in writing for the eternal memory of future generations, provides strong and serious testimony to the great devotion and obedience with which they then gloried in being bound to the Apostolic See. The Gallican Church remained true to its principles and traditions, even amidst changing times and false superstitions. Their leaders were always prepared, with the Lord's help, to sacrifice their lives for the truth alongside the Roman Pope, dedicating themselves to the source of salvation and eternal life. These 44 bishops concluded their letter with words affirming the supreme governance of the Church by the Roman pontiffs, each signing it using traditional formulas. Pascasius Quesnellus, in Volume 2 of the Works of St. Leo, listed the episcopal seats of these Gallic leaders from various records, as seen on page 478, which we refer the reader to for further details. The synodical letter from these Gallic bishops was received by Saint Pope Leo, who promptly wrote back to them. In maintaining the dignity of his office, he began his letter with these solemn words: "We indeed wish to receive your fraternity's letters at the promised time, so that your profession of opinion could join our brothers heading to the East, whom we sent on our behalf to the Holy Synod for the defense of the Catholic faith." However, he excused the delay due to unforeseen obstacles that prevented them from convening sooner. He assured them of his great joy in reading their letters, which he approved because he recognized in them the doctrine thriving through the teaching of the Holy Spirit. The devil's cunning had attempted to weaken this doctrine in the Eastern churches through his followers, but by divine grace, it ultimately became stronger and clearer. Finally, he expressed great joy that, as the situation demanded, they faithfully and obediently strengthened the trust he had in them in the Lord. Oh, if only Quesnellus had paid attention to these final words! He certainly wouldn't have caused such major upheavals in the past century, nor would he have led to the most serious disturbances if he had followed the examples of the bishops of Gaul, hadn't disappointed the trust that the Roman pontiffs initially had in him, and hadn't refused to faithfully and obediently profess the definitions of the Apostolic See. In the second chapter of his letter, he explains how the diligence and devotion of the papal legates clearly demonstrated to the priests of Christ, the Christian leaders and authorities, and all the clergy, people and orders at the Council of Chalcedon, consisting of 600 bishops, that the doctrine expressed in that dogmatic letter aligned with the evangelical and apostolic tradition regarding the incarnation of our Lord Jesus Christ. Because of this, Nestorius and Eutychius were condemned. Their errors were reviewed and criticized in the subsequent third chapter to further emphasize how much they should be detested. In the following fourth chapter, he narrates how the Holy Council of Chalcedon, with religious unanimity and reinforced by the authority of my blessed Lord Peter the Apostle, agreed with the dogmatic letter, removing the disgrace from the Church of God, and condemning Dioscorus of Alexandria for his impiety. He states, "So that the Church, which had the blessed Mark, the disciple of the most blessed Peter the Apostle, as its founder from the very beginnings of the Gospel, consistent in all things with the teaching of his Master, would not remain shaken." When I saw these words highlighted in the Grimani manuscript, I thought that either an ancient scribe or some learned individual wanted to indicate the close association that had been maintained from the beginning between the Roman Church and the Alexandrian Church, not only because of the universal teaching of St. Peter, but also because of that origin from which Alexandria itself derived. Hence, the Holy Pontiff brings forth the examples of Athanasius, Theophilus, and Cyril, whom he calls most excellent prelates. What a way of speaking! When Quesnel, for some unknown reason, disapproved, he noted, "Someone might wonder why Theophilus is listed among the most respected bishops by Leo and considered worthy to be held up as an example to Dioscorus." Then, wanting to prevent any potential response, he immediately adds, "To avoid restricting this solely to the sincerity of faith, it is notable that he is called of holy memory in the same letter 94 to Emperor Marcian and 68 to Pascasius of Lilybaeum. His writings are cited with praise for sanctity both in Letter 134 to Leo Augustus and in the excerpts of the Holy Fathers read at Chalcedon. He further adds, "Nor could St. Leo have been unaware of how Theophilus persecuted the holy John Chrysostom with such wickedness and open force, and finally oppressed him. Whether he repented of these many crimes before his death, Canal does not explain, but refers readers to a work written in French by Godfrey Erman on the life of St. John Chrysostom, and finally concludes, I believe that from these ways of speaking, we should not judge the sanctity of bishops, since we see the most wicked people being decorated with the same titles even in ecumenical councils. This custom prevailed during those times, that any bishops who had not deviated from the Catholic faith and had died in communion with the Church were placed in the sacred diptychs and called men of holy memory. But who does not understand that this criticism of Theophilus is too severe and malicious? It not only exaggerates his conflicts with Chrysostom but also suggests that St. Leo's judgment and the Acts of Chalcedon are to be considered of little importance, as if Theophilus was neither a very respected bishop nor reasonably called of holy memory. Canal argues based on Theophilus' actions against Chrysostom, but if we consider these actions, they are not of such a nature that we should tarnish Theophilus' reputation and compare him to the most wicked men. The conflicts arose solely from the effort to oppose the Gentile and heretical anthropomorphites everywhere and to discourage Catholic men from reading Origen's books due to the clear errors in his writings. Thus, when he ordered that these books be condemned by everyone and the Longi brothers and their followers refused to comply, he expelled them from Egypt. After convening a synod in Alexandria, he condemned Origen and his writings, and also arranged for their condemnation at another synod in Cyprus, presided over by Epiphanius. Up to this point, Theophilus had not been provoked against Chrysostom. However, upon hearing that the monks he had expelled were warmly received by Chrysostom in Constantinople, he, driven by a zeal to uphold ecclesiastical discipline and seemingly eager to defend the rights of the Alexandrian see, began to attack John. Perhaps not fully understanding the reasons behind this action, he traveled to Constantinople and, after convening a synod, deposed John as a violator of the canons, despite the people's protests. I admit that Theophilus did not maintain the composure expected of a bishop and acted with excessive zeal and hasty judgment in this matter. But does this prevent him from being called a most honorable bishop and a man of holy memory? Please consider the reasons that influenced Quesnellus and recall the exceptional virtues with which he was endowed. Apart from his deep knowledge of sacred matters, in which he excelled greatly, he abhorred all heresies throughout his life, worked for the conversion of Jews, aimed to bring Gentiles to the true religion, and did not neglect anything that could lead to the protection, defense, and growth of the Catholic faith. However, it is tedious to dwell on these matters any longer, especially since I have described in another work, while defending Rufinus, how Theophilus harassed Origen and the Origenists. The opinions of Adam Quesnefli and any recent writer alone could never be strong enough to challenge the testimonies and judgment of Pope Leo the Great and the Fathers of Chalcedon. It's clear to everyone that the serious questions raised long ago among the holiest of men did not harm their sanctity or the reputation of their names, even if they sometimes clung too firmly to their own pursuits and opinions. This could be shown with 600 examples. Now, let's discuss the Milan Synod, which Pope Leo organized to ensure the doctrinal letter to Flavian would be accepted by all the bishops of that province, with public endorsements. As Baronius notes, this was handled diligently. At that time, Abundius of Como and other papal legates had returned to Rome from the east, ready to report on the Council of Chalcedon. So, the Holy Pope instructed Bishop Abundius and Senator, the priest of Milan, to meet with Eusebius upon their return to arrange the synod. Eusebius led this synod, attended by 18 other bishops or their priestly legates, many of whom were renowned for their holiness and doctrine. This included Maximus of Turin, Abundius himself from Como, Crispinus of Ticinum, and others whose names are praised in the Church's records, as noted by Baronius in the mentioned year. From this, we can easily conclude that those writers who claimed Maximus of Turin died during the reign of Honorius and Theodosius were mistaken. How could that be possible if he not only attended the Milan Synod but also signed the Acts of the Roman Council under Pope Hilary? However, when it comes to these and similar questions, let's not delve into what others have said during our current leisure. Instead, we'll briefly summarize the main points of this synodical letter. All the manuscripts and editors have divided it into 3 chapters. In the first chapter, Eusebius and his companions express joy that the legates of the Apostolic See, sent to Chalcedon, successfully completed the mission entrusted to them. They assert that this success was to the praise of God and the protection of the Christian faith, thanks to divine intervention. When, they say, you appointed worthy defenders of his worship to the Apostle seat as a leader. In the second chapter, they praise the doctrine in the letter to Flavian, noting that it aligns perfectly with the prophet's assertions, the authority of the Gospels, and the Apostles' testimonies. They state that it shines with a certain clarity and truth, consistent with the understandings that the Blessed Ambrose, inspired by the Holy Spirit, included in his writings on the mystery of the Lord's incarnation. In the 3rd chapter, Eusebius and his companions declare they have pronounced anathema against the Eutychians. Following your letters, they say, we have shown that we have preserved the prescribed order of ordination, sent through our brother and fellow bishop Cyriacus. These words suggest that the form and order of all actions, as prescribed by the Holy Pontiff, were upheld without objection, demonstrating the obedience that bishops worldwide, even in synods, have always shown to the Roman pontiffs. Finally, there's one more point in this synodical letter that caught our attention. This point, differing from the published and manuscript versions, is presented differently in the Quesnelian edition. Eusebius, aiming to wrap up his current speech, prays for divine assistance. He attributes the downfall of the Eutychian heresy, the triumph of faith, and the completion of this struggle to the diligent efforts of Pope Leo, hoping they will be remembered in perpetual peace. He then adds, let this stand for future memorable ages, so that the defeat of the impious sect, extinguished in our time, is seen as a victory by you, defenders of the Catholic faith, forever. This interpretation is supported by Surius, the collectors of councils, and others from the published copies, with some manuscripts confirming its authenticity. We are convinced to follow their authority, although Quesnelius introduced a different word for extinct, possibly due to a scribal error, allowing fighters instead of defenders. However, in notes on this letter, he admits that the praised passage needed careful editing, which he corrected using the manuscripts of Trekop and Tuan codes, after comparing with this published version, that, with the Lord's approval, you perpetually retain this for future memorable ages, so that from now on, the defiance of the impious sect appears extinguished, to be forever defeated by new cleansings. Indeed, no one will deny that this reading is false and corrupt if they consider it and then compare it with the context of the preceding letter, where, as mentioned, the destruction of heresy, the triumph of faith, and the completion of the struggle are attributed to the Supreme Pontiff Leo. Therefore, no new cleansing was needed for the heresy, once extinct, to be defeated forever. Thus, the latest edition by the Venetian printer Augustinus Saviolus surprised me greatly by introducing such a corrupt reading in this letter's context, removing the one that Surius, the collectors of councils, and even Quesnelius believed should be retained. My astonishment grew because the editor himself acknowledged the best manuscripts. I adhered to the faith and authority, even though, in truth, I didn't consult any manuscripts. From this and similar errors, I can make my argument. I'll save further discussion on this topic for another volume of the works of Leo.
Chapter 3. On the time, number of fathers, and sessions of the Council of Chalcedon.
Everything that St. Leo hoped for was successfully carried out. The Catholic faith was established, and the bishops who had erred were welcomed back through repentance. Dioscorus and Eutychius were condemned, and finally, the rights of the Apostolic See, which had been abolished at the Council of Ephesus, were restored and confirmed with great agreement. Emperor Marcian, for the reasons previously mentioned, ordered that bishops summoned to the General Council should gather in Chalcedon and meet in the Basilica of St. Euphemia the Martyr, located in the suburbs outside the city. The council began on October 8, 451, and concluded on November 1. Writers, as noted by Cardinal Baronius among others, do not agree on the exact number of fathers or the number of sessions. Marcellinus, in his Chronicle, reports that 630 bishops were present, a count supported by Liberatus the deacon and Photius. Nicephorus suggests that the number was double that of those who participated in the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea, namely 636. St. Leo, informed by his legates from the East and copies of the Acts, wrote to the bishops of Gaul, saying, "A council of nearly 600 of our brother bishops was assembled." Baronius, observing this, thinks that nearly half the number of bishops was omitted from the surviving copies of the Acts, as only 340 bishops are recorded to have signed in the first session of the council. We will discuss this issue further in the action concerning Domnus of Antioch, approving the observations of Stephen Belugius. The number of sessions also seems uncertain, with various opinions among the writers. Baronius, based on the number of days the Holy Assembly lasted, believes the number of sessions can be inferred. Since the council spanned from October 8 to November 1, there were 12 days, and each day was likely dedicated to a session. It's believed there were 12 sessions or secret meetings. Liberatus, in the cited place, mentions 15 actions. However, in both Greek and Latin copies, there are 16. There are many things in the Latin texts missing in the Greek ones, and vice versa. But if we closely examine all the matters discussed at that synod, we have to admit that several actions occurred in the same session. This will become clear when we discuss the cases of Photius of Tyre and Domnus of Antioch. The writers of ecclesiastical history before us have thoroughly reviewed all the details in those acts. We omit providing this now to avoid repeating what others have already covered. Especially since the esteemed authors, namely Baronius, Christian Lupus, Father Natalis Alexander, Stephanus Belucius, and Ioannis David, each described the same acts according to their purpose in writing and addressed various questions we've avoided, as they seemed irrelevant to our goal. There are 3 things, as we mentioned earlier, concerning the wishes of the great pontiff, which were faithfully executed in that synod. I'll outline each one. First, it pertained to the cause of faith, which was discussed at the beginning of the synod. Pascasinus, bishop of Lilybaeum, following Leo's mandates, requested that Dioscorus leave the synod. He was to be admitted only as one of the accused, not as a judge. Although this request seemed harsh, to suppress some dissent among the Easterners and to prevent delays usually arising from canonical citations, the judges decided he should sit in the middle as one to be judged. Then, with permission from Eusebius of Dorylaeum to accuse Dioscorus, he charged him with both betrayal of faith and the sacrilegious murder for the harm done to Flavian. Upon reading the letter of accusation submitted to Emperor Marcian, Dioscorus tried to refute the charges by claiming that Flavian had been justly condemned in a council convened under Emperor Theodosius's authority. However, there was an inquiry into the contents of the acts of the robber council through their reading. When they reached Theodosius's decree in these acts, which stated that Theodoret should not participate in the previous Ephesian robbery, the judges requested that Theodoret be introduced into the council. We won't discuss his case here, as we must address the Quesnelian dissertation in the following sections. Meanwhile, the bishops who had supported Dioscorus and Eutychius admitted they were compelled by fear of the soldiers to depose Orthodox bishops. Driven by conscience, they shouted, "We have all sinned. We all ask for forgiveness." As the reading of the Acts of the 463 Pseudo-Synod continued, Dioscorus was accused of forbidding the reading of the doctrinal letter of St. Leo, which had been sent to the Synod as a rule of faith. Furthermore, to fully reveal the violence done to St. Flavian and the Orthodox bishops, all the acts of the Council of Constantinople, where Eutychius was condemned, were reviewed. From this reading, the legates of the Apostolic See proved that Flavian was truly Catholic, while Eutychius was indeed an impious heretic. But Dioscorus, unable to contain his bad faith any further, dared to argue by claiming that Flavian had been rightly condemned for saying there were 2 natures in Christ after the union. He boldly defended the opposite view before the fathers. Later, many other things were read, which Baronius summarizes, and we will point them out during subsequent exercises. Finally, the definition of the faith was postponed to the next session, held on October 10. In this matter, the Nicene Creed was recited, aligning with the writings of Cyril of Alexandria and Pope Leo of Rome in his letter, as all the fathers affirmed. Praising Leo's letter with great enthusiasm, they declared, "This is the faith of the fathers. This is the faith of the apostles. We all believe this way. We Orthodox believe this way. Cursed be anyone who does not believe this way." Peter spoke through Leo. The apostles taught this way. Leo taught rightly and truly. Cyril taught this way. Leo and Cyril taught similarly. Who cannot see that in these solemn and universal acclamations of the fathers, honor was rightly and diligently given to the Apostolic See and St. Leo, whose rights and prerogatives Dioscorus had destroyed and abolished in the previous council? They revered Leo as Peter's successor, the true guardian of the Catholic faith, and the supreme interpreter of the Holy Scriptures, speaking with one voice to erase the stain of disgrace that had marked Leo himself and his legates at the robbery of Ephesus, to the great dishonor of the Apostolic See. For this crime, as Dioscorus faced the deserved punishment, his condemnation was pronounced in the following 3rd session. Only bishops participated in this session, without secular magistrates. Dioscorus was also absent from the council, but was held under military custody. And although his crimes were sufficiently known to everyone in the first session, to maintain the form and order of canon law, the written accusation by Eusebius of Dorylaeum, the accuser, was read again, and to ensure they did not pass judgment in his absence, Dioscorus was summoned to the council with canonical citations once, twice, and a 3rd time. Dioscorus presented various excuses, claiming either that he was detained by illness, or that he was prohibited from attending the council in the absence of secular judges. Escropius of Sebaste, a bishop sent to summon him, completely dismissed this last excuse by saying, "When certain matters, particularly church affairs, are examined according to the canons, neither other judges nor lay people should be present." While this was happening, and as they awaited Dioscorus's responses to the synod within the given time limits, 4 petitions from Theodore and Isherion, deacons of Alexandria, Athanasius the priest, and Sophronius of Alexandria, a Christian man, were read. These petitions were addressed to the most holy and blessed universal patriarch of Great Rome, Leo, and to the Holy Universal Synod of Chalcedon. Quesnellus did not include these petitions addressed to the Supreme Pontiff Leo among the works of Leo, nor did he mention in the summary of the Acts of Chalcedon that they even bore Leo's name. This is despite his intention to enhance his edition with all the documents written by the Holy Supreme Pontiff himself, and others addressed to him. These types of petitions are available in Greek and Latin in Volume 4, which we have corrected by consulting Vatican manuscripts, and we will ensure they are published in the next volume among the works of St. Leo the Great. In these petitions, the very serious crimes of Dioscorus were described and denounced, which we find unnecessary to detail here, as they are well known to scholars and can be examined by anyone. Since Dioscorus refused to comply when summoned to the synod for the third time, and John, the bishop of Germanesia, could not persuade him, he said, "The disgrace of priests is a shared disgrace. If your holiness knows that you are being slandered by some, the Holy Synod is not far. Strive to prove the falsehood." Therefore, with no other defense available for him, the papal legates, acting on behalf of Leo, pronounced a sentence of condemnation against him. However, we choose not to include this here to avoid making our exercises excessively lengthy against the intended purpose. For those interested in whether all the rights of the Apostolic See were restored in that judgment, as St. Leo hoped after the incident at Ephesus, you can easily review the entire series, order, and decrees of this action in the Collectors of Councils, Volume 4, Action 3. The sentence of deposition and degradation pronounced by the papal legates against Dioscorus was unanimously ratified by the other bishops. They later wrote synodal letters to Emperors Valentinian and Marcian, and to Augusta Pulcheria, about the matters that had recently been settled. The decree of this condemnation was also publicly announced and communicated to Dioscorus and the Alexandrian clergy. In the next session, which was the fourth, the case of the bishops who, along with Dioscorus, played leading roles in the incident at Ephesus was revisited. Dioscorus himself testified that they had participated in the synod by the mandate of Emperor Theodosius, claiming a common cause with Domnus of Antioch, Juvenal of Jerusalem, Thalassius of Caesarea in Cappadocia, Eustathius of Berytus, Eusebius of Ankara, and Basil of Seleucia. However, since St. Leo had ordered that they be received into communion and their canonical penalties remitted if they showed repentance, and if no other Catholic bishops had been appointed to their sees, as we have seen from previous letters and the legates' instructions, they were, after approving the Nicene and Constantinopolitan creeds, the decrees of Ephesus, and the letter of St. Leo, ordered to enter the synod from which they had been excluded. With peace restored in the Church, they were joined to the Catholic community. We'll explain further that Domnus of Antioch was not present. The Egyptian bishops were also admitted, with the papal legates ordering them to declare anathema against Eutychius and to subscribe to the letter of St. Leo. Initially, they refused to take any action, waiting for the election of the new bishop of Alexandria, whom they promised to follow in signing. However, when the council urged them to condemn Eutychius, they finally agreed. But when they were further pressed to subscribe to the letters of St. Leo, they completely refused. Instead, they prostrated themselves and requested that the Holy Council first approve the election of an Alexandrian bishop. The council agreed to their pleas, but with the condition that they should not leave Chalcedon and wait for the election of the new bishop. The eminent Cardinal Baronius and the distinguished Stephen Baluz noted that the Greek copies of the Acts of Chalcedon had these actions recorded differently. We assert that this should be attributed to the notaries of the 465 bishops, as we mentioned in the dissertation we composed for Lord Antioch. In the fifth session, an investigation into establishing the faith as a firm rule for everyone began. Carausus, Dorotheus, and other Eutychian abbots had submitted a petition to Emperor Marcian, requesting permission to debate matters of faith with the Catholics. When they entered the council and presented the petition, they were recognized as supporters of Dioscorus. They professed that they only embraced the Nicene faith and would not accept any interpretation of it. They further added that they would rather live separately from others outside their communion than allow anything new to be added to the faith. Thus, Baronius remarked, these hypocrites, like Eutychius and Dioscorus, under the false guise of the Nicene faith, were fostering a new heresy. Another petition was presented to the council by the Catholic abbots, and a 3-day period was given to the heretics to repent and subscribe to the Catholic faith against Eutychius. Among them was a certain abbot named Maximus, who was said to be the teacher of Eutychius. However, the deceitful actions of the heretical abbots exhausted the council and caused disturbances among the bishops. Pascasinus and the other papal legates were determined for St. Leo's letter to be universally accepted as a symbol of faith to combat and condemn the Eutychian heresy. However, Anatolius of Constantinople, who had covertly supported Dioscorus and the Eutychian faction, opposed them in various ways. First, he introduced a definition of faith approved by Asclepiades, a deacon of Constantinople, which was rejected by the Apostolic See's vicars and some Eastern bishops as it seemed to favor the heretical groups, preventing its inclusion in the synodal acts. Second, he argued that nothing new should be added to the ancient rules of faith, suggesting that only the Nicene and Constantinopolitan creeds, along with the decrees of Ephesus against Nestorius and his followers, should stand, without any new definitions to counter the Eutychian doctrine. Third, he claimed that Dioscorus was not deposed due to flawed faith but because he excommunicated Archbishop Leo and was summoned 3 times, leading to his condemnation. Pascasinus and the other papal vicars were well aware of Anatolius's deceptive tactics. To prevent any misinterpretation of the symbol of faith by the Eutychians, they included the letter from the most blessed and holy Archbishop Leo of Rome to Archbishop Flavian, which aimed to correct Eutychius misunderstandings. This letter aligned with the confession of the great Peter and served as a steadfast support against those with misguided beliefs, effectively reinforcing correct doctrines. After fully presenting the definition of faith, they found it necessary to present it to Emperor Marcian for approval, as stated by Facundus of Hermian and Liberatus the deacon, so that the bishops could then unanimously agree to it in the following session. On October 25, the 6th session took place, and as the records of the Acts show, all the bishops signed the synodal decree. With the arrival of Emperor Marcian, Empress Pulcheria, and other noble officials of the imperial court, Marcian briefly addressed the fathers of the synod. After his speech, Aetius, the archdeacon of Constantinople, recounted what had been accomplished so far, along with the signatures of all the bishops. When the emperor asked the synod if the decree being read was given according to the exposition of all the holy bishops, everyone shouted, "We all believe this way, one faith, one will," and turning to the emperor, they said, "To Marcian, the new Constantine, the new Paul, the new David, long years to the Emperor David." They similarly wished many years to the Empress, and addressing both, they added, "Guard the lights of the world, Lord," and praised them with many other true and just accolades. With matters of faith arranged and confirmed, the emperor proposed certain chapters to be determined by canonical statutes to the synod for the honor of the clerical and monastic life. We judge that it is proper for these to be regularly formed by the synod rather than sanctioned by our law. However, the bishops, exhausted from their immense efforts, repeatedly and humbly asked the emperor to dismiss them. But Marcian, turning to the synod, said, "You have indeed endured much fatigue from the journey. Nevertheless, bear it for 3 or 4 more days, and with our most magnificent judges present, raise whatever issues you wish, and you will receive appropriate relief." He finally added, "None of you should leave before the conclusion from the whole Holy Council is reached." So far, I've summarized the first 6 sessions of the Council of Chalcedon as briefly as possible. From these sessions, it's clear that the wishes of Saint Leo the Great were happily fulfilled. The rights of the Apostolic See, which had been disgracefully violated and abolished by Dioscorus and the Eutychian faction at the previous Council of Ephesus, were restored by the solemn and universal judgment of the entire Church. As for the remaining matters, which pertain to specific cases of certain bishops, we'll cover them in the upcoming discussions.
Chapter 4.
We're diving into the 4th session of the Council of Chalcedon, held at the Pontifical Academy of Councils in the year 1747. I'm here to explore the case of Photius of Tyre, which the Fathers of Chalcedon addressed during this session, focusing solely on the 3 topics specified for discussion by the Academy members this year. These topics are outlined in order under the 8th number concerning the canons. First, we examine whether the ancient custom mentioned by Anatolius in Session 4, regarding Bishop Photius of Tyre, where bishops residing in Constantinople, along with the Patriarch, decided on cases of appellants, was legitimate, and if so, why the decision in Photius's case was overturned. Second, we consider whether ecclesiastical cases should be judged according to the canons or also according to pragmatic sanction. This issue was discussed in Session 4 concerning the case of Photius. Third, and finally, we look at whether a bishop deemed unworthy of the episcopate can be placed in a lower order, which the papal legates seemed to deny in Session 4. To thoroughly research these matters, I would need to deliver a lengthy speech if I were free to explore this vast field of argument. However, since I should not overstep the generosity of our gracious and wise sovereign, I won't be able to discuss everything that comes to mind. Instead, I'll elaborate on some aspects that remain insufficiently explored. I'll only briefly touch on the more well-known issues, and, following the footsteps of the Fathers of Chalcedon, I'll attempt to refute in few words those matters that recent regalists have complicated with numerous quibbles, aiming to undermine or completely overturn ecclesiastical governance, especially the rights of the Apostolic See, when similar cases arise. Before we resolve the main points of the current debate, we need to investigate the cause and circumstances that led to the emergence of so many significant disagreements between Photius of Tyre and Eustathius of Berytus. Tyre was originally the leading city of all Phoenicia, acting as the primary metropolis to which 12 other cities and bishops were subject from the early days of the Church up until the year 450, according to ecclesiastical records. The first person known to have challenged the rights of this metropolitan city was Eustathius. Ignoring the rules set by the Nicene Fathers, and driven by a strong desire to expand his own influence, he secured a decree or rescript from Emperor Theodosius. This decree divided the province of Phoenicia into two parts, elevating the Church of Berytus to metropolitan status, and transferring the administration and appointments of the churches of Tripolis, Byblos, Boetris, Orthosiade, Arca, and Antheratus, which were rightfully under the jurisdiction of Photius, the legitimate metropolitan of Tyre, under his control. Eustathius did not shy away from committing such a serious offense, as he was known for upending church matters, being the instigator of many schisms and disputes. With his inability to restrain anger and hatred, he did not hesitate at the robber synod of Ephesus to oppose the holy Flavian, bishop of Constantinople, who was Anatolius's predecessor, and Eusebius of Dorylaeum, siding instead with the faction of Dioscorus and Eutychius, with the aim of undermining the Catholic faith. Because of this, we find that the name of Eustathius, bishop of Berytus, is recorded in sacred documents with the utmost disgrace. When the Fathers of Chalcedon, at their first session, decided to annul and abolish the acts of the previous robber synod, they decreed that the instigators of all disturbances and crimes should face the same penalty that they had unjustly imposed on the respected bishops, Flavian and Eusebius. Even though Eustathius, along with 5 other bishops who led the entire schism, held power and influence in the predatory council, and despite gaining the favor of Dioscorus of Alexandria, Chrysaphius, and other imperial officials who supported Eutychius, he did not dare to make any move against Photius of Tyre or his church. He considered it sufficient to have secured such strong backing that would eventually allow him to pursue his ambitions for personal gain and authority when the time was right. Therefore, in 449, when the robber council concluded on the 11th day before the calends of August, and the bishop of Constantinople, Flavian, was subjected to beatings, whippings, insults, and was expelled from his position and forced into exile, Eustathius believed that he could achieve his desired honor more easily by maintaining peace and friendship with the new bishop appointed to replace Flavian, thus better positioning himself to complete his endeavors. Hence, it cannot be said that, with the Eastern affairs in such peril, the malice of the false synod was so great as to replace Flavian, who was still alive, with Anatolius as bishop of Constantinople. Although many writers, both Catholic and non-Catholic, sometimes supported the opposite view, it is clearly shown to be a fabrication from the letters of Theodosius and Anatolius himself to St. Leo. Indeed, Flavian did not pass away as a martyr until the following year, 468. After his death, Emperor Theodosius entrusted the clergy of Constantinople with the responsibility to select and approve suitable candidates for this role, while reserving the final decision for himself. As the serious disputes among the clergy in Constantinople grew worse each day, mainly due to the faction led by Dioscorus and the emperor's officials, Theodosius ordered these are the words of Anatolius that clerics residing in the royal city, even those from other cities engaged in certain matters, as often happens, be sought out so that the most distinguished among them might be promoted to the episcopal dignity, as we noted in the previous book. Many true and important things might be said now if the constraints of time and the current purpose of this discussion did not prevent it. I will briefly touch upon the one thing that seemed relevant to our situation. It is evident that Eustathius, the bishop of the Berytians, strongly supported Anatolius's elevation to the Constantinopolitan throne, while the bishop of the Tyrians, Photius, was exceedingly harmful. A close relationship indeed existed between Eustathius and Anatolius, for he was a presbyter of the Alexandrian church and the apocrisiary of Bishop Dioscorus, whose schismatic faction's zeal led to his elevation to the episcopate of Constantinople. He was already prepared to indulge the wishes and petitions of those who contended against the most holy Flavian in favor of the Eutychian doctrine. Meanwhile, various assemblies of bishops were held in Constantinople. In one of these, by order of Emperor Theodosius and without awaiting the letters and judgment of the Roman pontiff, the bishops consecrated Anatolius. Anatolius himself mentions this council in his letter to St. Leo. Hence, the work of the Holy Synod of Bishops residing in Constantinople was undertaken to proceed without delay to my ordination. Then, the same holy pope called for another council. In July of 450, After receiving letters from both Anatolius and Emperor Theodosius regarding the death of Flavian and the election of a new bishop, he reflected on the serious schism that had disrupted the Catholic community in the East. He was uncertain and hesitant, and did not want to confirm or invalidate the acts of election and consecration. Instead, he postponed communion with Anatolius until 4 Apostolic See legates, sent from the papal side, had traveled to Constantinople. They needed to confirm the new bishop's sincere profession of faith in front of all the clergy and people and ensure it was signed by his own hand and fully aligned with the papal wishes and commands. Several letters from the Holy Pope still survive, addressed to Theodosius, Pulcheria Augusta, the clergy of Constantinople, the archimandrites of the same city, and finally, to the priest Martin. From these, we not only clearly understand the sequence of events, but also the way the Holy Pope acted, his devotion to religion, his strength of spirit, and his supreme administration over all parts of the world are brilliantly evident. However, in the last synod of Anatolius, which must be placed in at least the 9th or 10th month of the same year, it is clearly evident from serious conjectures that nothing was done about the case of Photius of Tyre. Theodosius the Younger, from whom Eustathius had received a pragmatic rescript, had died on the 18th of July by that time. His letters had barely reached St. Leo, and the papal legates who were supposed to convene this council had either not yet begun their journey or, if they had, were still lingering in the Roman suburbs. Indeed, Leo's letters suggest this, as they were dated in Rome on the 16th day before the calends of August, 3 days before Theodosius died in Constantinople. Given the travel difficulties and the distance, it is believed that the papal legates did not arrive in that city until the 8th or 9th month. Moreover, those who genuinely wanted to fulfill their duty would not have let Anatolius, who was suspected of unfaithfulness, take a leading role in the council convened under the command of the Roman pontiff. Instead, he should have faced accusations of bad faith before the legates and other bishops, rather than being allowed to arrange everything to his liking, abolishing ecclesiastical laws, while he should have been a defendant. Therefore, the case of Photius should be entirely referred to a previous council, which occurred before the death of Theodosius. When Eustathius, the bishop of Berytus, presented a fraudulent decree from the emperor, all the bishops in Constantinople, either to please Anatolius or out of fear of penalties, agreed, even against the ecclesiastical rules. At that time, with the intervention of Chrysaphius and other imperial officials supporting Eustathius, not only was the Theodosian decree confirmed, but efforts were made to ensure that Maximus, the Patriarch of Antioch, who was absent from this council even though he resided in Constantinople, would accept the recent decrees aimed at enhancing the dignity, honor, and privileges of the Church of Berytus. This was under the administration and jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Antioch over the province of Phoenicia Prima, with its Tyrian metropolitan and other bishops. Maximus, when later questioned by the bishops from Chalcedon, recounted, "I was in Constantinople, however, I did not attend the council, but a document was brought to me, and I signed it." What more? In this council of Anatolius, everything was done out of hatred for the most holy Bishop Photius of Tyre, and in contempt of ecclesiastical laws, as they severely intimidated the Metropolitan Photius with threats and terror, threatening him with deposition unless he subscribed to the synodical decree. Photius, in an appeal to Emperor Marcian, who succeeded Emperor Theodosius, explained that he signed not out of intention but out of fear due to threats against him, indicating with his signature that he was compelled. He wrote that he signed what he was ordered to, knowing that this would not harm him because the sacred and divine laws state that actions done out of necessity, not intention, hold no power. Therefore, anyone who comes across the records of the Synod of Anatolius, which are found among various ancient writers, should carefully consider that it was quite similar to the predatory Ephesian one, or could be seen as its extension. Since the Chalcedonian Fathers were given the authority to judge on matters of faith and the violated rights of bishops and to restore everything to its original state as St. Leo instructed the apostolic legates, they mainly objected to 3 things concerning Anatolius, the bishop of Constantinople, in judging Photius's case. These 3 points were briefly laid out by the imperial judges of civil cases, addressing the General Council of Chalcedon. Let the Holy Synod say whether it was permissible for the most holy Archbishop Anatolius, while absent, to send excommunication to the most reverend Bishop Photius and command that certain churches in the province be taken from him, and whether the assembly of bishops residing in the royal city should be called a synod. Regarding this last question, Tryphon, the bishop of Chios, seriously affirmed that the assembly of bishops residing in the city could indeed be called a synod. Perhaps wishing to flatter both Anatolius and the royal officials, he first considered the dignity and grandeur of the royal city and then noted the frequent travel of Eastern bishops who, due to the administration of civil affairs and struggling under some oppression to reclaim their rights, had to come to Constantinople, openly declaring, "It is called a synod," and they convene, and those struggling under some oppression obtain their rights. In response to Tryphon, neither the Holy General Council nor any of the bishops supported his view, as they wanted to protect the rights of other patriarchs, namely those of Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. Church records revealed that the authority of the Bishop of Constantinople was quite limited. Initially, apart from a portion of Asia extending to the regions of Pontus, he could only govern the dioceses of Thrastes. These rights were later extended to include Illyricum by a decree from Theodosius the Younger. Meanwhile, the dioceses of the First Phoenicia were part of the Patriarchate of Antioch. To prevent potential conflicts, the entire council decided that Tryphon's opinion should be regarded as neither valid nor void. However, the situation was different when the issue of excommunication by the Synod of Anatolius against Photius of Tyre, who wasn't present, was brought up for examination. The entire Council of Chalcedon condemned this as a grievous injustice, against both divine and human laws. During the proceedings, Atticus, Bishop of Zelarome, stated that no one should be condemned in their absence. All the bishops fervently agreed, exclaiming, "No one condemns an absent person." Thus, by this unanimous decision of the Chalcedonian Fathers, the synodical decrees of Anatolius were completely nullified. Anatolius, driven by ambition and unable to accept this setback, attempted to clear himself of any accusations of injustice and to maintain the prestige of his position. He appealed to the custom we are currently discussing. However, it was clear to everyone that this was an entirely illegitimate custom, and Anatolius had only invoked it as a means of evasion. For a custom cannot be considered legitimate if it contradicts divine and human laws. So, both Eusebius of Nicomedia and Photius of Tyre, along with the entire synod, firmly rejected all of Anatolius's excuses as mere fabrications driven by unjust ambition, which he used to conceal the truth and avoid disputes over a custom that could lead to misuse. Eunomius of Nicomedia addressed the judges, confidently stating, "Your Excellency asked whether it is permissible to condemn someone in their absence. I respond in a Roman manner, using the words of the Apostle Paul from Acts, chapter 25, verse 16. It is not the custom of Romans to condemn anyone before the accused has their accusers present and has a chance to defend themselves against the charges." Photius then joined, earnestly urging the synod and the imperial judges to disregard and abolish any unjust customs and to enforce only the canonical laws. "I ask for nothing else," Photius said, "and I pray for your fair judgment, except that you uphold the rules, and those who were legitimately ordained by me, later removed and made priests, be reinstated, and that I receive back my churches." Finally, the whole synod, without any delay, proclaimed, "This is a just request. Let the rule stand. It is a rightful petition of the most reverend Bishop Photius." Because of this decree, Anatolius, who longed for honor and power, as he desired the dignity and authority of the See of Constantinople to be equal in all respects to the Apostolic See of St. Peter, was deeply troubled, but not because he wanted the case of Photius and Eustathius reconsidered for his own benefit. Rather, he realized that once his synod's judgment was annulled, the leaders of Constantinople, now extremely proud, were deprived of the power they had been gradually trying to usurp through a violation of the canons at the expense of others' rights. The people of Constantinople took great pride in the magnificence of their imperial city, the authority of royal power, and the favor and protection from imperial officials. They were so pleased with these aspects that they argued bishops' ecclesiastical power should be measured by their involvement in civil matters. Furthermore, since the emperors themselves wanted to call Constantinople the New Rome and adorned it with noble buildings, both sacred and secular, like Old Rome, and since Constantine the Great and his successors, Arcadius and both Theodosi, enriched it with great wealth, honors, and privileges, the bishops, persisting in harmful customs, tried to take on all ecclesiastical matters of the East, showing clear disregard for sacred canons. The ambition and pride of these bishops were further fueled by the third canon of the First Council of Constantinople. There, 150 bishops of the East, under Theodosius the Elder, declared, "The Bishop of Constantinople should have the first place of honor after the Bishop of Rome, because it is the new Rome." But what was the outcome of that canon? It could establish no lawful custom, both because the Apostolic See never approved it and because it seriously harmed the rights of the patriarchs of Alexandria and Antioch. Even if we were to concede that the canon was in effect from the year 381, when it was issued, until the time of Anatolius, what then? Could the bishops of Constantinople have been made equal to the Roman pontiffs, able to judge all cases of the Easterners and respond to all consultations? Ridiculous. Only an honorary patriarchal dignity was granted to them in favor of Emperor Theodosius, not an increase in their power. In fact, in the second preceding canon, the same bishops, adhering to the laws of Nicaea, first asserted and confirmed the rights of Alexandria and then those of Antioch, specifying the individual regions and dioceses that should fall under their administrations and synods. This move was made to ensure that the Patriarch of Constantinople, satisfied with just honor, would not interfere with the administration of all the Eastern churches. However, over time, the Patriarchs of Constantinople began to disrupt everything. Seeking to add power to their honor and empty title, they inappropriately took over the ordination of many bishops, especially in Pontus, Asia, and Thrace, aiming to match the stature of the Patriarch of Old Rome. For this reason, Anatolius made many efforts at the General Council of Chalcedon to keep these unjustly claimed rights and to secure privileges equal to those of the Roman pontiffs for himself and his see. To achieve this more effectively and without resistance, he attempted throughout the council to win over the legates of the Apostolic See through duties, gifts, and other means. Pretending to show the utmost respect for the Apostolic See, he claimed that all the honor and privileges of the bishops of Constantinople would enhance, protect, and adorn the Roman See. Finally, he argued that the new canon he promised to issue to strengthen his see's rights would harm no one, using the weak excuse that a long-standing prescription of 60 years supported his desires. Despite Anatolius presenting everything smoothly and persuasively in words and writings, he could not sway the mind of the Roman pontiff and his legates. I could elaborate further from the most reliable records, without any bias, if time allowed or if other obligations did not prevent me from going beyond the proposed questions. Let me add just one thing. It is well established that the custom mentioned by Anatolius should be linked to the third canon of the Second Ecumenical Council of Constantinople. This is particularly true concerning the serious abuses that gradually crept into the administration of the Church and the ordination of metropolitans and bishops, as clearly shown in the letters from St. Leo to Emperor Marcian, Empress Pulcheria, Anatolius himself, and Bishop Julian of Caesarea. Now, let's discuss the pragmatic sanction that Bishop Eustathius of Berytus deceitfully obtained from the most pious Emperor Theodosius as a reward for his previous actions. Firstly, the term pragmatic sanction refers to a decision made in the emperor's council with the presence of the nobles of the sacred palace. Gratian described it as, a decree of the prince, made after consideration of the case, is called a pragmatic sanction. James Gutherius, while not opposing Gratian, explained the concept of a pragmatic sanction more clearly by stating, a pragmatic command or sanction is not issued at the request of individuals for private matters, but only at the request of a group, college, city, or province. Moreover, it is well established among legal experts that these pragmatic commands are considered part of general laws. However, the esteemed Gutherius made a distinction between pragmatic commands and pragmatic sanctions, adding, pragmatic commands are those that order something. Whether the pragmatic rescript concerning the metropolitan rights of the Church of Berytus should be seen as an imperial command or sanction, or if it was issued at the request of a group or city, is not necessary to determine. While discussing this last issue, it seems likely that the influence of Chrysaphius the eunuch and Dioscorus's faction played a significant role. Eustathius, in particular, repeatedly assured the emperor at the Council of Chalcedon that he had not made any petitions concerning this matter to counter the accusations. This testimony appears to be supported by the Theodosian law itself, which is part of the Justinian Code. Emperor Theodosius himself declares, "For many and just reasons, we decree that the city of Beirut be honored with the metropolitan title and dignity, having already been recognized for its virtues." Therefore, there is no mention of Eustathius's petitions or his merits. He solely praises the city of Beirut for being endowed with many virtues. Additionally, in this rescript, we find other details that highlight the incompetence of Anatolius and his Constantinopolitan synod, as well as the ambition of Eustathius. The emperor did not intend for the rights of the Tyre Church to be diminished or divided between two equal metropolitans of the same province. He decreed that Tyre should maintain its ancient rights. He was guided by the principle of not nullifying his ancestors' decrees or allowing the pragmatic rescript to override the sacred canons. He states, "Let nothing be taken away from Tyre's rights. Let it remain the mother of the province, thanks to the legacy of our ancestors. Both should enjoy similar dignity." By examining the words of the Theodosian law with the insightful Christian Lupus, we understand that the emperor only decreed the title and honor of a metropolis for Beirut. However, he did not assign suffragan bishops to this new metropolitan or intend to enhance its power in ecclesiastical matters to the detriment of the Tyrian metropolis. So why did the Synod of Anatolius interpret the Theodosian law differently? Why were 6 suffragan churches removed from Photius's authority without giving him a hearing? Why was Photius excommunicated while he was absent, only to be absolved after 122 days? All these issues have been thoroughly explained in earlier sections. To address these wrongs and heal the Tyrian Church, the Council of Chalcedon ordered a restoration to the original state. Even though Theodosius's pragmatic order from the previous year was considered legally settled due to the decrees of the Council of Anatolius and the agreement of Maximus, the Patriarch of Antioch, it was decreed that church matters should be defined by sacred canons rather than the pragmatic orders of emperors and kings. Emperor Marcian, to whom Photius appealed, did not oppose this approach. Photius did not appeal, as some claim, for Marcian to judge the law of the deceased emperor that harmed the Tyrian Church, or to revoke the pragmatic sanction, or to act against Eustathius and his ambition, since secular rulers are not granted authority in ecclesiastical matters to keep civil and spiritual affairs separate. Instead, Photius appealed to Emperor Marcian to defend the sacred canons and provide necessary support so he wouldn't be overwhelmed by envious, power-hungry individuals for false reasons. As Photius states, it is naturally established that the rights of the sacred are never diminished by the vanity of officials. At that time, it was commonly said that neither royal ministers nor the emperors themselves, who were entrusted with temporal matters, could alter, distort, or change the rights of priests with their laws. There's no contradiction here, as Emperor Marcian's judges sincerely testified, saying, "It pleased the most holy lord of the city not to proceed according to sacred or pragmatic forms regarding the matters of the most holy bishops, but according to the rules established by the Holy Fathers." To ensure that none of the bishops, who were perhaps too zealously attached to royal power and majesty, would doubt Prince Marcian's intentions, the imperial judges immediately and definitively declared, "Therefore, with all sacred pragmatic definitions ceasing, let the canons published in this chapter be read." It was as if the judges wanted to emphasize that no force or harm should be inflicted on the Church's canons by pragmatic sanctions. So, it's not surprising that after reading the fifth canon of the Council of Nicaea, the entire synod declared the importance of having only one metropolitan in each province. "We want there to be one metropolitan according to the rules of the Holy Fathers. We ask that the rules of the Holy Fathers be upheld." From this, we learn that ecclesiastical matters must be handled according to the canons. Indeed, the laws of the rulers should not be dismissed, but should be considered if they are given for the execution, protection, reinforcement, and safeguarding of the canons, and if they neither harm nor obliterate the sacred canons. In similar situations, the rights of the hierarchical order are not harmed. Instead, they come together to protect the powers of the priesthood and the empire. I could explain this with many examples from the laws of Constantine, Theodosius the Elder, and the Valentinians, among others, if time allowed. However, we must think differently when pragmatic laws oppose the canons, when they overwhelm and overturn them. In those cases, insisting on pragmatics and using them as the basis for judgment is completely foreign to the practice, privileges, and rights of the Church, and if we followed them, we would lead the ecclesiastical order to ruin. Understanding the significance of this issue, Atticus, the bishop of Nicopolis in Epirus, recognized the decree of the Council of Chalcedon in 474. This decree, agreed upon by all, reinstated Photius to his former metropolitan status and barred Eustathius from making any further claims based on the pragmatic decree. Atticus earnestly urged the imperial judges, on behalf of the entire assembly, to prevent any potential abuses from arising. He spoke to them, saying, "We beseech you that even now the power of the rules hold over everything in all provinces, putting a stop to all pragmatics which arise from rivalry and ambition, which overthrow what has been established spiritually and according to God by the Holy Fathers." We have repeated these words to counter the claims of legalists who argue that it was not the Council of Chalcedon, but rather Marcian and the imperial judges, that annulled and abolished Theodosius's pragmatic law. They maintain that this council's rule applies solely to church ordinations. However, if one wishes to apply it to other situations, it should only concern matters strictly within the ecclesiastical discipline of the canons. Yet, those who support these views are clearly mistaken. Pragmatic sanctions that oppose the truth and piety of the canons lack authority and strength. This is explicitly stated without exception in the constitution of Emperors Valentinian and Marcian, issued in 454, which reads, "We expressly command that all pragmatic sanctions elicited against ecclesiastical canons, through influence and ambition, be voided of their force and firmness." Similarly, the revered Chalcedonian Synod judged the matter of bishops ordained by Photius. After reaching the rank and position of episcopate, Eustathius and Anatolius wrongly commanded them to be regarded only as priests. Who doesn't know that it's completely sacrilegious to reduce a bishop to the position of a priest? If they were justly removed from the office of bishop, they shouldn't even retain the position of a priest. With things arranged like this, Even for those bishops who were unjustly demoted to the rank of a priest, the case of Photius of Tyre was prudently, justly, and most sacredly resolved by the legates of the Apostolic See at that council. Since the final decision about bishops descending to a lower rank was firmly upheld by both Anatolius and Maximus, the Patriarch of Antioch, without exception, there's no reason for us to linger on this issue. Especially since the consensus and practice of the Universal Church, the decrees of councils, and the constitutions of the Apostolic See, teach us that those justly removed from the order of bishop cannot continue as priests, as I could clearly demonstrate from the beginnings of ecclesiastical matters up to our times. However, it wasn't the intention to further exploit the clemency of the most wise and supreme Father and Prince, to whom all ecclesiastical matters owe greater splendor. The literary world owes growth, everyone owes protection and prosperity, and this distinguished institution owes its origin by detaining the most distinguished scholars.
Chapter 5.
Theodoret, who was deposed by Dioscorus at the Council of Ephesus, appealed to the Apostolic See, was judged by St. Leo, and was restored to his position. The arguments of Lannoy and Pascasius Quesnellus are refuted. The opinions of C.L. Petri de Marca and Christiani Lupi on this matter are presented. Finally, it is proven from both the 8th session at Chalcedon and from St. Leo's letter 93, that the judgments of the Apostolic See are final and irrevocable. Pascasius Quesnellus, wishing to examine the case of Theodoret, Bishop of Cyrrhus, began his dissertation with the words of letter 93 from St. Leo to Theodoret. Blessed be our God, whose invincible truth has shown you, according to the judgment of the Apostolic See, to be free from any stain of heresy. You will repay him with worthy gratitude for all your hardships if you preserve yourself, as we have proven you to be, for the defense of the universal Church. From such a beginning, I expected that Quesnellus would finally assert the rights of the Apostolic See and the Roman pontiffs, which he previously tried to deny, diminish, or altogether abolish in his earlier dissertations, but I was mistaken. For pretending to inquire what that judgment of the Apostolic See was, he said it has been sought by many until now, and opinions have varied. Therefore, he first claims it is the opinion of some that a decree was issued by St. Leo either in or outside a synod about the restoration of Theodoret, after he had brought his case to him through a petition of appeal. However, when he realized that this opinion would cause him inconvenience, he rejected it with a negative argument, writing, "Since not even a trace of such a decree appears either in the Acts of Chalcedon or in other records of the events of that time, it is as easily refuted as it is proposed." There's a viewpoint suggesting that Theodoret was reinstated by the same synodal and judicial decision that nullified the false Ephesian synod. This refers to the synod to which Valentinian and Augusta wrote to Theodosius about annulling the council's acts. Quesnellus is certain that no judgment was made regarding Theodoret's case by Leo alone or by the synod. He only mentions the judgment contained in the letters of communion. When the pontiff willingly accepted Theodoret's complaints and granted him communion, it implied he judged him free from any stain of heresy. Quesnellus noted these and similar points in the introduction to his 10th dissertation, aiming to present the matter clearly to the reader. At this point, I have to consider whether this new opinion of the doctor aligns with the usual judgment process, Leo's methods, and other records mentioning Theodoret's case. The form of judgment, first of all, completely challenges the Quesnellian system. Since Theodoret was suspected of bad faith, accused by adversaries, and already condemned by synodal decree, St. Leo would never have granted him communion and declared him free of heresy without understanding the case. So what happened? Leo, who had previously received Eutychius' appeal and complaints, as well as letters from Theodosius Augustus defending Eutychius, acted cautiously, not wanting to decide anything without full knowledge of the case, and he immediately wrote to Flavian, saying, "We, who wish the judgments of the Lord's priests to be mature, cannot define anything to the prejudice of any party in unknown matters, before we truly hear what has been done." So, if the chief priest advised other bishops on how to judge and was careful to avoid making hasty or rash decisions, could he have declared Bishop Theodoret free from any heresy without understanding the case, considering the accuser's complaints, or reviewing the investigation thoroughly? What kind of judgment would that have been? Later, he was so concerned by the mere suspicion that Bishop Anatolius of Constantinople might have compromised his faith or been too lenient with heretics, that he wouldn't communicate with him, despite the pleas of Emperor Theodosius, until it was publicly confirmed before the legates of the Apostolic See, sent from the west to Constantinople, by the entire clergy and people there, that he was not tainted by any heresy. We deduce St. Leo's careful approach from other letters, which we mention at the end, and we've already discussed these at length in previous exercises. Therefore, we can't trust Cannell, who claims that Theodoret was proven free from heresy by the Apostolic See's judgment simply because Leo communicated with him. To further disprove this Quesnelian opinion, we should ask Canel if the chief pontiff communicated with Theodoret after the robber council of Ephesus by right or merely out of indulgence, by accepting his appeal letters. It was certainly not by right, as no decree, either in a synod or outside of one, was issued by Leo after accepting Theodoret's appeal, as the opponent claims. Nor did Leo allow Theodoret to return to the See of Cyrus out of indulgence, since he never supported the Eutychian faction. Moreover, someone shown by a legitimate judge to be free from heresy doesn't require indulgence. Indeed, figures like Quesnellus and others believed that Theodoret's case deserved a deeper review. This was because Dioscorus, already an adversary of Theodoret due to his exceptional learning and holy life, felt overshadowed by him. Dioscorus, eager for praise, saw himself as obscured by Theodoret and opposed him because Theodoret had previously attacked the anathemas of Saint Cyril, his predecessor. The Alexandrian began accusing Theodoret of heresy, attacking him with slander and provoking him in every way possible. Quesnellus then details all the actions taken by Dioscorus against Theodoret with the emperor and at the robber synod of Ephesus, which we have recounted earlier and do not need to repeat. He concludes that the emperor ensured Theodoret would not attend the synod of Ephesus being organized, fearing that Theodoret, a strong opponent of heretics, would fiercely oppose Eutychius. Therefore, ignoring all that occurred at the synod, Dioscorus removed Theodoret from the episcopal order, passing a sentence of deposition on him just as he did to other defenders of the Catholic faith. When Theodoret learned of this, feeling sorrow for his situation and unable to gain support from most Eastern bishops who were either furious or oppressed, he turned to the Westerners for help, as Quesnellus claims. So, he wrote letters to the Western Patriarch, the head of all bishops and the father of the Church's communion, pleading for his and all Western bishops' assistance. Regarding the appeal, Liberatus notes in chapter 12 that Bishop Theodoret informed the Pope of the great troubles he faced due to Dioscorus' schemes, asking for a swift resolution through another assembly of bishops. Gradually, Quesnellus then skillfully explains his system, which he derived from Launoi. It aims to clarify the difference between seeking refuge and making an appeal, asserting that Theodoret sought refuge but did not appeal to St. Leo. This perspective, which is quite new and contrary to the decrees of councils and other church documents, was rejected and refuted by various writers, including John David in his work on the canonical judgments of bishops written in French. To avoid getting off track, it's useful to first look at Theodoret's words, which led Cardinal Baronius and Peronius to conclude that an appeal should be considered. He says, "I await the decision of your Apostolic See, and I beg and implore your holiness that your just judgment may assist me, and order that I come to you and demonstrate my doctrine, following the apostolic footsteps." Baronius is the first to claim that this is the authentic reading of Theodoret's earlier text. After finding the Greek codex of Theodoret's letters in the Vatican Library archives, he ensured they were translated into Latin by Frederick Metius, who was very skilled in both languages. If we stick to this reading, we must acknowledge that nothing more solemn can affirm Theodoret's appeal. After being deposed and removed from his bishopric, he asked and implored for assistance from the judgment and decision of the Apostolic See, showing his willingness to come to Rome to prove he was free from any heresy. However, since this original interpretation did not satisfy Launoi or Canel, they introduced new words into the text. Following another interpretation by Gentian Hervé, both removed the word appealing and substituted invoking to simplify matters for Baronius and Peronius. Moreover, Canel and Launoi do not agree on the rest. Launoi replaces judgment with tribunal. Interestingly, Quesnellus sometimes contradicts himself by using the term judgment in the dissertation we're discussing, while at other times, in the first volume, he includes the complete letter of Theodoretus in Greek and Latin, using the term court. The meticulous John David did not notice these differences in readings, possibly because he was entirely focused on countering the trivialities and sophistries of his opponent. Because of this, after considering the reading that Launoi emphasized, he diligently began to explore the distinction between an appeal and a refuge. To avoid getting caught up in semantics like his opponent, he refers to the words of the Council of Sardica to leave no room for escape. It is stated in the 4th canon. When any bishop has been deposed by the judgment of those bishops who live nearby, and he declares that his case should be taken up in the city of Rome. The 7th canon, David says, states, "If the one who has been deposed appeals and flees to the bishop of the Roman Church, and wishes to be heard." So these are the statutes of the Sardican canons for those who appeal against the judgment of their judges. Theodoretus indeed followed these very carefully, describing the unjust condemnation imposed on him by Dioscorus. For this reason, he said he awaited the judgment of your apostolic seat. He asked St. Leo to consider his case, hoping to experience both authority and protection. Finally, He requested an express mandate from the Apostolic See, so he could appear before it to account for the apostolic doctrine he strictly adhered to. No one can deny that Theodoratus fulfilled these conditions defined by the councils for appeals. However, he went even further, as indicated by his subsequent words, where he asks to be informed whether he should unjustly submit to his deposition or not. He states that he expects a resolution to this issue, so that once he hears the papal mandate, he won't seek any other judgment from people in the future but will wait for God's just judgment. Above all, he asks you to teach him whether he should accept this unjust deposition or not. He awaits your decision. If you instruct him to remain under the judgment, he will stay and won't trouble anyone further, waiting for the just judgment of God and our Savior. Now, let's consider Cannell's subtle interpretation, where he uses these words to defend his failing cause. He has made a great effort to prove that these words are from someone seeking guidance and support. He portrays the act of waiting for a decision and whether to remain under judgment as the words of a wise bishop, whom he claims Theodoret was, simply seeking counsel on whether to adhere to Dioscorus's judgment for the Church's peace. If he had thought of appealing to another tribunal, it could have led to new disturbances. To back up his weak interpretations, he cites other words from Theodoret in a letter to Renatus, a priest of the Roman Church. Specifically, for this reason, I ask your holiness to persuade the most holy and blessed archbishop to use apostolic authority and command him to attend your council. Thus, Theodoret was seeking help from St. Leo, hoping to be judged by a new council of the Westerners. Opponents argue that this is more clearly evidenced by other words from the same bishop of Cyrrhus, writing to Anatolius the patrician. I ask your magnificence to secure this favor from the triumphant emperor, that I may go to the West and be judged by those bishops most beloved by God and most holy. And if I am found to have transgressed even the smallest rule of faith, let me be cast into the very depths of the sea. Quesnellus is flattering himself too much by claiming he has fully understood Theodoret's words when seeking help and support from Leo, and therefore thinks he has won the case, but this isn't true. First of all, I could say that the words to Renatus, which mention a council, aren't necessarily meant to refer to a gathering of bishops called by that title. Instead, they refer to the tribunal of the Apostolic See, to which he wanted to turn for judgment. It's clear from the three letters praised so far that Theodoret used the terms tribunal, judgment, and council interchangeably. But no one, not Lenoius, Quesnellus, or anyone else, can honestly claim that he only wanted his appeal to be referred to a council for examination, or that he wanted to limit Pope Leo's authority to this kind of judgment. Then, if we present the testimony of the deacon Liberatus, which the opponents rely on, in full and not shortened as Quesnellus might have done, it will show that there was no need for a council in 479. It was demanded by Theodoret through an appeal. Liberatus narrates how Orthodox bishops opposed the robbery at Ephesus, and following them, Bishop Theodoret informed the Pope about the suffering he endured from Dioscorus's plots, asking for quick intervention by another gathering of bishops, so the heretical teachings of Eutychius wouldn't remain confirmed by Dioscorus. Therefore, Theodoret suggested to Leo the need for a new council to completely abolish Eutychian doctrines, which Dioscorus confirmed with his faction. He wasn't asking for it to protect his own cause, as he had already sincerely confessed in his letter that he fully wished to comply with papal directives. The words of Theodoret in his letters to Presbyter Renatus or to Anatolius Patricius don't really prove anything. Everyone knows that cases seriously considered by the Apostolic See must be examined, whether in consistories or gatherings of bishops, which are often called councils. So if Theodoret humbly prayed to attend the Roman council or tribunal, and if he wished to be judged by Western bishops, his appeal wasn't transferred to a council by any right. He appealed solely to Leo, intending to fully adhere to his decisions, judgment style, and prescribed conditions. However, Peter de Marca had a different perspective on this matter. Observing Leo's actions carefully, he easily and without argument acknowledged that Theodoret, feeling oppressed, appealed to Pope Leo, who received him into communion, allowing him to regain his bishopric. Nevertheless, the learned Archbishop of Paris thought that Leo's decree wasn't absolute. It was conditional, requiring Theodoret to attend the synod as an accuser of Dioscorus and ultimately receive the decree of restoration from the synod itself. He adds that once admitted to the Council of Chalcedon, there was significant controversy. The judges tried to resolve it by stating that he came only as an accuser. Therefore, Theodoret's restoration wasn't absolute. When I first considered these claims by Peter de Marca, I realized he greatly differed from earlier writers, but I didn't fully understand his reasoning. He either believed that Leo made a conditional decree for Theodoret's restoration due to some coercive law, or that he used his power to defer the case outcome to the Council of Chalcedon's decision. Neither seems evident from ecclesiastical records. If we examine the acts of the Council of Chalcedon concerning Theodoret's case, we won't find any evidence of a conditional absolution or reinstatement. During the Chalcedonian Synod, when the Acts of the Robber Synod were read, and the decree from the younger Theodosius was mentioned which instructed Theodoret to be content with his own church's communion, and not to attend the Ephesian Synod, the judges stated, "Let the Most Reverend Bishop Theodoret enter so that he may participate in the Synod, because the Most Holy Archbishop Leo restored him to his bishopric, and the Most Pious Emperor, meeting Marcian, decreed that he should attend the Holy Synod." There is no mention here of a conditional reinstatement, nor was there any formula applied, such as if it pleases or if it seems right to the Synod, as the transcribed words reveal. Moreover, even if some, condemning Theodoret's previous conduct and wanting to flatter Dioscorus, shouted, "Throw him out! Throw the teacher of Nestorius out!" no one dared to deny that this right could indeed belong to Leo in 480. Furthermore, the cries and complaints of the bishops from Illyricum and Palestine, urging that Theodoret be thrown out, would have been pointless if his case had been finally settled in the Synod. Instead, it was more appropriate to first address his faith and rigorously examine whether he was free from any mark of heresy, to compel him to clear himself of the accusations he faced, and to hear the arguments from both sides to resolve his reinstatement. Since none of this was done, I do not see on what basis the reinstatement of Theodoret by Leo should not be considered complete. The Eastern bishops from Asia, Pontus, and Thrace addressed the complaints and grievances of the bishops from Illyricum and Palestine with a clear rationale. They aimed to support Theodoret's innocence and explain how they had been oppressed and deceived by the tactics and violence of Dioscorus. They openly complained, "We signed Theodoret's condemnation on a blank paper during the robbery in Ephesus. We were coerced, and that's how we ended up signing." When Dioscorus heard them speaking this way, trying to justify the decree he issued against Theodoret, he interjected, "Why is Cyril being expelled, who was anathematized by him?" By bringing up the old conflicts between Cyril and Theodoret, without mentioning the peace they later achieved, Dioscorus hoped to find some defense or excuse for himself. Nevertheless, all the Eastern bishops now supporting Theodoret shouted, "Throw out Dioscorus the murderer! Who doesn't know about Dioscorus's actions?" After some contention, the judges themselves, without siding with either party, declared, "The Most Reverend Bishop Theodoret, receiving his rightful place from the Most Holy Bishop of the city of Rome, has now entered the position of accuser." Even though the same judges aimed to quell the already stirred-up cries from Dioscorus and Eutychius faction with some strategy, they immediately responded by saying, "Allow what has begun to be finished so that no confusion arises in the audience." They added, "No prejudice will arise against the Most Reverend Bishop Theodoret, reserving all accusations afterward, for you, for him, and whatever you wish to exercise against each other, because he holds the true faith, especially since, even without writings, the Most Reverend Bishop of the great city of Antioch gives testimony to his Catholic faith." While I believe these matters should not be hidden, it's difficult to convey that Theodoret was cleared by the Apostolic See, provided that the Roman Pontiff's decree was subject to the Council's judgment. Thus I find myself agreeing with the esteemed Christian Lupus that the whole dispute raised by the Eutychian faction against Theodoret should have been managed in a way where the opponents merely claimed Theodoret's restoration was misleading, as if he had deceived the pontiff with false explanations to regain his former status and honor in the synod. It was established in the 6th canon of Constantinople that a deposed bishop did not have the right to accuse another bishop. So, even though the case required thorough examination, the judges, while faithfully adhering to St. Leo's decree, temporarily allowed him to accuse, reserving the right for a more careful examination in another proceeding of what was alleged against Theodoret. Through this careful management, they neither undermined Leo's decree, which allowed Theodoret to participate in the synod as a reinstated bishop, nor did they prevent his accusers from investigating whether his reinstatement was deceitful or if he was tainted with Nestorianism, as the Egyptians loudly claimed. "Do not call him a bishop. He is not a bishop. Send the opposer of God out. Send the Jew out." Theodoret accused Cyril. "We reject Cyril if we accept Theodoret. The canons expel this one. God opposes him." These were the accusations the Egyptians brought against Theodoret. He had previously condemned Cyril's chapters, and for this reason, they labeled him a heretic, ignoring the fact that he had resolved all ambiguities and adhered to the decrees of the General Ecumenical Council, maintaining full harmony with Cyril thereafter. Is it any wonder, then, that the judges, noticing Dioscorus's secret schemes and seeing the council divided into opposing factions for the Easterners, declared Theodoret orthodox, saying, "Let the orthodox remain in the council, and send the troublemakers out, send the murderers out," feared even more serious issues and, with frustration, spoke out, saying, "These popular acclamations neither suit the bishops nor help the parties. Will you allow the reading of all the documents?" What a surprise, I say, If the Egyptians, still refusing to stop their clamor from the beginning, prompted the judges with authority to order silence on everyone. They instructed Constantine to read the Acts of the robber synod of Ephesus. In these circumstances, who doesn't see that the judges would have acted less cautiously and more recklessly than wisely if they had decided to give Bishop Theodoret a place among the judges? First, from the entire reading of the Acts, it had to be determined whether Dioscorus had any legitimate reason for deposing or degrading Theodoret along with the other Orthodox bishops. In this matter, he certainly could not act as a judge according to all laws, but only as an accuser. So if Theodoret entered the council as a true bishop, even according to the judge's judgment, I do not see how it could be said that Leo's decree about restoring Theodoret to his seat and episcopal honor was not fulfilled, especially since he was later admitted to the synod's voting and full communion with all the most holy bishops. However, the difficulties detailed so far, derived from the opinions of other writers, would be of little help to the present case unless our discourse turns again to Canal. Not only does he deny Theodoret's appeal, but he also denies the judgment of the Apostolic See. Therefore, he mixed everything up to create a new history of events and presented many things that only seem to have the appearance of truth. I'm going to try to summarize everything as briefly as possible. First, it's important to note that St. Leo did not convene a council regarding Theodoret's case. This is evident from his letters to the highest pontiff. However, what exactly Pope Leo wrote is unknown. Second, it's claimed that Leo didn't hold any judgment on Theodoret's case. Instead, he remained united with him, without breaking communion, as can be inferred from Leo's letter 40, where he talks about the need for a general synod, or from letter 47, which suggests he considered all actions of the Council of Ephesus void and requested Emperor Theodosius to maintain the status quo until more priests from around the world could gather. Third, it was acceptable for Theodoret to stay in his position because the sentence against him by Dioscorus wasn't valid. The Pope received testimony from Anatolius, who was recently ordained, showing that Theodoret had already supported the encyclical letter to Flavian and not only condemned Nestorian and Eutychian doctrines, but also anathematized Nestorius and Eutychius themselves. For this reason, Quesnellus references testimony from St. Leo 482 in letter 68 to Pascasinus of Lilybaeum, chapter 5, stating, "Now for the first time we bring this to light." He concludes that, based on the report received and Theodoret's own letter, the Roman pontiff recognized him as free from heresy, allowing him to maintain communion and his church in ecclesiastical peace. He adds that this is the judgment of the Apostolic See mentioned in the letter we're discussing, which doesn't show that his position was restored by a judicial sentence of the pontiff but only that some suspicion of error was removed. Fourth, he asserts in section 5 that neither Anatolius of Constantinople, nor Maximus of Antioch, Theodoret's primate, nor other Eastern bishops ever broke communion with him. He insists that he cannot claim Leo's actions resolved the entire matter, as anyone familiar with the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon knows it was reconsidered by the Council Fathers. He repeats much of what he said before, using a lot of exaggeration to impress his views on the readers. He mentions protests, not just from a few, but from many bishops in Palestine, Egypt, and Illyricum, who argued that Theodoret should be expelled from the council. These bishops, seemingly out of indulgence and dispensation, agreed with Maximus of Antioch's testimony. Fifthly, he describes what happened in the 8th session of the Council of Chalcedon regarding Theodoret's case. After narrating the events according to his judgment, he tried hard to suppress anything he believed was against himself and his system. He concludes that Theodoret was reinstated solely because he anathematized both Nestorius and Eutychius, not only in writing but also vocally in front of the entire assembly. Based on the 5 points we noted and previous references, Quesnellus believed his opinion deserved full and undoubted belief. He was perhaps confident that no one would want to revisit and examine Theodoret's case and writings after him. Therefore, he focused on certain individuals, without naming them, who, by belittling and mocking the sacred authority of bishops gathered in an ecumenical council more so outside of a council, argue that it's solely the bishop's role to carry out papal mandates. He states this applies to the case at hand and all others, even though it rather praises the Apostolic See as the executor of ecumenical councils, a prerogative Pope Gelasius boasted of in letter 13. If everything the Parisian writer presented to support his system adhered to the truth, all the points we noted in this case would collapse. However, because these actions involve deception, the argument of our exercise is strengthened even further, especially considering, what could that inference have been? It's not derived from Leo's or other monuments suggesting a council was held by the Roman authority regarding Theodoret. So, was there no judgment to examine Theodoret's case? What kind of conclusion completely contradicts the words of the Holy Pontiff, from which the adversary began his dissertation? Blessed be our God, whose invincible truth has shown you to be free from every stain of heresy according to the judgment of the Apostolic See. Should we consider Leo a liar? Nor can the adversary rely on the letters of Leo he cited, written to Theodosius after the incident at Ephesus. In these letters, Leo requested that everything remain as it was before any judgment, until further notice, and therefore never breaking the bond of communion with Theodoret. Restoring things to their previous state until more priests from around the world could gather is not the same as issuing a definitive decree, but rather reserving the cases for future examination until a more thorough investigation is conducted. Therefore, it was not concluded in that way about Theodoret's faith and innocence. Just because the pontiff abolished the robber acts, he also decreed that the judgment of all matters was to be reserved for another time at assembly. Even if Theodoret and other deposed bishops were allowed to return to their positions after these acts were abolished, it was still unclear whether they had been deposed justly or unjustly, or if they were permitted to retain their seats by right or by dispensation and indulgence. This needed to be investigated through a new inquiry and demonstrated by a new decree, meanwhile keeping their case, as they say, in reserve until a definitive sentence. The third point brought forward is too unstable if we consider what we've described in the preceding chapters. Anatolius's testimony couldn't defend Theodoret's case before Pope Leo. His faith, ordination, and close ties with Dioscorus and the Eutychian faction raised enough suspicion in Leo's mind that, despite pleas from Emperor Theodosius and Empress Pulcheria, Leo was unwilling to communicate with Anatolius's ordainers. This situation persisted until Abundius of Como was sent with 3 other apostolic delegates. After a public assembly, Anatolius was required to formally declare his faith, denounce Nestorius and Eutychius, and sign the letter to Flavian. If Anatolius hadn't complied with these instructions, he wouldn't have been recognized by Leo and the Orthodox as a legitimate bishop. But let Quesnellus explain where he got the idea that Anatolius could or did testify about Theodoret's faith. We know Leo received positive testimony regarding Theodoret's faith and purity and his willingness to sign the papal letter to Flavian to combat heresies. However, all this information reached Leo either through Abundius's report while he was still in Constantinople, who, as we noted, learned that Theodoret, along with bishops Ebas and Aquilinus, had sincerely provided testimonies of their faith. Moreover, Saint Leo was well informed about the faith, character, and conduct of Theodoret and other Easterners through continuous correspondence with the clergy and abbots of Constantinople who supported Flavian, with Julian of Kos, with Empress Pulcheria, and other Orthodox individuals traveling to and from Rome and the East. Lastly, Eusebius of Dorylaeum came to Rome after the Ephesian disaster to defend his and other Catholics' cause before Leo. So the decision from the Apostolic See in the case we're discussing didn't entirely sever communion with him, nor did Anatolius, who was recently ordained, receive a testimony of faith. These actions would have provided little or no benefit to Theodoret, allowing the Holy Pontiff to truthfully state that the Bishop of Cyrus was declared free from any heresy by the Apostolic See. As for whether Anatolius broke communion with Theodoret, I won't claim to know. However, I find it hard to understand how he could have continued in communion with Anatolius, or how Anatolius could have maintained the bond, when he was promoted to the throne of Constantinople after Flavian's death, due to his services for Dioscorus, Chrysaphius, Eustathius, the Bishop of Berytus, and others in the Eutychian faction. Could he have supported the causes of the heretics and still maintained communion with Theodoret of Cyrus, who was fighting for the faith and was greatly opposed by that faction? Indeed, the more he faced attacks from them, the more he aligned with Flavian, the Apostolic See, and its legates. Unless Quesnellus presents new documents that tell a different story, wise readers won't trust him at all. He certainly can't be trusted based on what he reported from the 8th session of the Council of Chalcedon. So, what of it? Many bishops unjustly accused Theodoret of being tainted with Nestorianism, forcing him to anathematize Nestorius and accept the faith defined by the Council of Chalcedon. After he protested that he had already subscribed to the faith definition and St. Leo's letter, and with all doubts cleared, he had obtained a decree from the Apostolic See surreptitiously, a solemn sentence was finally pronounced. The most glorious judges said, "All doubt about Theodoret is now resolved." So, it is now up to your reverence to make a decision, ensuring he is restored to his church, just as the most holy Archbishop Leo determined. Consequently, the opponents stopped their disturbances and shouting. In fact, all the bishops of that great council exclaimed, "Theodoret is worthy of the church's seat. Let the church welcome its pastor. Let the church embrace the orthodox teacher. Many years to Archbishop Leo after God, or with God, Leo has judged." This is what anyone can accurately gather from the sequence of that 8th action, without any deception whatsoever. The decree issued by Pascasinus, Lucentius the bishops, Boniface the priest, and Julian the bishop of Co, who were legates of the Apostolic See, and its representatives, clearly addresses this, which we faithfully choose to transcribe here, so that what was omitted by Quesnel, whether unknowingly or deliberately, may be revealed. The most holy and venerable Bishop Theodoret was accepted into communion a long time ago by the most holy and blessed bishop of the entire Church in the city of Rome, Leo, as shown by his letters to our humility. They added these additional points. If, therefore, he professes the Catholic faith as promised, and declares his subscription in his own document according to the aforementioned blessed bishop, and furthermore, shows to our humility in another given document, that he has anathematized both Nestorius and Eutychius, not only in writing but also verbally in front of the entire assembly, then this most holy and venerable council, and indeed our humility, has decided that his church should be restored to him. Who then cannot see that the whole dispute was about whether Theodoret obtained the decree of restoration and integrity of faith from the Apostolic See through deceit and trickery? They did not question the judgment and authority of the Roman pontiff, nor did they influence his decision. Through Theodoret's solemn confession spoken aloud, they wanted to ensure he genuinely declared anathema against Nestorius, just as he had already testified in his written petition to the Roman pontiff. This approach did not harm the authority of the Roman See, which had long accepted Theodoret into communion and deemed him worthy of maintaining his position, as the Fathers of Chalcedon affirmed. Nor does it diminish the dignity of bishops united in councils, as long as they align with the head in their judgments both within and outside of councils. Therefore, Quesnel's complaint seemed unreasonable to me, as he suggests that the authority of bishops is lessened if they are ordered to execute the mandates of the Apostolic See. How can it be seen as a depreciation of the episcopal rank if each pastor of all the churches around the world adheres to the supreme pontiff, the head of the entire community of the faithful, in matters of faith, morals, and discipline? The bond of ecclesiastical society is that bishops, with unwavering assent, honor all judgments of the Apostolic See. They submit themselves with the subjection we know to be maintained between the members and the head, which Christ also established with a wondrous gentleness to achieve perfect unity of the mystical body, so that through the head alone, the gifts of his beneficence might be easily distributed to all the members. Therefore, the Holy Pontiff, in a letter to Theodoret, established a distinction between the conduct proper to the Roman See and the authority of bishops united in ecumenical synods, writing to our intent. Hence we glory in the Lord, singing with the prophet, "Our help is in the name of the Lord, who made heaven and earth, who allowed us to suffer no harm among our brothers." What our ministry had previously determined was firmly confirmed by the unanimous agreement of the entire brotherhood. This truly shows that what was initially formed by the primary authority was accepted by the judgment of the whole Christian world, ensuring that the members are in agreement with the head. Moreover, it's clear that Leo took a different approach for himself compared to the bishops who gathered at the synod. He claimed the role of defining, while the bishops had the duty to give their agreement. Does not St. Leo distinguish between the judgment formed by the primary authority and the judgment said to be accepted by the whole Christian world? It cannot be denied. Therefore, if the divine institution's method and order are such that in serious matters of faith and morals, the Church uses the ministry of the Roman See for definitions and judgments, then the judgment first formed by the primary authority is solemnly accepted by the whole Christian world with unwavering agreement. It follows that the execution of the decrees of the Apostolic See is entrusted to the bishops gathered in an ecumenical synod, as seen in the Acts of the Councils of Ephesus and Chalcedon. This becomes clearer with what follows, which shows that a serious crime was attributed to Dioscorus, who refused to execute the mandates of St. Leo at the second synod gathered at Ephesus, turning the synod into a robbery. But Leo himself indeed became his own interpreter in this matter. Speaking of the agreement of the bishops expressed in the Acts of the Councils in the same chapter of that letter, he asserts that it is obtained from the Apostolic See neither through flattery nor through deception. To dispel such suspicions, and even if some were incited by the author of dissension to doubt the judgments of the Apostolic See, it was allowed, God willing, that a greater good might be achieved. He mentions that the agreement shouldn't seem like mere flattery towards the position appointed by the Lord to lead others, nor should any other negative suspicions arise. Initially, some questioned our judgments, while some, driven by discord, jumped into conflicts. Through the guidance of the author of goodness, this turmoil led to a greater outcome. I'm aware that Quesnel either removed certain readings from the text of this letter from older editions, added new ones with the help, he claims, of his manuscripts, or included various notes at the end of the second volume at his discretion to sway readers towards his own views. Oh, if only those who try to introduce new judgments in the Church, undermining the apostolic authority, would examine the start of this letter by removing biased interpretations, they might understand the distinction St. Leo made between canonical judgment and consent, and between the rights of the primary seat and those concerning bishops and synods. They wouldn't have raised so many serious and erroneous questions akin to schism, where they attempt to extend bishops' authority beyond limits and confine the Roman pontiff's jurisdiction too narrowly. However, the adversaries' efforts actually benefit the truth more than they harm it, because, as Leo said, the truth shines brighter and more strongly, and what faith had previously taught, this later examination affirmed. Ultimately, the authority of the episcopal order isn't diminished but shines brighter when the highest authority is preserved, ensuring that the freedom of the lower isn't perceived as reduced. The purpose of examination leads to the greater glory of God when it confidently overcomes adversity, so that what is proven flawed doesn't seem suppressed by silence. From these expressions, we clearly understand how the rights of both the Roman pontiffs and bishops are upheld in councils, each exercising the authority and jurisdiction appropriate to them. For matters of faith, with the principles of the Apostles' Creed, the Roman pontiffs make their judgments with the special inspiration of the Holy Spirit to counter heresies. But when divisive individuals try to overturn the pure teachings of Christ and aim to completely abolish the genuine doctrines from the apostles, the Roman pontiffs, with great diligence, present their definitions to the bishops gathered in councils to ensure the necessary agreement. This agreement should not be given without examination, especially when dealing with people of damaged faith who stubbornly cling to harmful errors and refuse to submit to those decrees, which, in addition to the sentence of anathema, also carry penalties like deposition, degradation, and exile. Therefore, let Cannell explain, please, in what sense or for what reason he believes the authority of the bishops is diminished when, according to Leo, it is granted to the bishops themselves to confirm the truth of faith through their examination and agreement, and at the same time act so that the merit of the priestly office shines, with the authority of the supreme pontificate preserved, to which they adhere. Their freedom is not diminished but rather increased through unanimity and harmony of spirit. Therefore, for the greater glory of God, the examination undertaken with confidence to overcome adversity is beneficial, lest what is considered reprehensible in itself appears to be suppressed by the prejudice of silence. Thus, it seemed to me that Cannell labored in vain in his dissertation on Theodoret, proposing various questions that have little to do with the goal he set for himself, since anyone could have easily solved these from the words of Leo and his method of action. When irrationally referencing the testimony of Pope Gelasius, he should have at least presented it in full, allowing the reader to easily understand the context in which the Pope spoke. Gelasius affirmed nothing that contradicts our previous statements. In fact, if we consider his words closely, the Quesnelian system will completely fall apart. In earlier discussions, we noted that the Pope wrote to the bishops of Dardania, intending to demonstrate that Acacius was rightly condemned by the judgment of the Apostolic See alone. At the beginning of his letter, he criticizes those who believed Acacius was unjustly condemned because it seemed he wasn't deposed by a specific synod. By citing examples of heretics known to be tainted by heretical corruption and condemned in synods, he shows that the Roman See could condemn or absolve them even without synods. It is her role to provide strength and authority to synods. This same pope asserts that anyone familiar with the ancient tradition of the Fathers cannot be ignorant of the fact that the decision of each synod, approved by the universal Church, should be carried out by no other see than the first, which confirms each synod with her authority and continues to guard it with moderation, due to her preeminence. This preeminence, which the blessed Apostle Peter received by the voice of the Lord, is what the Church has always followed, held, and continues to retain. Quesnella sought to suppress or at least conceal the closing words of this text, enclosed in brackets. If these words are compared with the preceding ones, it becomes clear that nothing in this testimony contradicts the previous statements. What did Gelasius say was appropriate for bishops gathered in synods, or for the Roman pontiffs confirming or invalidating the decrees of councils? The bishops agree to the statutes and rules proposed in synods, giving their consent and signing them in writing. These statutes gain authority as the Apostolic See confirms each synod's decisions and supports them with continued oversight. It is primarily the responsibility of this see to ensure these confirmed statutes are enforced, ordering that they are neither neglected nor violated in church affairs. As Gelasius clearly states, this duty belongs to the see by virtue of the leadership granted to the Apostle Peter by the Lord. The Church has always upheld this understanding, as seen not only in the objections raised by Cannell but throughout the entire context of the letter. We refer to this in relation to the canons of Sardica. Additionally, Cannell accumulated various arguments to challenge his opponents, which should instead be related to the acts of the entire Council of Chalcedon. We will address this according to the chronological order of events. Among these matters, one question remains about Theodoret, whether Leo confirmed Theodoret's restoration, which was accepted by the Pope after the Council of Chalcedon. This also pertains to other judgments of the council concerning bishops' private cases, which some writers, including Cannell, have denied. It should be noted that the scholar from Paris wrote that Theodoret's restoration should be attributed to the synod, rather than to Leo. The Roman pontiff later consented to the synod's judgment, as seen in other letters and particularly in one sent to Theodoret after the synod concluded. Cannell thus concluded that Theodoret's restoration was entirely due to the synod, with Leo merely preceding this decision. To make this easier to understand, he refers back to the testimony of Saint Leo, who was praised earlier, from which he began his discussion. As usual, he completely ignored anything he believed opposed his views. However, the words of the Holy Pope that follow reveal his deceit. After congratulating Theodoret for defending the universal church, as he had proven and continued to prove, he immediately adds, "For we recognize the great care of the most blessed Peter for all of us, as God dissolves the deceits of all slanderers." After he affirmed the judgment of his seat in the definition of faith, he allowed nothing reprehensible to appear regarding any of you who struggled with us for the Catholic faith. For with the Holy Spirit judging, no one among those whose faith had already triumphed could fail to emerge victorious. Therefore, let Cannell pay attention to these praised words, understand their force and weight, and from there conjecture whether the restoration of Theodoret should be attributed to the synod or the pope. Indeed, the definition of the Catholic faith is attributed to the care of the most blessed Peter the Apostle, who affirmed the judgment of his seat in the definition of faith and allowed nothing reprehensible to appear regarding those who worked with the same supreme pontiff for the Catholic faith. Thus, Leo adjudicated both rights to the Apostolic See in dissolving the deceits of slanderers. One is the judgment and definition of matters of faith, the other is the freedom of Orthodox bishops who were redeemed from the previous oppressions of the factious. If only I were given enough time now to go through, annotate, and, if necessary, refute the other points that Cannell compiled there. But since, as we have already said, they pertain more to the history of the Council of Chalcedon than to the case of Theodoret, Bishop of Cyrrhus, we will refrain from taxing the patience of our kind reader and proceed to examine another case of Lord Antioch.
Chapter 6.
The Chalcedonian decision concerning Domnus of Antioch is genuine. Rusticus the deacon translated it from Greek into Latin, along with the other acts. Quesnellus unjustly denied this, but his arguments have already been proven false and very weak. They were also thoroughly refuted by the learned and distinguished Stephanus Belugius with remarkable scholarship. In this discussion, we often had to follow his insights. Among Quesnellus' dissertations, we found one ranked 9th, in which the author examined the case of the former bishop of Antioch, Domnus. He discussed Domnus' condemnation, the ordination of his successor Maximus, and aimed to illustrate various letters of St. Leo and the acts of the Council of Chalcedon. The author believed he could demonstrate that the action regarding Domnus included in these acts was fabricated. However, this claim was unjustified. All the points he gathered to support his argument either fall apart as weak or are entirely irrelevant to the matter at hand, as the sequence of events clearly shows. He begins the dissertation by exploring why Maximus' ordination was confirmed and Domnus' deposition was not overturned. He notes that almost all Catholic writers addressing this issue point out that Maximus, even though elected by questionable people, consecrated by the Bishop of Constantinople against canonical rule, and placed over Domnus while he was still alive, was nonetheless accepted by the synod because he had been confirmed in his episcopate by St. Leo. The deposition of Domnus and other bishops during the Ephesian robbery was done with utmost wickedness. However, only Domnus, unlike others who were reinstated, was not restored to his position, which presents a greater challenge in this matter. The actions taken during the Ephesian robbery were overturned by the Westerners before the Council of Chalcedon. Pope Leo insisted that everything should remain as it was before the unfortunate synod, until it could be reformed through an ecumenical synod. As a result, the removal of Domnus and the appointment of Maximus were nullified, allowing Domnus to regain his position. Baronius suggests that St. Leo, after understanding the situation, realized that Domnus was justly condemned. He shares the theory of those who believe that Domnus willingly agreed to his own deposition, drawn by the appeal of a solitary life, which he had once experienced under Euthymius the abbot. In the year 489, when he considered leaving this life, against the advice of the Holy Father, to assist his uncle John, who was straying from the Catholic faith, he heard these prophetic words. If you try to leave the Laura, neglecting these and content with tolerance, you will indeed obtain the administration that your uncle holds, but evil men and deceivers will take it away from you again, having first deceived you through ignorance. He recounts these and similar stories from Cyril the monk about the actions of Euthymius. Thirdly, Quesnellus concludes that those who believe Leo's authority acted to keep Maximus in the Antioch position, despite the unfavorable circumstances, and forced Domnus to relinquish his role, argue that this is evident from the Acts of Chalcedon. In the proceedings regarding Domnus of Antioch, it is clearly stated that Maximus was confirmed by Leo's authority. Quesnellus eventually included this entire matter in his dissertation to investigate the truth of ecclesiastical history, allowing the reader to more easily form their judgment. After presenting such a detailed and extensive set of questions and statements, Quesnellus admitted that the recorded action regarding Lord Antioch, included in the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, was not fabricated but genuinely desired with all his heart. For if this were the case, he said, we would have testimony of the supreme authority of the Roman Pope, both in synods and over Eastern bishops, particularly those of major and primary sees. Indeed, how powerful it would be if the consecration of the Bishop of Antioch, and consequently of Alexandria and other bishops, rested with the Roman bishop, or at least required his confirmation, as argued by Cardinal Bellarmine and his apologist Jacob Gretzer. What a privilege it would be if, when several bishops were deposed by a disastrous synod through force and crime, their condemnation and deposition would only be valid when ordered by the Roman Pope, with the sole replacement of another bishop in their place having validity only if confirmed by him. How clearly his supreme power over synods would shine, where the acts derive strength from his endorsement, and are null and void if he wishes them to be so. However, as it is the duty of a learned and wise theologian to defend the true and genuine privileges of the primary see with all their heart and based on solid and genuine proofs against innovators, it would be insincere and ungenerous to expand these privileges beyond prescribed limits, or to support them with uncertain, weak, and false aids and supports. He concludes finally, for truth does not need lies, rather, from association with falsehood, even the most well-attested truth tends to be called into suspicion of falsehood. Yet, who persuades themselves that Quesnellus made that sincere protestation with all his strength? Indeed, if he had sincerely wished from his heart that the action concerning Lord Antioch was not fabricated but genuine, he would have recanted, renounced his 9th dissertation written for this cause, and burned it in flames. Indeed, while he was still alive, the distinguished Stephen Ballouz, with great dedication and effort, gathered new information from scholars interested in ancient literature. His work was so thorough that Quesnel himself could have realized, without any doubt, that he was misled in his studies and that the action we are discussing could not be considered fictitious. Therefore, Ballouz, both for the benefit of literary study and for the growth and well-being of church history, addressed and resolved each and every one of Quesnel's arguments in his new collection of counsels, dispelling any suspicions of falsehood that readers might have absorbed. First, Quesnel builds his argument from Greek manuscripts of the Council of Chalcedon, where such an action is missing. He claims this is a significant indication of a forgery by some Latin impostor. If it truly happened in the council, he argues, it would have been in Greek and included in the Greek acts of this synod with other actions. Why this one would have been separated from the rest of the Greek body is not clear at all. But who wouldn't find this first conjecture of Quesnel to be quite misleading? Could it be that Quesnel suspects the action was forged by a Latin impostor, because it doesn't appear in the surviving Greek manuscripts, rather than considering the possibility that the Greeks sought to abolish it and separate it from the rest to more easily contend with the Roman bishop over primacy? Didn't the Easterners in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and following centuries seek to claim for themselves the honors and privileges of primacy because the Antiochene Church was originally founded by St. Peter? Didn't the Acephali and Eutychians, immediately after the Council of Chalcedon, do everything in their power to abolish that same synod? When they could never achieve it, they at least wanted to erase the memory that the Eastern bishops, those of Antioch and Alexandria, were considered canonically elected only with the consent and confirmation of the Roman pontiff. Quesnellus should have considered this, especially since, in Antioch, after the Catholic bishops Maximus and Basil, several bishops heretical, schismatic, and quite wicked held the position. We could list these from the acts of subsequent councils if we were discussing with someone not at all versed in ecclesiastical history. Meanwhile, setting aside those concerning Peter Fullo, Severus, Macarius the Monotelate, and other men of disreputable sects who might have tried to completely suppress that act from ancient Greek texts, lest a certain undeniable monument of faith exist about the full power of the Roman pontiff, at least in confirming the elections and consecrations of Eastern patriarchs, let us see whether the preceding argument holds or falls. Surely, to weaken it based on Quesnelian suspicions alone, our opponent should have presented us with some Greek original of those same Chalcedonian acts, and found support for his conjectures, which neither he nor anyone else among the Greeks has been able to do so far. Therefore, we now proceed to refute another argument of Quesnellus. Secondly, he argues that such an action emerged from a single manuscript, which was commended by no authority or antiquity, since it was only paper and said to be received from 2 unknown German scholars. Those devoted to ancient matters owe much to the illustrious Stephanus Belucius, for he thought it wise and prudent to act in refuting this difficulty of our adversary, so as not to introduce fables into his collection of counsels. So, Quesnel, unsure of whom to trust, hesitated and began to examine the Latin versions of the Council of Chalcedon himself. He then asked his friends if there were any handwritten copies in libraries outside of France that included the document about Domnus. Among those supporting his search was the renowned and distinguished Cardinal Jerome Cassonate, who was well versed in ancient matters. His memory endures due to his significant contributions to the literary world. After being consulted by Baluz, he ordered many manuscripts in the Vatican Library, which he managed to be examined by very skilled individuals. When the document we are discussing was discovered, it not only cleared the German scholars whom Quesnel suspected of deception and ignorance, but also demonstrated with many arguments that Quesnel himself had made a serious mistake. Most importantly, the document was found in Greek in the Patricia 491 Julia manuscript, mentioned by Rusticus, even though it was missing in other manuscripts he reviewed. Rusticus himself, after the sixth session of the Council of Chalcedon, included a note that the Boherian manuscript displays, end of session 6 start of session 7 on Domnus of Antioch, former patriarch, translated from Greek to Latin. Over time, another note was added to Rusticus's original. Other manuscripts show it at the end of the 10th session. Therefore, Quesnel should have noticed two things, one concerning the manuscripts. It's crafted from parchment instead of paper, and it dates back to antiquity, as if translated from Greek into Latin. So, it was not right for him to claim that the Greek collection of the Acts of the Chalcedonians could never have been separated from the rest, since the oldest interpreters of that synod stated they found it placed in the 7th position. Another point is that this action didn't originate from a single manuscript, which was backed by neither authority nor antiquity, as it was only made of paper and reportedly came from two unknown German scholars. What stops any paper copy of ancient monuments from being transcribed from older originals? In fact, there are countless manuscript copies, even in more recent handwriting, which were transcribed from the oldest parchments, as anyone with sharp eyesight can see. Therefore, it was necessary for him, before drawing conclusions, to investigate more thoroughly whether older copies of this action written on parchment could be found in libraries and archives. He should have at least placed some trust in the respected Baronius, who wrote, "This very action is placed in the 9th action under the same day in an old Latin Vatican manuscript, which is said to have belonged to Proculus and Albinus, specifically, under the 6th day before the calends of November." The significance of this manuscript was such that, when trying to refute the argument taken from the Constitution of Emperor Justinian, given to John the Supreme Pontiff, which states, "The Holy Synod of Chalcedon condemned Domnus of Antioch, made bishop after death, who dared to suggest silence about the 12 chapters of Cyril." When Baronius wanted to counter this argument, he claimed that Emperor Justinian was unaware of this action. This statement by Baronius, along with our earlier conjectures, strongly suggests that the Oriental Acephali and Eutychians did everything they could to destroy this Greek action we are discussing. By divine providence, which has always guided the Church, it was intended that in the oldest Latin copies, this action would be preserved. Cardinal Cassonata shared 3 particularly notable manuscripts from the Vatican Library with Belusius. These manuscripts included various readings noted by skilled scholars. Among them is one very old manuscript, judged by experts to be at least 1,000 years old. To ensure Cardinal Cassonata received due credit, Belusius decided to publish the words of this letter. The action concerning Lord Antioch is presented in the ancient Vatican manuscript number 1322, written in capital letters from the Second Age. It appears to be at least 1,000 years old and was originally corroded and incomplete but supplemented by hand over 800 years ago. Various readings in the margin were taken from 2 other manuscripts, 1321 and 1323, from the same Vatican library. There is no doubt that these manuscripts are not on paper but written on parchment. In addition to these 3 praised copies, other manuscripts were found more recently in the Vatican archives. As Cassonata writes, 2 other Vatican manuscripts, numbers 5405 and 4166, 492, are very recent and contain nothing noteworthy. Other manuscripts should not have been hidden from Quesnellum, used by previous editors, namely the Corby and Dijon manuscripts. Although they do not match each other in the order of actions, they do include the action of the Lord. This ensured he did not rely solely on one paper manuscript, which shows no antiquity. In the Bohir manuscript, this action is placed at the beginning of the 7th action. In Crabbe's edition, it is added to the same 7th action with this preface to the reader, found in the parchment manuscript of the Fathers of Julia, transcribed from an old paper manuscript, and said to be by Proculus and Albinus, German scholars. However, the diversity of order doesn't give us any reason to dismiss this as false. In fact, Crabbe, in the 10th edition of that council's proceedings, included these words: "At Constantinople on March 27, in the 13th indiction, on Friday, it should be referred to Rusticus, a deacon of the Holy Roman Church," which Crabbe claimed for the same interpreter with the help of the Boherian Codex. These had long caused significant trouble for the readers, and Roman and other editors believed they should be corrected. Now, let's examine why. In some manuscript codices, the action concerning the Lord of Antioch is sometimes placed immediately after the 6th action and at the start of the 7th, before the assembly of Juvenal of Jerusalem and Maximus, the successor of the Lord. However, in others, it is postponed to the 9th or 10th action, as it currently appears in Labbé's collection of councils. It's believed that these discrepancies arise from the discretion and carelessness of the notaries. To avoid seeming like he was guessing, he wisely noted that when bishops attended synods, they would bring their notaries along, who recorded the synodal proceedings in shorthand. After the synod concluded, each would take a copy of the acts back to their homeland. This practice is first supported by Henry Valesius's observations on Evagrius. We further confirm it from the letters of St. Leo the Great, who, when sending delegates to the Second Ephesian Synod, included Dulcitius the notary, whose reliability he fully trusted, with his delegates, namely Julius, Renatus, and Hilarius, as he attested both in Letter 24 to Flavianus and in Letter 29 to the same Ephesian Synod. But Bellusius, having overlooked this observation, reported another drawn from the Synod of Chalcedon, which he enriched with scholarly notes. In the first action, when part of the acts of the Ephesian robbery was recited and some bishops claimed these were false, Theodosius, bishop of Claudiopolis, said of Dioscorus, "Let him bring his notaries," and by dismissing all other notaries, he had his own right. When the judges and the Senate asked who had written the records of the proceedings, Dioscorus replied, "Each person wrote through their own notaries, mine through mine, Bishop Juvenal through his, and Bishop Thalassius through his." There were also many notaries from other bishops recording, "If there's no letter from my notaries, it's because everyone has their own." From this, Bellusius concludes that when the records were published, each person arranged them according to their own understanding and preference. This led to the beginning of cases being reported in different sessions, for example, Ebes's case in the 6th session, others in the 7th, 9th, and so on. In explaining these things, we have diverged from the order Quesnellus maintained to show that Domnus's actions are entirely spurious and ineffective, since he was not unaware that it was found in the Boherian Codex mentioned earlier, or judged to be 493 after the 6th action, as if translated from Greek to Latin. He chose to accuse Deacon Rusticus of bad faith as a schismatic, struck by Vigilius's anathema, rather than convince himself that the fathers of Chalcedon were the genuine authors. What? He falsely believed the interpretation of this action could be attributed to Rusticus, since he only attached his name to the first action in this way. From the manuscript Codex Boherianus, the first inquiry of the Council of Chalcedon ends, correcting and comparing the manuscripts from the day before December 13th, that is, December 4th, indiction 13, 15 days before the calends of April, Rusticus, by the grace of God deacon of the Holy Roman Church, compared, annotated, and distinguished. Thanks be to God. Furthermore, he adds what is found in Peter Crabbe's edition of the Order of Minors, end of the first inquiry of the Council of Chalcedon, completed and corrected in the year of our Lord 417, corrected in the margin to 454 or 457, Labius notes all badly, on Wednesday, indiction 13, 12 days before the calends of April, Rusticus, by the grace of God deacon of the Holy Roman Church, compared, annotated, and distinguished. Thank God. Similarly, Quesnellus finally concludes that the Roman edition is almost the same, with just a few variations. Therefore, he believes that nothing certain can be established from notes that don't agree. Thus, the mention of the Boherian manuscript isn't by just one Rusticus, but by several annotators. He gathers various pieces of information to convince readers that Rusticus reviewed the Council of Chalcedon with the Archimedes manuscript, which previous correctors had already compared and corrected. He also added his own observations, as they did, but they reviewed the remaining actions, and he doesn't seem to have gone beyond the first. He mentions that the years given by the earlier note cannot relate to Rusticus's lifetime, making that note suspect due to this handwritten word. The word, he says, was entirely unnecessary before God granted humans the art of printing manuscripts. He adds, even if we assume that all the actions of Chalcedon were reviewed and corrected by Rusticus, a deacon of the Holy Roman Church, it is clear that the action we are discussing wasn't discovered by him. Thus, Quesnellus exaggerated these and similar conjectures in the 5th and 6th paragraphs of his dissertation, with his usual diligence, but ultimately in vain. For as noted by Stephanus Bellucius, he didn't determine the time of the addition made by Rusticus. Elsewhere, Pascasius Quesnellus, greatly troubled by inconsistency, denied what he should have affirmed both in the notes to the 24th letter of St. Leo and in the case of Theodoret. Regarding the time of the addition, Bellucius notes that Rusticus came to Constantinople in the year 547, with his uncle, the Roman pontiff, from whom he later defected at the start of 549. He was deposed from his rank and ministry the following year. Before his deposition, he began the correction of the Acts of the Synod of Chalcedon on the 10th day before the calends of March in 519, and completed it the following year on the 3rd day before the calends of April, dedicating a little over a year to this work. It's unclear whether this was done in Constantinople or at Chalcedon. I believe it was Chalcedon because of the erroneous notes at the end of the first session, from which I seem to have discovered the ancient and true reading, as I mentioned there. However, this idea is challenged by the mention of the Echomedes Codex, which, as everyone knows, was in Constantinople. To clarify, Rusticus wasn't referring to the Codex of the Constantinopolitan Echomedes, but rather to those under the Bishop of Chalcedon, whose leader John signed the monk's petition presented to Manus the Patriarch and the entire synod during the 5th session of the Constantinopolitan Synod under Manus. To ensure there's no doubt about this, we decided to consult the place praised by Bellucius, 494, and indeed found the name of the leader John, as we note at the end. The question remains whether Deacon Rusticus corrected sessions beyond the first one at Chalcedon. Cannell argues that the records mention no corrections by Rusticus except in the first session. He adds that this shouldn't be taken as certain. Bellucius writes accurately, acknowledging in letter 24 of St. Leo, written to Flavian, Bishop of Constantinople, and read in the second session of the Council of Chalcedon, that this session was also corrected by Deacon Rusticus. In his dissertation on the case of Theodoret, he similarly acknowledges that he carefully reviewed the acts of the Council of Chalcedon against the Echomedes monasteries' codices. I would also like to add the words at the end of the 5th session in Rusticus's codices, referring to him who compared the previous sessions with the ancient codices, that is, Rusticus, who is the only one mentioned in the codices corrected in ancient times. The esteemed man suspects that the Achaemensian Codex, which Rusticus began to examine, was initially corrected in the East by men older than Rusticus, who added their attestations to it. It was later brought to the West and copied by many, so the corrections found in the margins aren't just by Rusticus, but by various annotators. This is merely speculation, if I may say so, and not based on solid reasoning. We clearly find notes in the remaining actions that indicate there is one consistent annotator and interpreter. It doesn't matter that the action we discuss is missing in Greek. Many ancient Greek writings now exist only in Latin and are still considered valid, as shown by examples provided by the esteemed Stephen Bellucius. These examples were collected from the Acts of the Council of Ephesus and the Council of Chalcedon, where the action concerning Dominus was held. Finally, Rusticus confirms that this action was translated from Greek, and it is at least somewhat indicated that it survived in his time. With ease, Bellucius also criticizes Cannell for lazily misinterpreting Rusticus's annotation, which stated, "Action about Dominus of Antioch," which I found transcribed in the parchment codex of Patricia Julia from an old paper codex, which she claimed belonged to Proculus and Albinus, scholars of the Germans. Thus it's understood that this action was copied not from a new codex, but from an older one from Rusticus's time, which belonged to the brothers Proculus and Albinus, who were very eloquent. However, the fact that it didn't originate from a single paper codex is proven by the copies used by Crabbe, Baronius, and Jerome Cassinate, as indicated by the manuscripts of Corby, Dijon. Therefore, considering the age and the agreement of the codices, it's puzzling why Cannell tried so hard to undermine and completely erase the authority of this action. Moreover, it is argued that Facundus of Hermian, a bishop in Africa, was not aware of this action when he wrote his work in defense of the 3 chapters. In fact, Facundus refers to Dominus as one of the Holy Fathers and venerable doctors of the Church, alongside figures like John Chrysostom and Gregory Nazianzen, as mentioned in Book 2, Chapter 1. Bellucius is more displeased with Quesnellus for casting doubt on Rusticus' faith, suggesting it was false. The Universal Church indeed owes much to Rusticus for his excellent work in translating the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon into Latin. The accusation is unjust, as it implies that Rusticus fabricated this action to show that Dominus was not condemned after death. Some in Rusticus' time falsely believed this, as Bellucius explained when he immediately began refuting other arguments by Quesnellus in 495. One of these arguments is that we also cited from Emperor Justinian and the bishops of the Fifth Council, as well as from Baronius. But Belusius claims that such an argument falters and collapses entirely due to historical inaccuracies found throughout the constitutions of Emperor Justinian and other falsehoods included in the Acts of the Fifth Council. While these errors should not have escaped Quesnellus' attention, Belusius did not want to waste time proving them, especially since nothing regarding the death or condemnation of Domnus appears in the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, which anyone relying on the testimonies of Justinian and the Fifth Council should carefully investigate. Indeed, Quesnellus argues that Domnus had already passed away by the time the Council of Chalcedon was held, based on the testimony of the deacon Liberatus and other ancient sayings, although these interpretations are quite strained. The deacon Liberatus first recounts how Bishop Dioscorus of Alexandria, at the robber council of Ephesus, deposed Bishop Ebas of Edessa, Theodoret of Cyrrhus, Eusebius of Dorylaeum, Flavian of Constantinople, and other Orthodox leaders. This was done with the agreement of Domnus of Antioch, whose authority Dioscorus misused. After all these depositions, he also removed Domnus of Antioch, who, after the Orthodox leaders were deposed, had joined Dioscorus in their deposition and in absolving Eutychius. However, Domnus himself was deposed due to the deceit of Dioscorus. After agreeing with Dioscorus on everything, Domnus, with letters that had been sent from Antioch to Dioscorus criticizing the 12 chapters of Cyril, condemned someone who was ill and absent on that day. Nicephorus, however, provides another reason for Domnus's deposition. Domnus, successor to John of Antioch, annotated these matters. But when he was restored to power, he retracted his concessions, opposed Dioscorus and the leading figures from the imperial court, protested against the decrees as contrary to ecclesiastical sanctions, labeled the synod as unholy, and ultimately demanded the return of his subscription. Consequently, the synod stripped him of his priestly dignity. Quesnellus adds that these two accounts can easily align if you accept that Nicephorus presented the true reason why Dioscorus sought to depose Domnus. He claims that the text of Liberatus was corrupted through the negligence and errors of scribes or printers and should be corrected according to Augustine's views by changing remaining to resisting or rather returning from the deposition of the Orthodox. He praises a similar passage by Augustine in On Baptism against the Donatists, Book 2, those whom we desire to return to the peace and unity of the Holy Church, and another from letter 172 to Crispinus, unless they had returned to your communion. However, Belus does not approve of Quesnellus's paraphrase and explains the difficult passage to the best of his ability with the help of learned men. The true meaning of Liberatus's words seems to be this: Dioscorus deposed Orthodox bishops at the robber council of Ephesus. Although Domnus was Orthodox, he wasn't deposed because he had already agreed to the deposition of the Orthodox and the absolution of Eutychius. However, he was later condemned after others because he had written a letter to Dioscorus against Cyril's 12 chapters, despite initially not being deposed by the council due to his public regret for consenting to the deposition of the Orthodox. Belusius neither supports nor disproves Quesnel's other theory, which he tries to deduce from Liberatus's testimony. This theory suggests that Domnus, being sick and absent, was condemned and didn't survive long after his deposition, not living to see the Council of Chalcedon. Belusius notes that this theory could have been supported by Eutychius's account, which claims Domnus died the year after that Ephesian council. However, Belusius refrains from using this source, likely because the author is rife with historical and chronological inaccuracies, making any certainty about Domnus's life and death elusive. Yet, Liberatus contradicts himself when he describes the death of Flavian and the ordination of Anatolius in his place. He mentions that Maximus was ordained in place of Domnus without saying Domnus had died. In fact, the following statement suggests Domnus was still regarded as alive. After detailing Flavian's death and Anatolius's ordination, Liberatus talks about the ordinations of Maximus in place of Domnus, Nonius in place of Ebas, and Athanasius in place of Sabinianus, without mentioning any deaths. Since Ebas and Sabininus were not deceased before the Council of Chalcedon, as they attended the synod, it shouldn't be inferred that Domnus was dead before this council simply because he was ill at the time of the Ephesian council. An equally negative argument comes from the silence of Liberatus. While reviewing each action of the Council of Chalcedon, he doesn't mention Domnus's case. If the events related to that action were true, he would undoubtedly have included it. This effectively refutes the claim, just like another assumption based on the words of the scholar Evagrius. Writing about the Synod of Ephesus, Evagrius noted that Domnus was deposed and couldn't find any further information about him. Yet, while reviewing the Acts of Chalcedon, he remained silent about Domnus. But what is the silence of these writers, or even Evagrius's lack of information, proof for the Quesnelian system? Both writers used manuscripts that didn't include the action concerning Domnus, just as, according to Belus, it isn't present in the manuscript we call the Parisian. This omission doesn't mean it's false. If the art of printing hadn't been invented, and someone using that manuscript omitted that action, it wouldn't undermine the authority of those manuscripts where it is found. So, the silence of deacons like Liberatus or Evagrius cannot discredit the manuscripts known to contain that action in their time. Baluz, with great learning, thoroughly resolves and explains this and similar arguments, clearly showing where the diversity of Greek manuscripts originated. It's necessary to include his words to remove any suspicion of assumption. Therefore, the learned man observes that the end of the Council of Chalcedon is truly in the sixth action, which also includes the canons. However, the actions that follow, although conducted at the council, were about private matters, not faith. This is why many bishops, after drafting the decree of faith, left to return to their own seats. He gathers this from the life of Saint Euthymius the abbot and from the letter of Pelagius to the bishops of Istria. In the life of Euthymius, it's noted that Stephen, the bishop of Phamnia, and John, the bishop of the Saracens, attended the Council of Chalcedon. After the decree of faith was issued, they thought the council was over and left, reporting this to Euthymius. As a result, their names don't appear in the actions after the sixth session. Pope Pelagius explains this more clearly. Many older Greek manuscripts show only 6 sessions of the council, with added canons, omitting other matters. It mentions, with careful attention, note that the profession of holy faith is completed in the 6th session, and in the 7th, the rule of canons is established for the instruction of the faithful in later sessions. Nothing concerning faith is addressed, only private matters. St. Gregory writes in a letter to Secundinus, agreeing with his predecessor or himself, if Deacon Paul is to be trusted. The Holy Council of Chalcedon addressed general causes up to the definition of faith and the promulgation of the canons. Afterward, it settled specific disputes of the bishops. So, it's not surprising that many Greek manuscripts, especially older ones, originally didn't include the sessions after the 6th. They later added them in various ways, without maintaining chronological order, inserting or omitting them as they saw fit. Bellucius concludes, the old collector omitted the action concerning Domnus, but the old exemplar, from which the manuscript of Julia Patricia was copied, included it to challenge Quesnel, his opponent. Bellucius gives an example of an action from Chalcedon, where the case between Photius, bishop of Tyre, and Eustathius of Berytus was conducted and resolved. The old collections of the Chalcedonian Council did not include this. This information comes from the Greek Vatican manuscript, thanks to Cardinal Baronius, who discovered it at the end of the 4th act. Balsamon, in his notes on Canon 29 of the Council of Chalcedon, mentions that it is placed at the end of the acts, according to the manuscript he used. We've covered this topic more thoroughly in the dissertation of the Pontifical Academy of Councils from 1746, which we discussed in the previous chapter. So, without delving into it further now, let's focus on the silence of Evagrius, a citizen and advocate of Antioch, as clearly shown by the esteemed Henri Valois. It's hard to believe he was unaware of what happened to Domnus, if Domnus did survive his deposition, and if the Council of Chalcedon allocated church funds for his livelihood. Bellucius acknowledges this is a significant issue, but he insists it does not support Quesnel's opinion. Evagrius's words seem to be corroborated by the author who wrote about Euthymius, stating that Euthymius predicted a troubled life for Domnus in the episcopate, followed by a deposition due to the schemes of wicked men. Consequently, feeling remorse for ignoring the abbot's wise advice, Domnus returned to Euthymius in Palestine. As Bellucius states, this led to Domnus, who lived far from Antioch and in silence, being forgotten by the people of Antioch. It is true that Domnus withdrew to the desert after his deposition, as recorded by Theophanes the chronicler and Anastasius the librarian, although they provide a different reason for his withdrawal than the one given by the author of the Life of Saint Euthymius. If someone argues that more trust should be placed in Evagrius, who wrote his history at the end of the 6th century, over Theophanes and Anastasius, who were much later, I won't disagree. However, Quesnel should have considered these words, which do not imply that Domnus, being absent and ill, was condemned by Dioscorus and did not survive long, but rather that he passed away. How could his death have remained hidden if his illness was not a secret? Therefore, it must be said that Domnus fully recovered from that illness, but, feeling overwhelmed by hardships and supported by confusion, because he complied with the wicked schemes and gestures of Dioscorus, he chose to withdraw from society, retreating far from the Patriarchate of Antioch to a secluded place in Palestine, to live out the rest of his life. Furthermore, Bellucius noted well that the testimony of Evagrius does not contradict the writings of Theophanes and Anastasius, even though they wrote differently. His words reveal that Domnus wished to remain hidden in such a way that if not for Cyril of Scythopolis, who was a fellow inhabitant of the same desert where Domnus lived, that secret would have remained undisclosed, and without a doubt, we would still be unaware of what happened to him. The arguments that Quesnel presents to support the opinion of Domnus's death are less solid, namely that his condition was worse than that of Juvenal of Jerusalem, and others to whom the synod in the fourth session granted mercy, and of whose names Anatolius wrote to St. Leo about reciting at the altar. But how is it certain that Domnus sought mercy with genuine signs of repentance? St. Leo ordered some who had fallen at the synod of Dioscorus at Ephesus to be received, but under those conditions which he himself prescribed in Letter 64, which we discussed above. He established two missions, one of Abundius and his companions, the other of Lucentius and Basil to the Easterners, for receiving some who had fallen but were penitent and presenting due satisfaction. However, he reserved the right to judge the more serious falls himself, as is clear from the instructions given to Lucentius and Basil, the last envoys sent from the city to Constantinople for receiving fallen penitents. But who does not understand that Domnus was among those for whose cause a harsher judgment seemed necessary? Therefore, the judgment and examination of this case were exclusively reserved for the great Leo, which the distinguished Bellusius did not recognize. The case of Domnus was not one that the papal legates, Anatolius, or anyone else could judge. However, Bellusius himself cited another reason, noting that after his deposition, Domnus withdrew to Palestine to his abbot Euthymius and stopped being among the bishops. Because of this, there was no question about his name being mentioned alongside other bishops' names at the altar. Another argument strongly emphasized by Quesnellum, and added by Bellusius, is that if Domnus is considered deceased simply because Anatolius does not mention him in his letters to St. Leo the Great, then Thelesius, bishop of Caesarea, Eusebius of Ankara, and Basil of Seleucia must also be considered deceased. In Leo's response to Anatolius, he did not explicitly mention those who had been involved in the Ephesian robbery with Dioscorus, Juvenal, and even Eustathius, the bishops. Nor should other arguments, which he painstakingly gathered to support his case, be considered more valid. If we re-evaluate them, as the esteemed Bellusius already did, we will find them to be merely words, fallacies, and forceful interpretations. An example of this is what he believed he could derive from the letter of Gelasius to the bishops of Dardania. In this letter, the Pope, providing numerous examples of judgments to explain the authority of his seat, lists those bishops condemned by the synod whom the Apostolic See absolved. He states he granted pardon to those who had fallen into the pseudo-synod of Ephesus when he annulled it, without mentioning Domnus of Antioch. Thus, before Maximus was ordained as his successor, Domnus was already deceased. But what should we say about Ebas of Edessa and Sabinianus of Pera, in whose places Nonus and Athanasius were ordained? These men had also fallen during the Ephesian robbery. Gelasius, in his letter, doesn't mention them. So, did these men pass away before the Council of Chalcedon? Both ancient history and the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon show this conclusion is entirely false. The other theory doesn't hold much weight either, which is based on Leo's actions. After the acts of the Ephesian robbery were annulled, he didn't consider reversing Domnus's deposition. Instead, he asked Emperor Theodosius to keep everything as it was before any judgment. Therefore, he convinced himself that the sentence against Domnus couldn't have had any effect if he were alive. This is a new deception. Indeed, Domnus's deposition would have had no effect if he, out of fear of punishment or due to ignorance, agreed to the deposition of others among the Orthodox and the absolution of Eutychians. But since he played a leading role in that Ephesian synod with Dioscorus, he was seen as a leader of the Eutychian faction. So, as we said, since his case was more severe, St. Leo rightly confirmed Maximus's ordination and Domnus's deposition while he was still alive, as a punishment for his past wrongdoings. We believe the fathers of Chalcedon were so appalled by Domnus's previous actions, how he surrendered himself to Dioscorus, that they would have passed the same deposition sentence against him as they did with Dioscorus. We gather this from Maximus's words when he pleaded with the judges and the Universal Synod. Maximus, the most reverend bishop of Antioch, said, "I implore the most magnificent and glorious judges, and this holy and universal synod, to kindly show humanity toward Domnus, who was bishop of Antioch, and to arrange for him a certain allowance from the church which is under me." If you're not misled by illusion and avoid forcing interpretations on Maximus's words, you'll clearly see that Domnus created these canonical prejudices against himself. Consequently, neither Leo the Great nor the Council of Chalcedon could have overturned his deposition, which led to his complete loss of both the bishopric and its privileges. So, in an effort to show some mercy to Domnus, Maximus, his successor, respectfully appealed to the council to treat him more gently and humanely by allowing him to receive a portion of the church's revenues for the rest of his life. The council agreed with Maximus's request, and the legates or representatives of the Apostolic See, through Pascasinus, issued the following decree. The Holy and Most Blessed Pope, who confirmed Maximus as the bishop of the Church of Antioch, seems to have endorsed his merit with a fair judgment, as Maximus, of his own accord, wished to support Domnus by giving him some assistance from his church out of compassion, so that he might have enough to live on in the future. Therefore, out of compassion, Maximus granted a portion of the church's revenues to Domnus for his lifetime, even though Domnus could not legally return to his episcopal seat. Anatolius, the bishop of Constantinople, also praised Maximus's kindness and mercy, saying, "I commend the compassion and sympathy of the most blessed bishop of Antioch, Maximus, who willingly offered such support to Domnus, the bishop of the Holy Church under him, without requesting anything beyond what was previously mentioned." Indeed, it was fitting that Saint Leo the Great did not annul this deposition, as discussed previously and clearly explained in the commentary on the Epistle 64 of the Holy Pontiff, a point that can still be inferred from the letter he wrote to Juvenal, bishop of Jerusalem. Quesnellus and Belusius might have noticed this, as he specifically noted under number 45 that it was difficult to explore. Juvenal had indeed agreed with Dioscorus during the incident at Ephesus, but he was neither deposed at that time nor did he continue in his stubbornness. However, he was later deposed by Saint Leo in the Council of Chalcedon because his actions justified his removal, rendering him not only unpopular with all Orthodox believers but also deemed unworthy of being a bishop in the future. Due to these reasons, he had to remain away from his position for a significant period until he chose to repent through proper penance and was eventually forgiven. During the fourth session of Chalcedon, the matter of the bishops who had collaborated in the incident at Ephesus with Dioscorus was raised, questioning whether they should face the same condemnation and lose their positions like Dioscorus. The judges and all the bishops were uncertain. As the issue seemed quite complex to them, they requested a 5-day extension to provide a more considered judgment, in line with the rules of the Council of Nicaea. Meanwhile, Juvenal, Thalassius, Eusebius of Cappadocia, Eustathius of Berytus, and Basil of Seleucia were denied a seat in the council and had to wait as if they were doing penance. It was decided to postpone the hearing for 5 days, so that during this time, Your Holiness could gather with the Most Holy Archbishop Anatolius and deliberate on the faith together. Again, in the same session, after everyone proclaimed that Dioscorus was rightly deposed and condemned by Christ, and after a few voices had spoken, the judges, awaiting the emperor's command, declared, "The most pious emperor, having heard your appeals, has allowed you to deliberate about Juvenal, Thalassius, Eusebius, Basil, and Eustathius, the most revered bishops, as you see fit." Anatolius said, "We ask for them to enter," and the other bishops shouted, "We request for them to enter." They gained a place in the council not for any other reason than that their faith was first recognized. They approved the Nicene and Constantinopolitan creeds and accepted the decrees of the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus. Along with other bishops, they subscribed to the letter of St. Leo to Flavian and condemned those with opposing views. Domnus was not among them, partly because he had withdrawn to the desert of Palestine and partly because he hadn't shown signs of repentance at the right time, even though St. Leo did not refuse forgiveness to those who had fallen, with the mercy of the Apostolic See. St. Leo's letter to Juvenal harshly rebukes him for past excesses, saying, "I was saddened that you brought adversity upon yourself and lost the resolve to resist heretics, because people believe you dared not challenge those whom you admitted pleased you in their error." He then explains why, after such a serious fall, he was allowed to return to his episcopal seat, adding, "Hence, because in a time of forgiveness you chose repentance rather than obstinacy, I rejoice that you sought heavenly healing, so that you might finally be a defender of the faith attacked by heretics." Meanwhile, it's clear that Quesnel's claim was gravely fabricated, insisting that Leo granted forgiveness to all who had fallen through the decree that nullified the acts of the robber council of Ephesus, without considering Domnus' deposition. What? Was he intending to grant forgiveness to the leaders of this synod by nullifying the acts of robbery if they had not repented, if they had not humbly begged for pardon, fulfilling all the conditions that the Holy Pontiff prescribed to Anatolius, Juvenal, Thalassius, and others who had communicated with Dioscorus and Eutychians, conspiring against Flavian, Eusebius of Dorylaeum, and other Orthodox supporters? Therefore, it wasn't necessary for him to accept the deposition of Domnus after the actions of the robbery were annulled, since neither he nor any other leaders of the Eutychian faction had any right to remain in the bishopric. They could only retain it in the future through the indulgence of St. Leo, if they had repented. Hence, I find it important to highlight Quesnel's deception. When discussing the acts of the robbery and the letter of St. Leo to Emperor Theodosius, where he requested everything be restored to its state before that unfortunate synod, Quesnel flatters himself by thinking that the Holy Pope believed those who had filled all the churches of the East with scandals, murders, hostilities and hatreds, causing the ruin of faith, should be completely pardoned. Leo didn't have such an intention, as his subsequent words make clear. He reserved for himself the full judgment of all these matters and their authors until a greater number of priests from around the world could be gathered. Indeed, when the bishops assembled for the Synod of Italy, the faith and crimes of the fallen should be judged solemnly and in accordance with the strictness of the canons. Therefore, in 501, after the robbery of Ephesus, it wasn't permissible for the fallen bishops, authors of schisms, and those bound by ecclesiastical censures to retain their seats, nor were the canonical penalties they faced relaxed by Leo through the annulment of the robbery's acts. Perhaps by carefully noting these things, Domnus, driven by shame and modesty, chose to lead a private life of penance far from the crowd and his fellow citizens, rather than appearing in public assemblies and synods, showing evidence of his faith, penance, and satisfaction. The arguments Quesnel presents to prove Domnus's death from the constitution of Emperor Theodosius, where the acts of the pseudo-synod are confirmed and it is read about Domnus, who was the bishop of Antioch, are plainly judged to be childish. During the 14th session at Chalcedon, Athanasius, the bishop of the Pyreneans, who was appointed in place of Sabinianus, mentioned something noteworthy. Explaining why he avoided Domnus's judgment, he said, "The one who judged, the Antiochian, was my enemy." From this, it is suggested that Domnus might have already passed away. If he were still alive, it would be clear that he resigned shortly after the end of the notorious synod, when Theodosius's decree was issued and published, supported by Chrysophius and Dioscorus. Therefore, his death couldn't have been hidden, nor could Evagrius truthfully claim ignorance about what happened to Domnus. Additionally, Athanasius of the Pyreneans didn't speak of Domnus as deceased, but rather of the one who held the Antiochian council at that time. As Baluz states, these ways of speaking are in the past tense, but, as grammarians say, in the imperfect past tense, and it's unnecessary to dwell on this further. Indeed, Domnus was not dead during the Council of Chalcedon, and St. Leo eventually recognized that he had annulled all the acts of the notorious synod, except for the deposition of Domnus and the ordination of Maximus. Quesnel, examining the 10th session at Chalcedon, noted Stephen, the bishop of the Ephesians statement. He argued that all acts of the predatory synod against the canons had been abolished, except for those against Domnus, because the ordination of the bishop Maximus, beloved of God, was canonically conducted for him in the Antiochian metropolis by the most holy Archbishop Leo, with the Holy and Universal Council present. Understanding the weight of these words, the opponent sought support here and there to prevent the false structure he had built from collapsing entirely. He convinced himself that it should not fall immediately, writing that it shouldn't be given much weight, because it was a single statement by someone who we read was deposed in the following session due to the crimes by which he gained the position at the Ephesian seat. Thus, it was likely he wanted Domnus's condemnation upheld out of hatred. How does Quesnellus think he can benefit himself in this way? I understand that individuals guilty of serious crimes are not allowed to testify. However, the accusations against Stephen were not proven at that time, and since the case had not been addressed, nor had he been convicted of the alleged crimes, what can they prove? Nothing. Otherwise, the fathers of Chalcedon would have accepted among the bishops and judges of the highest seats a man whom the canons declared to be completely dismissed. Indeed, Stephen of Ephesus played the true role of a judge in the Chalcedonian Synod, as is evident from the following. In the 3rd session, he condemned Dioscorus along with other bishops. In the 4th session, he praised and accepted the letter of Leo to Flavian. In the 6th session, he signed the definition of faith in the presence of the emperor. In the 7th session, he confirmed the agreement between Juvenal and Maximus. So how does Quesnellus conclude that Stephen acted out of hatred to confirm the deposition of Domnus, unless it's purely speculative? Why should it be thought that Stephen should have favored Domnus, whom Dioscorus deceitfully deposed? Thus, the distinguished Belusius, reflecting on the actions of Stephen of Ephesus in the year 502, believed that he was not guided by hatred or malice in his statements, but because he knew that Domnus had been deposed and had returned to the monastery to devote himself to peace and solitude, and perhaps had submitted a rebuttal petition according to the custom of those times, to ensure the canonical appointment of Maximus. Now, however, with this praised support, the entire structure of Quesnellus collapses. For Stephen's testimony is neither singular nor did any of the fathers contradict him. First of all, when in the 10th session the question was raised whether all the acts of the robber council should be re-read, so that nothing would be missing, Theophilus the deacon said to those who ought to judge justly, and immediately all the vicars of the Apostolic See, through Pascasinus, said, "It cannot be called a synod in which those nefarious acts were read." After discussing a few other matters, he claims that the acts declared by St. Leo were meaningless and void, which clearly shows that the most holy bishop of Antioch is not involved in these issues. Rusticus added a note about Maximus, who was ordained in Ephesus and later received into communion by the most blessed bishop. To these words, Rusticus added another note: the actions confirmed by Leo have been followed and are validated. If Quesnellus, who prides himself on examining both manuscripts and published copies to enhance the works of the divine Leo, had paid attention to these details, he might not have freely claimed there was only one testimony from Stephen, which none of the fathers agreed upon. However, he should consider what Anatolius stated after the papal vicars: following the synod's definition, nothing carried out at the Ephesian synod held any value, except concerning the most holy bishop of Antioch, since the most holy Leo, the Roman archbishop, accepted him into communion and deemed him fit to lead the Church of Antioch. Isn't it evident from those acts that the rest of the fathers agreed with those three, with no dissenters? Readers should review them, and they will see clearly that Maximus's ordination and Domnus's deposition were considered valid only because Pope Leo confirmed them. Quesnellus felt significant pressure from those three testimonies, which he didn't overlook as he initially thought. He believed he had sufficiently undermined Stephen's statement with his own words and thus shifted his focus to the other two testimonies, those of Pascasinus and Anatolius, which we've already discussed. Understanding Stephen Belugius's strong argument clearly, under number 52, he states, "We need to revisit Pascasinus's statement, which we described earlier, to support the truth of the events and to demonstrate that what was truly said by the learned and excellent Peter de Marca, the Archbishop of Paris, is accurate." In Book 3 of Unconquered, he discussed the case of Maximus of Antioch, using it to illustrate that the authority of the Roman See extended to the Eastern churches in managing the implementation of canons and granting dispensations. Maximus was ordained by Anatolius, the bishop of Constantinople, to replace Domnus, who had been condemned by Dioscorus. This ordination had two major issues. First, Domnus was condemned by an impious synod. Second, the ordination was conducted by Anatolius against the canons. Leo, writing to Emperor Marcian, stated, "We have not hesitated to reconsider this out of love for restoring faith and promoting peace." Therefore, as Marca notes, Leo could have reconsidered Maximus's ordination, had he not acted kindly toward him. This is further confirmed because Maximus was accepted by the Council of Chalcedon solely because Leo, the most holy pope, approved of his ordination and communion. To demonstrate this, he describes Pascasinus's words mentioned earlier and notes that the following: "Whom the most blessed bishop received into his own communion after these things," is missing in the Greek text but was retained by an old interpreter according to the faith of ancient manuscripts. Quesnellus, who doubts that these words were spoken by Pascasinus, struggles to interpret that passage without them, adding some things on his own authority, removing some, and changing others. To support his view, he argues that it is not necessary for the words of the legates of the Apostolic See to be confirmed by Anatolius's speech, which Marca immediately reported, as they are sufficient by themselves. And whether their opinion, he says, differs from Anatolius's support, or agrees with it, it still does not prove that it was said by the legates, which all the original copies of the Acts indicate was not said. Thus, the distinguished man argues two things: that the meaning is complete without those words of Pascasinus, and that they are missing in all examples of the original Acts. As for the first point, I appeal to public trust, if it is not evident that the meaning is incomplete without those words. When Pascasinus mentioned that the Council of Ephesus, sent by Pope Leo, had been annulled, he added, "It is clear that Maximus's ordination was not included in these general terms, because Leo had accepted him into his communion." If Pascasinus hadn't provided this reason, the meaning would have been incomplete, and the bishops would have expected him to say more afterward. Moreover, the following parts are not connected to the cause unless those words are included, as they are necessary and are also missing in the Greek text. But are they missing in all the Greek copies, which the same renowned man calls original? First, we need to ask if it's truly accurate to say the Greek copies are original when the Roman pontiff's envoys spoke in Latin. Indeed, Rusticus is not noted here to have annotated this Latin speech of the Pope's envoys in the old manuscripts, but since he indicates elsewhere that they spoke in Latin and that their speeches were recorded in Latin in the old Greek copies, and since the writer of the proceedings doesn't mention that they spoke through an interpreter, it is reasonable to assume Pascasinus spoke in Latin. Thus, if any error occurred here, it doesn't seem to be due to the Latin interpreter, but rather to the Greek, or the scribe, who mistakenly omitted those parts missing in the Greek text. We've already shown that the old Greek copies of the Council of Chalcedon are not accurate, where we also noted that the distinguished Cardinal Baronius believed they needed correction due to the work of the Latins. Belugius reasoned this way. In the 21st action we're discussing, Quesnellus points out certain signs of falsehood, arguing that it wasn't customary during that era for the Roman pontiff to be referred to with just the word pope without any addition. Nor is there any instance in the Acts of Chalcedon where the word pope isn't accompanied by either of the city of Rome, of the Apostolic See, or something similar. The esteemed Bellugius countered this argument with a twofold response. First, it's mentioned that the voice of the Lord Pope doesn't have to be the only one considered when talking about the Roman bishop. It was enough that a custom had been established in the interpreter's time, where the word episkopos matched the word pope in a certain dialogue by Boniface, the Roman priest, found after the bishop's subscriptions in the 16th session. Second, during the Lord's time, the word pope was used alone, seemingly referring to the Roman pontiff. This is seen in the Acts of Chalcedon, in a letter from Hilarius to the illustrious Pulcheria, and in the brief history of the Eutychianists. Bellugius says, I'll start with the Acts of the Council. In Action 1, from the Second Council of Ephesus, Julius, the bishop and papal vicar of Pope Leo, says, First, let the Pope's letter be read, which appears not only in the Latin text but also in Greek, stating, Pran ton he nonosti te para ton papa epistolenta. Again, in Action 2, the most reverend bishops exclaimed, Pope Leo interpreted it this way, which aligns with the Greek text, where it is written, Ho papas leon hautos hermenous. Interestingly, Evagrius, when recounting these events, didn't include the word leon in that part but simply stated, Ho papas hautos hermenousen. This is consistent across all the Greek editions of Evagrius. Regarding the Latins, the letter from Hilarius the deacon to the illustrious Pulcheria, written after the Ephesine robbery, also reported among the letters of St. Leo, shows that Roman pontiffs were often simply called popes. He says, There was a clear necessity compelling the letters of the blessed pope to be presented to your clemency. I won't reference the letter from Galla Placidia to the same Pulcheria, which states, surrounded by a multitude of Roman priests, Leo the Pope, since the word pope could be considered here with an adjunct. The brief history of the Eutychianists mentions Irenaeus arriving as an assistant, bringing the emperor's sacred command against John, who was already a bishop, resulting in the pope being suspended from confirming that bishopric. However, I believe that what's already been said is enough to weaken Paschasius Quesnellus' argument on this point, since our opponent compiled a vast array of points in his dissertation, aiming to undermine the authority of the Roman pontiffs in confirming bishops' ordinations and overturning council decrees. We needed to carefully re-examine each point he raised. Nonetheless, our work has been significantly reduced thanks to the effort and diligence of the distinguished Stephen Bellugius. We chose to use in our defense what he meticulously noted, adding some of our own insights that adequately address the discussions from our previous exercises, rather than drafting an entirely new one. Now, because Paschasius Quesnellus pointed out many errors, including grammatical ones, in the actions we're discussing, and noted that the names of the bishops involved weren't listed, thus raising suspicions of forgery since Maximus presented petitions to lay judges in an ecclesiastical matter, bypassing the bishops who led the synod, we decided to avoid appearing negligent, to address these Quesnellian doubts alongside Bellugius. Regarding the grammatical errors, if Quesnellus' suspicion were valid, all the Acts of Chalcedon and records of other general councils would have to be considered forgeries, especially those translated from Greek to Latin. Does Quesnellus perhaps not know that recent translators worked hard so that we might at least have an ancient version as Rusticus corrected it? And what about the names of the bishops? It wasn't necessary for them to be recited after Domnus action. Those names were sufficiently described in other actions and were recorded at the end of the proceedings. The case in question wasn't just ecclesiastical but also civil, as Bellugius mentioned, although we don't agree with him on this point. It involved a pension to be given to the Lord from church revenues, which Maximus voluntarily proposed as a gesture of compassion. This was because, having been deprived of the church title and benefits by canon law, the Lord couldn't receive benefits from the church he was removed from. To avoid violating ecclesiastical laws, a decree from the synod was needed, approved by lay judges as witnesses. This clearly reflects the approach of Emperor Marcian, who, after leaving the synod following the definition of faith, ordered that bishops remain for 3 or 4 days to present anything they wished before the high judges. It doesn't matter that judges and the distinguished Senate were mentioned first. They didn't sit as arbiters of ecclesiastical matters but were merely witnesses, providing support to ensure all cases were resolved without disputes and contentions. We demonstrated this in the study conducted on the fourth action at Chalcedon in the case of Photius of Tyre, which was judged not according to secular pragmatic sanctions but according to canonical laws. Furthermore, presenting the Lord as a beggar, concerned about obtaining sustenance, is highly indecent and ridiculous, argues Quesnellus. He states that the bishop of such a great see as Antioch, succeeding in place of his uncle, should have thrived with wealth, friends, and authority, and couldn't have reached such a depth of calamity to completely lack sustenance unless provided at the discretion of his successor. But where does Quesnellus derive all these things he imagines? The Lord didn't come to the synod, didn't ask for those expenses to be given to him, and no one else requested it on his behalf. Maximus did it of his own accord. If we compare what we discussed earlier with the words of Evagrius, which we praised a little while ago, it seems likely that Domnus never received such a fixed pension. He was content with his own situation, spending the rest of his life secluded in a monastery, having nothing more to do with the people of Antioch. Quesnellus added other points to argue that the action was not genuine. He claimed it was separated from the main body of the other Greek acts of the Council of Chalcedon, that it had an uncertain place until now, and that it was introduced long after the acts were collected. This, he argued, made the collection unstable and caused it to fall apart. What if the reasons presented had any validity? Then it would follow that the action concerning Photius and Eustathius, which was separated from the main body of the other Greek actions of the Council of Chalcedon during the time of Rusticus, Liberatus, and Evagrius, would also be false and not genuine. Wasn't this introduced long after those acts were collected? However, since Balsamon found it in the ancient copy he used, and it was later discovered in other manuscripts, no scholars have deemed it spurious so far. This is because it aligns well with the events that occurred at the Robber Council of Ephesus and in the two Constantinopolitan synods, where the election of Anatolius and his ordination as Bishop of Constantinople were discussed. Haven't we clearly shown that Domnus's action has similar characteristics and notes to those of the Chalcedonian records? The action concerning Photius of Tyre was also shuffled around with uncertain placements. In Balsamon's manuscript, it appeared at the end of the records. But now, in the commonly published editions, it is placed at the end of the fourth action. The words of Facundus of Hermian, which Quesnellus objected to, offer no support to his weak case. They do not relate to the established question, as we can deduce nothing more from Facundus of Hermian's silence than that Domnus of Antioch was not condemned at the Council of Chalcedon, which we have already willingly admitted. I wish that Quesnellus hadn't been so eager to dive into his studies. Sometimes he invented stories, other times he wove deceptions, often twisting the words of the ancient church fathers into distorted and violent interpretations to support his imaginary system about the authority of the popes of Rome. He frequently used such harmful conjectures that they overturned the ancient history of the church, abolished the sacred governance structure, and introduced new discipline contrary to the established rules. Who can truly say he intended or put effort into preparing the writings of St. Leo the Great? Indeed, anyone who isn't blind must admit with us that the works of Leo have been disfigured, mutilated, and twisted into a corrupt meaning by him. He has provided weapons to the enemies of the Catholic Church, which he, as a member of the clerical order, should have taken from their hands. Meanwhile, it pains me to say that some have been found who, following Quesnellus's principles, have dared to publicly defend this fictitious action.
Chapter 7.
During this session, new honors and privileges for the See of Constantinople were established, which went against ecclesiastical canons and the rights of the bishops of Alexandria and Antioch, as noted in Canon 28. With the cases of Photius of Tyre, Theodoret of Cyrus, and Domnus of Antioch reviewed and resolved, as the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon and the letters of St. Leo inform us, there seemed to be little left for serious discussion. However, in the final session, Anatolius aimed to gain leadership over other major Eastern churches, undermining the rights of other churches, and sought to place his see on par with the Apostolic Roman See. Anatolius held back this ambition with various pretenses until the end of the council. When the opportunity arose to address specific questions in the council to prevent or correct future abuses in ecclesiastical administration, he ultimately reserved for himself the right to enhance his privileges and reduce the honor of others. Leveraging the influence of the imperial city, known as New Rome, he aimed to secure primacy immediately after the Apostolic Roman See. With the definition of faith already established, the fathers of the council, aside from dealing with the issues of those three bishops, also revisited the case of Ebas of Edessa. He had been deprived of his priesthood, absent and without being heard, during the Robber Council of Ephesus under Dioscorus' sway. Consequently, he submitted a petition to the emperor, who then referred the matter to the council. After reviewing the synodal acts of Tyre and Berytus and gathering testimony from the clergy of Edessa, papal legates found him to be of proven faith and upright life. He was reinstated to his priesthood and his see. However, regarding Nonus, who had taken Ebas's seat, since the council still needed to deliberate on this, the matter was referred for judgment to Maximus of Antioch. It was decided that Nonus should not be deprived of the honor of the episcopate until a different decision could be made with the bishops of his diocese. Canal further mentions that a decree was issued to erase the memory of the pseudo-synod of Ephesus and remove it from the list of synods, the decree asked the emperor to forbid it from being called a synod or having its acts accepted. He notes that Maximus's ordination was already approved by the Holy Synod since he was legitimately consecrated by the bishops of the province and admitted into communion with the Most Holy Patriarch Leo. Thus, the exception mentioned by a few is unnecessary, as even the legates of the Apostolic See stated that it should not be included with the Acts of Ephesus. The matter regarding Domnus is fabricated, as we demonstrate elsewhere. This is where Canel stands, with whom we don't intend to start a new dispute now. However, he should have added 2 points for fuller truth. First, that the robber acts were long ago condemned and abolished by St. Leo because the Synod of Ephesus was held against the canons, and its acts are considered illegitimate and improperly conducted. We find this in an ancient summary of Letter 39 to Emperor Theodosius, preserved in the Vatican manuscripts and the Florentine Codex, as well as by old editors like Surius, the Library of the Fathers, and the Collectors of Councils, although Canel removed it while preparing the works of St. Leo and introduced a completely different one without manuscript authority in his edition, as we will note in the comments. From this, another point arises, namely that Pascasinus, Leo's legate, aware of the pontifical decree issued long ago, wanted the acts to be declared null and void with a solemn declaration in the synod. To prevent any escape for the Eutychian faction, he sought to reinforce this decree with an imperial law, aiming to abolish the previous public law of Theodosius, which commanded and established that no one could reject or violate those Ephesian synodal acts, authored by Dioscorus. Pascasinus's words clearly indicate this. Therefore, if he said that everything done there was considered worthless by the most blessed and apostolic bishop of Rome, it's clear that even the holy bishop of Antioch is excluded from these matters. The most blessed bishop later received him into his communion. We must again approach the most serene and Christian prince to request that this council not be mentioned in sacred and pious law. From this, it's evident that as early as the year 449, the most holy supreme pontiff, Leo the Great, had declared the acts of that synod null and void. Moreover, nothing new was defined by the Fathers of Chalcedon. The controversy involving Bassianus and Stephen took up the next 2 sessions, 11 and 12. Bassianus was deposed from the see of Ephesus, and Stephen was appointed in his place. Stephen testified that Bassianus had been removed from the episcopate of Ephesus, which he had obtained by intrusion, by the command of the Holy Pontiff Leo the Great, and that Stephen had been appointed in his place. Since Stephen himself gained the episcopate through conspiracy, it was rightly judged that another should be chosen, someone who thoroughly knows the faith and is known for a life suitably adorned to be a bishop. In the next 2 sessions, 13 and 14, the dispute between Eunomius, bishop of Nicomedia, and Anastasius of Nicaea was discussed. With accusations brought forth from both sides, it was noted that Anastasius usurped the metropolitan's rights by withdrawing from the subordination of the bishop of Nicomedia. After reading the 4th canon of the Council of Nicaea, which decreed that a bishop should be ordained by all the bishops of the province, and considering the law of Valentinian for the Nicomedians, it was judged that Nicaea, though subject to Nicomedia, was given honor, not metropolitan jurisdiction, by Valentinian's edict. According to the Nicene Council, there was to be only one metropolis in each province. In session 14, a dispute arose regarding the bishopric of the Perennians. Athanasius, accused by his own people and summoned multiple times to trial by Panalbius, his successor, and eventually by Domnus, the Patriarch of Antioch, refused to show up. As a result, he was deposed, and Sabininus was appointed in his place by Dioscorus, who was also later removed from his position. The case was brought up at the synod and referred to Maximus of Antioch and his council. It was to be examined within 8 months from that day. If Athanasius was found guilty, he would lose his position. If found innocent, he would be reinstated. Sabinianus would retain the honor of a bishop but not the rights, and he would be supported as the most reverend bishop. Maximus of Antioch decided, based on the resources of the Holy Church of Perennes. With complete peace and all disputes settled, all cases presented at the synod were reviewed and resolved. However, when the clergy of Constantinople, influenced by Bishop Anatolius, sought to elevate the honor of their church, they asked the fathers to make certain decisions. The judges advised caution in making judgments and affirmed that the matter belonged to the synod. Without delay, they left, followed by the legates of the Apostolic See. Despite this, the remaining fathers issued various canons, totaling 30 according to the Greek codices, which Gentianus Hervé interpreted, appearing as 508 in Labbé's collection. The Latins, however, recorded 28, the last of which addressed the Constantinople See. In this, the previously established rules regarding its patriarchate under Theodosius the Elder, during Nectarius's time at the Ecumenical Council, were renewed and confirmed. When the papal legates learned of this, on November 1, they aimed to nullify Anatolius's unjust attempts. As Deacon Liberatus notes, they requested a reconvening with the judges for a council. When asked by the council about the previous day's decisions, the proceedings were read, and they understood. It was then ordered that the decree, enacted the day before, be read aloud. After reading it, the nearby subscription of the bishops was recited, with Anatolius listed first. The representatives of the Apostolic See protested, and Lucentius addressed the judges, saying, "First, consider the deception used against the holy bishops, who were forced to subscribe to unwritten canons they mentioned. Then, to completely nullify the efforts of Anatolius and the clerics of Constantinople, who ignored the decrees of Nicaea and tried to impose the canon of the 150 Fathers of Constantinople from nearly 80 years ago," he adds. "If they used this privilege then, what do they seek now? If they never used it, why do they seek it?" After these words, the representatives were asked to present the mandate they had received from St. Leo. Boniface recited it. "Do not allow, by any rashness, the constitution of the Holy Fathers to be violated or diminished, preserving in every way the dignity of our person in you, whom we have sent in our place. And if anyone, perhaps relying on the splendor of their cities, attempts to usurp something for themselves, you should strike this down with appropriate firmness." Who does not understand that St. Leo the Great had long suspected the greatest ambition of Anatolius and even the clerics of Constantinople? Meanwhile, both sides appealed to the canons. Pascasinus recited the fifth canon of Nicaea concerning the distinction of dioceses, which begins, "that the Roman Church has always held primacy." But when another code of Nicene canons was presented, Aetius, a deacon of the See of Constantinople, disregarded it. After deleting that beginning, a sixth canon, written with different words and order, was inserted, and immediately the canon of the Council of Constantinople under Nectarius was added. However, when eventually, due to the manipulations and deceptions of the judges, the decision again favored Anatolius, Lucentius interposed the following protest. "The Apostolic See, which guides us today, should not be disrespected. Therefore, whatever was done against the canons or rules yesterday while we were not present, we request your eminence to have those actions reversed. If not, let it be known that we oppose these actions so that we can report accurately to the apostolic man, the Pope of the Universal Church. This will allow him to make a judgment on either the harm to his see or the disruption of the canons." Baronius has detailed this history extensively, and readers can refer to him to counter what Pascasius Quesnellus has claimed about the privileges of the Roman Church, suggesting they were granted by the popes due to the Roman Empire. 150 fathers gathered under Nectarius in Constantinople granted equal privileges to Constantinople because the new Rome was adorned with empire and senate, just like the old one. However, to ensure we do not overlook this claim by Quesnellus, which seeks to gradually undermine the foundation of the Catholic hierarchy and society, we find it necessary to compare it with the previous protest made by Bishop Lucentius. In it, Lucentius asserts two things. First, that the Apostolic See is humiliated by the 28th canon, and second, that an injury is inflicted on it, regarding which a decision was to be made by the apostolic man, the Pope of the Universal Church. Nevertheless, to some who do not thoroughly examine the meaning and impact of this canon, it might seem that neither the Roman Church could be humiliated, nor could it suffer injury. Instead, the harm might have affected the bishops of Alexandria and Antioch, who held the second and third places among the patriarchs through peaceful and long-standing possession. Therefore, since the ancient privileges were preserved for the Roman pontiffs safe and intact, without any trace of injury, it does not appear why so vehemently apostolic. The legates of the Roman seat were expected to be greatly concerned and opposed to the decree that solely involved the Eastern patriarchs agreeing among themselves. Indeed, those unaware of the rights of the Apostolic See and who did not grasp the power, order, and reasoning behind the praised decree might think this way. Firstly, the force of that decree was based on the splendor and magnificence of cities, the glory of princes and magistrates, and the honor, dignity, and privileges of episcopal seats, without any regard for divine institution or the apostles who founded those churches. The papal legates could not concede this without harming the Apostolic See. For the primacy over all bishops and the governance of the entire Church did not stem from some ecclesiastical arrangement or canonical sanction, but from the Lord himself, who appointed Peter as his vicar and the head of the whole ecclesiastical assembly. His power and prerogative remain by the legitimate right of succession in the Roman Church and will remain forever. This divine and apostolic right was plainly, and with much effort, left unmentioned in that canon, as if it were to be disregarded, although in the first, third, and sixth sessions, and elsewhere throughout, they affirmed this to the Roman Bishop Leo, and even in a synodal letter, as we will note shortly. Therefore, Lucentius, fully understanding that the Roman pontiff was being deprived of his legitimate rights, and that the ecclesiastical hierarchy order derived from Christ the Lord was being abolished, with no other arrangement observed except that which arose from the civil administration of the Roman Empire, to which they claimed the Church's canons referred, rightly protested, saying that the Apostolic See should not be humiliated nor could it suffer such a grave injury. If we then consider the order and reasoning of that canon, who does not see that it has brought force and injury to the Roman pontiff and the other patriarchs? The Council Fathers were not allowed to define anything that would conflict with the Nicene canons. Anything that goes against these rules and decrees will never gain the approval of the Apostolic See. This situation inflicted a serious wound on papal authority because the Nicene canons were being overturned, which the Roman pontiffs were committed to upholding wholeheartedly. Just as they never allowed their own see's rights to be infringed, they should not permit others to be taken by ambitious individuals. If the Synod Fathers couldn't grant indulgence or reduce penalties without consulting the Roman bishop, as we've seen, then even more caution should be exercised when considering abolishing the Sixth Nicene Canon and overturning the rights of the Alexandrian and Antiochian Patriarchates. Regarding the Alexandrian Patriarchate, let's consider the deceitful conduct of the Constantinopolitan clergy and Anatolius himself. With Bishop Dioscorus already deposed, who had fiercely defended his see's privileges even against the rules of law, as we saw in the 6th, 7th, and 8th chapters of the previous book, no one was present in the final session to curb the ambition of the Constantinopolitans and oppose their efforts. That church was still without a legitimate pastor. Although in the 6th session the Egyptian bishops were ordered not to leave Chalcedon but to await the election of a new bishop, this was delayed until the council was concluded, and no one was present to express grievance over the usurpation of rights. No one is unaware of how gravely the rights of the Alexandrian See were injured regarding the ordinations of bishops in the provinces of Asia, Pontus, and Thrace. Anatolius, driven by a desire to prevent future divisions, attempted to claim the honor of conducting these ordinations for himself and his position. Although the Thracians resisted, many from other provinces, who were not easily misled, argued that the ancient rules should remain unchanged. The highly knowledgeable Christian Lupus, with his vast expertise, detailed and illustrated this entire controversy in the appendix to the Council of Chalcedon, page 1011, which we recommend to interested readers. We simply add that the words of the esteemed Canon 28 can be found in the collections of councils. Meanwhile, we will move forward in a more structured way to discuss what St. Leo did to abolish this canon.
Chapter 8.
Discussing the events that favored Anatolius after the Council of Chalcedon will cover the letters from the General Council and Emperors Marcian and Pulcheria to St. Leo, aimed at confirming and approving the highly praised 28th canon. We'll also look at how the Holy Pontiff worked to annul and invalidate this canon, review Paschasius Quesnel's interpretations, and finally, refute Launoy's criticism of the esteemed Cardinal Bellarmine as false and unjust. With the significant blow dealt to the Acts of Chalcedon by Anatolius's ambition, the Easterners themselves made efforts to mend it as best as they could. They did this through a synodical letter written after the council to St. Leo and by gaining the backing of Emperor Marcian and Empress Pulcheria. They worked diligently to ensure that the Holy Pontiff did not abolish the 28th canon regarding the Church of Constantinople's privileges, urging him to confirm and ratify it along with other decrees. Moreover, Anatolius, considering the dedication and respect he had shown towards St. Leo and the papal legates up to that point, hoped to appease the Pope with his letters. By highlighting his efforts so far for the Catholic faith's testimony and the Apostolic See's honor and service, he aimed to offer a fitting reward for all his endeavors. He also believed that Julian, Bishop of Kos, who acted as the apostolic vicar among the Easterners, could be instrumental in achieving his goals. Thus, he didn't hesitate to seek Julian's assistance, hoping that by serving as a mediator, he could work with the Holy Pontiff to enhance the rights and privileges of the Bishopric of Constantinople. Considering how everyone behaved, I was convinced that bishops from all over the East, gathered in general synods, and even the emperors themselves, firmly believed that no decrees from councils could hold any power in the Church or be considered canonical unless approved by the Roman Pontiff. In fact, these decrees would lose all their authority whenever they were expressly rejected, as I clearly explained in the previous book, especially in chapters 4, 5, and 6, and also highlighted in the 11th session of the Council of Chalcedon. To speak truthfully and solidly, let's first note what they wrote about that 28th canon in their letter to the Holy Pontiff. Moreover, let's observe that on this occasion they called Leo the legitimate interpreter of the voice of Blessed Peter and sincerely acknowledged his leadership as the supreme head. This was opposed by the madness of Alexandria's Bishop Dioscorus, who was plotting excommunication. Finally, after so many and such great disasters, which had afflicted the Church of the East for 3 years, they rejoiced in a glorious victory because the body of the Church was eagerly trying to unite. They then add, "These are the things we have done with you, who were present in spirit, and we deliberated as brothers and, through the wisdom of your vicars, seem to have done what you desired." As much as they praise the triumph of faith achieved with the great happiness, wisdom, and influence of St. Leo, they strive to show that they were led by a desire for peace and tranquility to define certain statutes that would ensure the safety of the churches, knowing that your holiness will approve, endorse, and confirm them. To simplify confirming these statutes, they refer to the long-standing tradition upheld by the Holy Church of God in Constantinople, which has maintained the practice of ordaining metropolitans in the provinces of Asia, Pontus, and Thrace. We have now confirmed this through a synodical decree, not so much granting anything to the See of Constantinople, but rather ensuring peace for the metropolitan cities. This is because, when bishops frequently pass away, it causes many disturbances, leaving the clergy and people without a leader and disrupting the ecclesiastical order. Seeking this form of ecclesiastical tranquility, which promised many benefits, they tried to defend against criticism those bold actions that undermined the ancient disciplinary custom. Therefore, to prevent the Holy Pope from being displeased that they did not follow the order of judgments he established in the Council, and that they exceeded his mandates to establish these statutes, they remind him of the past disputes and rivalries within the Church of Ephesus, which have often been troublesome. They then recount how they confirmed the canon of Constantinople, decreeing that after your most holy and apostolic see, the honor should be given to Constantinople, which is ranked second. Therefore, they earnestly implore St. Leo to honor the judgment already made with his papal decrees. Since we have already discussed this petition in the previous book, chapter 6, there is no need to revisit it. When I sometimes silently reflected on this synodical letter from the Fathers of Chalcedon, I was quite moved against those who dared to attribute all strength and force to the canons of even general councils, without the approval and confirmation of the Apostolic See. Moreover, I was even more moved when I read another letter written by Emperor Marcian. Although he was experienced in managing civil affairs and worked tirelessly to enhance the honor and privileges of the imperial city, he believed this increase in honor couldn't rely solely on himself or the decree of the synod unless it was confirmed and solidified by the Roman Supreme Pontiff himself. Therefore, the emperor decided to congratulate Leo and himself because, after setting aside all contention and discord, which the enemy of faith, envy, had stirred up, he recounts how he hurried to attend the Holy Synod, even though, as he mentions, public duties and necessities detained them elsewhere. Then, he briefly describes how everything in the synod progressed with the triumph of truth and the glory of faith, noting that, as per your holiness's letters, all agreed with the exposition as truth required. Finally, when discussing the decree of the Council of Constantinople, renewed or confirmed in this synod, he appeals to the pontiff to also grant his consent to this part, even though the most reverend bishops, who attended the Holy Synod on behalf of your religion, opposed it. For this reason, St. Leo clarifies from the letter sent back to her that Pulcheria Augusta also played mediating roles. And although the letter from Pulcheria on this subject is still sought after by scholars, Leo's response makes it clear that Anatolius and the clerics of Constantinople greatly trusted a woman of such virtue and authority. Julian, Bishop of Kos, also showed no less concern for this matter, whose letter has not yet surfaced and may have been lost over time. However, since the letter from the Holy Pontiff remains, in which he reproves him for favoring Anatolius in an unlawful matter against the universal church, it's now evident that he also acted as a mediator. Anatolius, confident that he could eventually persuade the Pope to grant his ambitious request, wrote a lengthy letter to him. He aimed to ingratiate himself as a follower and convince the Pope that the new honor of the Constantinople seat would enhance the privileges of the Roman bishopric. He argued that the honor of the children reflects the glory of the parents. We noted this letter from Anatolius, which was missing in previous editions, in chapter 5 of the first book on the history of the Eutychians, on page 562 and onwards. As mentioned, we transcribed it from a Vatican Greek manuscript in 1738, and it was translated into Latin by the distinguished Mr. Francis Mariani, a writer and translator of Greek literature at the Vatican Library. However, as the Pope read through these letters, he was not easily swayed to indulge Anatolius's ambitions by disregarding the Nicene decrees, nor to yield to the requests of secular authorities and the entire synod. Therefore, on May 22, 452, he took up his pen and responded to the previously mentioned letters with the steadfastness and courage that befitted the supreme pastor of the entire church. First, we will discuss the letters to Marcian and Pulcheria, which were prominent in the Quesnelian edition. Addressing the emperor in his letter, St. Leo begins by expressing joy over the victory of faith, which, as a great gift of divine mercy, benefits the entire church. He also references Scripture to support the existence of two natures in Christ after the union. In the next part of the letter, he criticizes Anatolius's unjust ambition, advising him to abandon the error of his followers and to convert to the agreement of the Catholic faith with a healthy correction. Eutychiana sometimes reasonably doubted that Anatolius was compromised, as he was the envoy of Dioscorus and was brought to the Constantinople seat by the Eutychian faction and the schemes of the eunuch Chrysaphius after Flavian's death. Indeed, the Supreme Pontiff would never have accepted him into communion, nor recognized his election and ordination as valid, unless Marcian and Pulcheria had persuaded the pontiff with their pleas. Anatolius had made a public confession of faith in front of the entire clergy and people of Constantinople in the presence of the pontiff's envoys, who had been sent to Constantinople for this purpose, as we saw in the previous book, chapter 12. Therefore, St. Leo now reminds the emperor of all these things, saying, he should have kept in mind that what he gained through your favor should not be disturbed by any corruption of greed. And because the emperor and the Augusta Pulcheria had vouched for Anatolius's faith to ensure he was received into the communion of the Apostolic See, he adds, for we, considering the influence of your faith, when the beginnings of his consecration faltered according to its instigators, wished to be more lenient towards him than just. He intended to indicate that Anatolius's ordination, having been done by heretics and schismatics, was entirely illicit. Anatolius could have been removed from episcopal ministry, entangled as he was with canonical penalties, which should have kept him perpetually restrained and suspended from performing sacred duties. Therefore, as a testimony to the kindness shown to Anatolius and to remove all disturbances stirred up by the work of the devil, he said he used remedies of gentleness that should have made him more modest than excessive. Since he was presenting his argument to a truly Christian, religious, and orthodox prince, who was known for his dedication to protecting the faith and church discipline, he offered even stronger reasons for the rejection. He explained that even if Anatolius were completely free from corruption and had been legitimately and ceremoniously ordained with outstanding merits and excellent judgment, supporting him would still contradict the respect for the ancient canons, the statutes of the Holy Spirit, and historical examples. Thus, after stating that he neither wanted to nor could accept the canon in question, he insisted that the glory of the city of Constantinople, rooted in the authority and power of the emperors, would not be lessened even if the bishop of that city did not ascend to a higher rank and order. However, he remarked, matters of the secular world differ from those of the divine. The construction is not stable without that rock which the Lord wondrously laid as a foundation. One forfeits what is rightfully theirs if they desire what is not. Distinguishing between the royal city and the apostolic seat, he clarified the origins of the Church's privileges, stating that the privileges established by the canons of the Holy Fathers and fixed by the decrees of the Venerable Council of Nicaea cannot be disrupted by any wickedness or altered by any innovation. In this work, let our reader not overlook the significance of the following words: with Christ's help, faithfully executing it, I must demonstrate my unwavering service, because the responsibility entrusted to me leads to my own guilt if, through my negligence, the rules of the paternal sanctions established in the Council of Nicaea for the governance of the whole Church, as guided by the Spirit of God, are violated, and the wishes of one brother become more important to me than the common benefit of the entire house of God. If I weren't pressed for brevity, I could extensively refute the theories claiming that the Roman popes are subject to the decrees of councils. Quesnellus hinted at this by subtly noting in the margin, the Roman pope is subject to the canons and must adhere to them in dispensations. The universal authority of the Roman popes isn't limited, nor are they said to be subject to councils if they aim to uphold the rules inspired by the Holy Spirit in matters of universal church governance. However, Roman popes can act as general councils have provided. They have the power to abolish, nullify, reform, and declare void synod statutes that contradict ecclesiastical rules and undermine the discipline's order and economy. This doesn't argue that they are subject to general councils, but rather that councils derive their force and authority from the Roman popes themselves. Since, according to Leo, the dispensation of the canons is entrusted to the Roman pope alone, the question isn't whether the pope has authority over councils, but under what circumstances he should use it to ensure dispensations don't lead to fault. In matters of church governance, he is subject only to the just judgment of the Lord God, who would never allow the rules inspired by the Holy Spirit to be violated without guilt. Let's move past these points, which can be more fully explained by those accustomed to debating such arguments in academic settings. We just want to add one more point about protecting and following the canons. Anatolius had strayed from them by ignoring the mandates of the Fathers and showed his ambition by appointing Maximus as the Bishop of Antioch, a decision he made on his own without any precedent. St. Leo wanted to overlook this new offense, which went against peace and priestly harmony. He stated that he didn't revisit this appointment to maintain faith and pursue peace. Otherwise, Anatolius wouldn't have been allowed to appoint a bishop for the Church of Antioch without precedent, which was against the canonical rules. He declared that he could have easily nullified this appointment as invalid but chose not to for the sake of faith and peace. With these and other serious reasons, he respectfully asked Emperor Marcian not to be upset with this rejection. He also earnestly requested that the emperor, with careful advice, reject all bold actions that go against Christian unity and peace and to curb the harmful ambitions of his brother Anatolius if he persisted. Finally, he confirmed that Bishop Lucian and Deacon Basil, who delivered the imperial letters to him, completed their mission. He said it shouldn't be thought that the person was absent from the matter, but rather the cause abandoned him. He closed the letter with these words on May 22, as we mentioned, in the year 452. Quesnellus, in the second volume of his edition, added notes and observations to this letter. After reviewing various readings found in the published and manuscript codes of others, he raises a question about those words in chapter 3. Let him not disdain the royal city, which he cannot make an apostolic see. But sees, or apostolic churches, are not called such for one reason alone, he said. The designation of these churches was given by ancient writers for 6 main reasons, as noted by Tertullian, Theodoret, and Augustine. However, they didn't mention the most crucial reason why St. Leo commonly referred to the Roman Church as the Apostolic See. He explains that the Roman See is called apostolic by antonomasia because it was founded by the chief apostles and consecrated by their blood. He also mentions that this title is applied to the churches of Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, Ephesus, and others for different reasons, as expressed by various fathers. I am unsure what he intended to convey to the readers with such an incongruous display of learning. If I were to speculate, I would guess he aimed to downplay the prerogatives of the Roman pontiffs by omitting the primary reason why the Roman See is called apostolic. While other churches were called apostolic by the ancients for various reasons as a mark of honor, none was more appropriately called so than the Roman See. St. Leo himself repeatedly affirmed that the authority of St. Peter lives on, and will endure forever in the Roman See, which the Roman pontiffs, as his successors, spread throughout the entire body of the Church, so that nothing in the other members originates from anywhere but this head. This special prerogative was never held by the Church of Alexandria, Antioch, or any other church that was given the apostolic name for various reasons. This is evident from Leo himself, whether in his sermons on the anniversary of his assumption to the pontificate, his letter to Anastasios of Thessalonica, Emperor Theodosius, the bishops of Gaul, or in the letter to Pulcheria Augusta, in the case we are discussing, as we will soon see. The Roman Church is not just called the Apostolic Seat because it was founded and consecrated by the blood of the apostles, but because the authority of the Apostle St. Peter and his leadership in the universal Church continue to live on and endure in the Roman popes, as St. Leo himself asserts in his letter number 79 to Pulcheria. When it comes to church governance, the Roman popes act only with the authority of St. Peter, a privilege granted to no other bishop, since it was given to them by hereditary succession to preside over other bishops. Therefore, St. Pope Leo consistently in all his writings sought to use this authority of St. Peter when he completely annulled and invalidated the canon concerning the primacy of the Bishop of Constantinople, which Anatolius had unjustly usurped. Indeed, after stating that the canon could not support the See of Constantinople, which had been established 60 years earlier during the time of Theodosius the Elder, and to which Anatolius proudly referred, he said, "For it is claimed that nearly the 60th year of this tolerance is boasted, by which the aforementioned bishop thinks he is supported, vainly wishing it to benefit him, something that no one, even if they dared to wish, could ever achieve." He then sought to restrain the spirit of arrogance that dominated Anatolius. Therefore, he proposed to him the modesty and humility of Flavian to emulate. If, he says, he wants to shine with virtues, he will be praiseworthy and will gain much love in every place, not by seeking human approval, but by deserving divine favor. By this observance, I pledge to also unite my spirit with his, and the love of the apostolic seat, which we always extend to the Church of Constantinople, should remain unbroken by any change. Finally, addressing the decree issued by the bishops, despite the protests from the papal envoys, he completely nullifies it, stating, "By the authority of the blessed Apostle Peter, we absolutely annul it with a general definition, in all ecclesiastical matters adhering to the laws established for the peaceful observance of all priests by the 318 bishops through the Holy Spirit." Quesnellus realized these words posed a serious challenge for him. To mitigate this, he made significant efforts, by completely ignoring the earlier words, "by the authority of the blessed Apostle Peter" with a general definition, which carry the full weight of this serious judgment, and clearly demonstrate the authority that Roman pontiffs have in ecclesiastical matters without ambiguity, he chose to focus only on the phrase "we annul" by saying. This same phrase is used in a subsequent letter, as well as in letter 73, chapter 1, and 99, where the meaning of the word is not always consistent. Often it means the same as to make void. Sometimes, to annul is the same as to be void and devoid of all authority. Sometimes, it is the same as to declare void and pronounce void, and this is how I believe it is intended in the present case by the divine Leo. However, this assertion by Quesnellus is frivolous and fictitious, as demonstrated by the entire context of his statement. In the earlier sense indicated by Quesnellus, it is clearly shown by the manner and method of the Holy Pontiff himself, who says he acts in the person of the Blessed Peter and uses his authority to completely proscribe and abolish that canon, which was already issued by the Council and proposed to the Apostolic Holy See for confirmation. Who then does not see that Leo truly assumed the role of the supreme judge? When it came to upholding the rights of the churches, it became necessary to weaken, abolish, and completely strip away the solemn agreement made by mutual consent during the council. This was due to the Bishop of Constantinople claiming the privileges that the Bishop of Antioch had willingly given up to him, as well as those belonging to the Church of Alexandria, which at the time was leaderless. None of the Eastern bishops seemed to support this, perhaps because they desired the glory, size, and power of the imperial city, or because they believed that by entrusting the appointment of bishops for the provinces of Pontus, Asia, and Thrace to the Bishop of Constantinople, it would better ensure the tranquility and peace of those churches. Not one of those fathers opposed this solemn agreement, except for the papal legates. In fact, one of them, Julian, the Bishop of Caesarea, and a representative of the Apostolic See in the East, sided with the others and granted the primacy to the Bishop of Constantinople, ranking just after the Roman bishop. Thus, the fathers of the council were not only solemn witnesses to this transfer of rights but also served as judges. They ordered it to be recorded in the official council documents and signed it freely without coercion or fear. Therefore, we do not consider it lacking in force and authority, despite Quesnell's claims. He misinterpreted Leo's words, adding, "What is entirely lacking in authority, what is immediately annulled as soon as it is presumed, what is destined to fall from its inception and has long since collapsed, does not need any sentence or authority to make it null and void, but only to be declared and announced as such." This is what Leo does here as the guardian and executor of the canons, united with the imperial faith's piety. What indeed comes from this weak and merely fictitious reasoning? He should have first noticed, or at least not ignored, the formula used by the Senate and people when they claim the authority of St. Peter, declaring, "We annul by a general definition." It's certainly mentioned in the legal code concerning judgments that these words are used by judges to indicate a final decision, which is made last and resolves the entire issue. From this point, no one could institute a new judgment or interpret the papal definition differently. Since it was general, it affected everyone, regardless of rank, degree, or quality, and everyone had to obey under the penalty of schism. It can't be reasonably argued that the praised canon contradicted the Nicene sanctions, which St. Leo, as a guardian and executor of the canons, could not allow to be compromised. I'll ask Quesnel whether the Chalcedonian fathers were unaware of this. It's clear they were aware. The Nicene canons, especially the sixth, were read again in the synod at Paschasius's insistence and heard by all. Therefore, those fathers either indicated that the sixth Nicene canon could no longer support the Alexandrian and Antiochian patriarchs due to various circumstances and times, or they believed they had the authority to render old canons obsolete and create new ones for the better and safer administration and tranquility of the churches, concerning matters of discipline and governance. But whatever their judgment was, Leo abolished, annulled, and rendered it void. Thus, by doing this not as a particular but as a universal bishop, by reforming, annulling, and abolishing the judgment of a general synod, he clearly demonstrated he was not subject to the decrees of synods, nor did the decrees of synods have any power without his support and confirmation. Let's dismiss Lenois's trivial interpretations, much like we used to in the Urban College of the Propagation of the Faith when discussing similar arguments. Lenois discusses the issue of papal confirmation of universal synods and sharply criticizes Cardinal Bellarmine. In Book 2 of On Councils, Chapter 17, Bellarmine wrote that the Roman pontiff is absolutely above the universal church and general council, recognizing no authority higher than himself. Among Bellarmine's arguments for this claim, he cites a letter from Leo to Pulcheria. However, Lenois argues that this assumption isn't provable. Additionally, he accuses Bellarmine of deceit, claiming Bellarmine altered St. Peter's testimony by removing the words, "with the piety of your faith united with us," which refer to Pulcheria. He also left out the phrase, "We utterly annul this with a general definition," and remained silent about it. Bellarmine argued that he removed the earlier words to avoid showing any commonality between Leo and Pulcheria, and to prevent the impression that Pulcheria participated in the abrogated canon supporting the Church of Constantinople's prerogative. With these points established, he could more easily argue that the Pope is above the Council. Later, Lanoius clarifies why St. Peter wanted Pulcheria's faith to be united with him in overturning that canon. He adds that the pontiff included those words because he knew the rulers were responsible for upholding the canons, as he wrote in Letter 74 to Emperor Leo. Finally, our critic, examining why Bellarmine omitted the latter words, concludes it was to ensure the Pope didn't seem compliant with ecclesiastical laws, avoiding presenting this to his readers or revealing that the Pope acted with the Nicene Synod's authority. Thus, the author didn't adhere to the truth but instead altered Leo's words to serve his purpose. In the end, it's almost as if he's trying to excuse Bellarmine by saying that he wrote in Rome at that time and would face a considerable amount of criticism not against the Apostolic See, but against the court, which would be attributed to the prohibition. So far, Lanoius, in a letter to Jacob Bevilacqua, adds some other points that can be found in Part 2, Letter 4, page 53. This criticism of Bellarmine is understood by everyone to be serious. However, I'm not sure whether they would consider it unjust. Nevertheless, we'll understand this better later, noticing that Bellarmine's goal was not to transcribe the entire letter of St. Leo for his own use, but only to refer to the parts that related to the question he had posed, especially those indicating ecclesiastical authority and jurisdiction. So, who among theologians, even those of the lowest rank, has ever claimed that women of any status and rank, endowed with supreme worldly power, held jurisdiction in the Church and exercised it by right? Not even the heterodox, if we exclude the Montanists and Cataphrygians, ever imagined that women could use the authority of Peter the Apostle to uphold, establish, and abolish ecclesiastical laws. Indeed, through faith and piety, they can obey and follow the laws of the Church, assist in their execution, restrain the wicked attempts of rebels with punishments, and support ecclesiastical judges in preserving the canons. However, who could have even imagined that any woman could exercise even the smallest authority and jurisdiction by judging the Church's prerogatives, rights, canons, ordinances, and similar matters that were in question at that time? Certainly, it would all follow if, as Lanoius jokes, what belonged to Leo was shared with Pulcheria, and Pulcheria was believed to have taken part in the abolished canon by which the rights of the Church of Constantinople were established. Therefore, if women were to be completely deprived of such rights by divine law, there would be no reason for the learned and Catholic man Bellarmine to equate the authority and jurisdiction of Leo with that of the esteemed Pulcheria. The Supreme Pontiff writes, "United with us through the piety of your faith, we annul, and by the authority of the blessed Apostle Peter, we nullify with a general definition." Lanois should feel embarrassed for reasoning in this way and should consider that St. Leo merely asked Pulcheria for a twofold purpose regarding the repealed canon, neither of which supports his argument. The first purpose was the piety of the august faith, through which she consistently worked in various ways to fulfill Leo's wishes, concerning both Flavian and all the Orthodox causes, as well as other matters aimed at the downfall and condemnation of the Eutychians. The second purpose was the preservation of ecclesiastical peace and tranquility, which would have been completely disrupted if the Sixth Canon of Nicaea, established for the peace of all priests, had remained unjustly abolished. To indicate this, the Holy Pontiff immediately added, "In all ecclesiastical laws we obey, which the Holy Spirit established for the peace of all priests through 318 bishops." Thus, he appeals to Pulcheria to abandon the cause of Anatolius, whom she had begun to support with much zeal, maintaining her usual piety to the faith by which she was joined to the Apostolic See. He urges her not to feel ungrateful if she annulled the agreements of the Chalcedonian bishops that contradicted the holy canons established at Nicaea, and nullified them by the authority of the blessed Apostle Peter with a general definition. No one will deny this to be the genuine meaning of Leo's words, observing that Pulcheria and Marcian had been made intermediaries and mediators between Anatolius and the Roman pontiff, so that Canon 28 would be considered valid and confirmed. Leo understood from their letters that Marcian and Pulcheria had been swayed to support Anatolius. However, because he had great trust in Pulcheria's dedication to the faith, which she shared with the Apostolic See, he didn't hesitate to kindly decline her request. In fact, he took action to completely curb Anatolius's ambitious efforts by removing the support Anatolius was trying to secure. Leo's immense confidence in Pulcheria's devotion is clear because he entrusted her with the task of restraining Anatolius's ambition, ending his letter with these words, "And because it is customary for you to work for the peace and unity of the Church, restrain my brother Anatolius, the bishop, whom I cherish by your recommendation, in the things that will be beneficial to him, so that the glory of your mercy, as it is celebrated for the faith restored, may also be praised for suppressed ambition. We will leave out anything else that could be inferred from these words to further dispute Lononius's system, as our perceptive readers will clearly understand how and in what matters Pulcheria was always united in faith and devotion with the Apostolic See.
Chapter 9.
St. Leo the Great restrained Anatolius' ambitions in various ways. Theological questions are clarified using the writings of the Holy Fathers. The evasions of Paschasius Quesnellus are detailed, and the decree about the privileges of provincial primacies is explained. The case of Aetius and Andreas of Constantinople is discussed. Julian, bishop of the island of Kos, is appointed as the vicar of the Apostolic See, whose duties and rights Paschasius Quesnellus tried to unjustly undermine. We've already covered in previous sections how Anatolius of Constantinople, who believed he had secured powerful support to advance his ambitions, found his efforts completely thwarted. He realized this through reports from Emperor Marcian, Empress Pulcheria, and Julian, bishop of the island of Kos, as well as through letters from the Holy Pontiff himself. The pontiff wrote to him in a firm tone to curb and suppress his ambitions. Anatolius should have recognized the strength and resolve of St. Leo, who was unwavering in upholding ecclesiastical laws that aligned with justice and equity, as wisely established by the Fathers at Nicaea under the Holy Spirit's guidance for the good of the entire Church. So, the Holy Pontiff first reminds Anatolius of the warning in Ecclesiasticus 28, "Do not follow your desires, and turn away from your own will," words that serve as a strong admonition. He then gently approaches Anatolius, highlighting his past misdeeds on one hand, and on the other, recalling the leniency and indulgence shown to him by tolerating the flaws in his ordination and the fault he incurred by unjustly claiming the ordination of the Antiochian bishop for himself. He said he tolerated these faults out of a desire to restore faith and a love for harmony. He insists that he cannot tolerate this new offense, which challenges the most sacred decrees of the Nicene canons. This offense takes advantage of the time when the Alexandrian See lost its second place of honor, and the Antiochian Church lost its right to the third. In this situation, all the metropolitan bishops under your jurisdiction are stripped of their own honor. Therefore, he accuses Anatolius of causing a new schism. Anatolius waited for a favorable moment, with the Alexandrian See vacant after Dioscorus was deposed, and with the Antiochian bishop on his side due to a recent ordination, to try something completely unheard of and unprecedented. He turned the council, which was meant solely to eliminate heresy and confirm the Catholic faith, into a chance for personal ambition. To counter his excuses, he argues that the Council of Chalcedon, despite being twice the size of the Nicene, cannot be compared to or given preference over the latter. The Nicene Council is so divinely privileged that regardless of whether ecclesiastical judgments are made by fewer or more people, anything differing from their decree lacks authority. He doesn't hesitate to point out how he swayed the multitude of Chalcedonian fathers to his side through connivance, flattery, and favors. These actions show that the fathers were misled by these tactics to support Anatolius's excessively depraved and wicked efforts. Hence, the Holy Pontiff says, this proud exaltation threatens to disrupt the entire Church, as it sought to misuse the synodal council so that brothers, gathered solely for matters of faith and to resolve the case at hand, were either misled by misrepresentation to consent to him or coerced by intimidation. While accusing Anatolius of these actions, he argued that the canon was entirely without force because it was established by those lacking authority. He claimed these individuals were either misled by evil practices, or deterred by threats, and thus had no true freedom. He aimed to demonstrate that even bishops in general synods couldn't discuss and decide on matters unless the apostolic seat of Peter had proposed them. Based on this reasoning, the papal legates used protests and objections to avoid enacting a canon that contradicted the instructions and teachings of the Apostolic See. When Anatolius wanted to complain about these protests in a letter to the Holy Pontiff, the complaint was met with the response, "In this matter, you commend them to me greatly by writing this, but you accuse yourself for not wanting to obey them, while plotting illegal things, desiring what is not to be granted and what is harmful to you. These things will never gain our consent." Now, I need to delve a bit deeper into these issues so we can understand the teachings of that time. We need to determine whether the papal legates were given only the first place of honor in general synods or also had jurisdiction, whether synods could legally establish anything despite the protests and objections of the Roman pontiff's legates, and finally, whether a general synod itself holds power over the Roman pontiff. Who doesn't see that these three questions, which have sometimes troubled theologians due to new doctrines mistakenly spread among the public, were clearly defined by St. Leo? They are given authority not just as a title of honor over other bishops, whom other bishops are bound to obey. We are not bound to obey anyone deprived of jurisdiction, nor can anything be legally valid and ratified if papal legates oppose it with protests and objections. It's quite clear that the Roman pontiffs hold authority over general councils, especially when both Anatolius and the fathers at Chalcedon emphasized following the decree of another general synod that was written 60 years earlier. The Eastern bishops backed this decree to honor the senior Augustus Theodosius and the great Nectarius, aiming to enhance the honor, privileges, and prerogatives of the See of Constantinople. However, this canon had no impact because Leo's predecessors did not approve it, nor did the bishops of Constantinople send it to the Apostolic See for validation, as St. Peter points out. St. Leo states that your belief isn't supported by the document created by certain bishops 60 years ago, as it was never sent to your predecessors for the Apostolic See's knowledge. From the start, it was weak and eventually collapsed, and now you're trying to attach late and useless supports to it, hoping to get a semblance of consent from the brothers, which they might give out of shame, to their own detriment. Many writers have tried to understand why this canon, discussed 60 years ago at the Council of Constantinople, had no effect. They have come to different conclusions, reasoning in various ways, especially since our Saint Pontiff confirms it was never brought to the attention of your predecessors at the Apostolic See, even though the First Council of Constantinople was accepted by the Apostolic See. Among those who raised this issue was Pascasius Quesnellus, but he could have resolved it quickly if he had focused on St. Peter's words. He mentions that the canon, from the beginning, fell and collapsed long ago, suggesting that the primary bishops of the East, whose rights were infringed upon, did not wish to support this sanction or description. In fact, it seems they protested with complaints and initially refused to give their consent. This consent was eventually given at the Council of Chalcedon, after being worn down by the persistent and severe pressures from Anatolius, even at the cost of their positions. I believe this is the true interpretation of the words of St. Leo, which can easily resolve all the difficulties encountered by previous writers. Indeed, it cannot be claimed that the Roman popes were unaware of the First Council of Constantinople, since the synodal letter from those 150 fathers, written to Pope Damasus, Ambrose of Milan, Briton of Trier, and other Western bishops, still exists. In this letter, they only mention the heresies condemned at that council, but there is not a single word about the Third Canon, which was written in favor and honor of the archbishops of Constantinople. Who would then think they wanted or could have kept silent about this canon's decree to the Apostolic See and other Western bishops, to whom the praised synodal letter was addressed, if they had written it with unanimous consent, without any protests and objections? Therefore, if according to Leo, they considered that canon to be void and invalid from the beginning, even among the Easterners, it was completely devoid of any support. Neither the Alexandrians nor the Antiochians allowed the rights of their churches to be infringed upon and violated, nor did they give the appearance of consent at that time. However, our interpretation completely overturns the opinion of Quesnel, who had a different reasoning. He preferred to think there wasn't even a mention of the canon of laws and privileges of the See of Constantinople in the praised synod, knowing it would be the least pleasing to the Westerners. Or, convinced that the consent of the Western bishops wasn't necessary for the Eastern bishops to decide on the order of the Eastern churches, he suggests it would be enough for them to ensure that anything about the symbol of faith against heretics was brought to their attention. Since the matter of faith is shared not only by all bishops but also by Catholic laity, and is specific to the material of an ecumenical council, it is essential for everyone to know what pertains to it, especially the head of all bishops, whose duty is to particularly oversee the custody and sincerity of the faith from the Apostolic See's point of view. But everyone understands how filled with fallacies such reasoning of Quesnel is. We find it unnecessary to refute each one individually right now, since we have proven throughout these writings that even the decrees of general councils are void of force if they are not approved and confirmed by the consent of the Apostolic See. Only the Apostolic See can dispense with the ancient canons established by the Church. Finally, the Apostolic See has special care and diligence over all the churches of the East, even in matters of discipline and ecclesiastical governance, as is clearly demonstrated by 600 examples expressed in these exercises of ours, and equally by others that will be submitted. Recognizing that St. Leo observed Anatolius unjustly claiming the second position for himself, bypassing the bishops of Alexandria and Antioch, and trying to undermine the rights of provincial primates while depriving metropolitan bishops of their ancient privileges, with the disturbance of the universal church, he commanded that this part of church discipline and governance be restored and preserved in full. He ordered, "The rights of provincial primates must not be undermined, nor should metropolitan bishops be deprived of their anciently established privileges. Nothing of the dignity earned by the See of Alexandria through St. Mark the Evangelist, the disciple of the blessed Peter, should be lost, nor should the splendor of such a great church be obscured by the fall of Dioscorus due to his impiety." Discussing immediately the rights of the Church of Antioch, he instructed, "The Church of Antioch, where the Christian name first arose with the preaching of the blessed Apostle Peter, should continue in the order of its paternal constitution and should always remain in the third rank. Now, I ask the reader to compare what we have described from Leo with what Quesnellus fabricated, and judge whether the synodal decrees of the Eastern churches concerning their discipline and governance fell under the approval, objection, and judgment of the Roman pontiffs. Let them see what kind and how much trust should be placed in the fabrications of Quesnellus, especially since he, struggling with inconsistency, was forced to admit that the rights of provincial primates had been completely abolished. If St. Leo had not firmly opposed these proceedings, at least he managed to ensure that the unrestrained ambition of that bishop did not extend further. Moreover, we have received other very clear evidence of the authority of the Roman pontiffs over the discipline and administration of the churches of the East, from the letters of our Saint Father Leo, written the following year, concerning the case of Aetius and Andreas, deacons of the Church of Constantinople. Anatolius was overly focused on making changes, not only by taking away others' rights but also by ousting the most respected Orthodox individuals from their positions. He demoted Aetius, the archdeacon of the Church of Constantinople, stripping him of his honor and handing over the management and ecclesiastical responsibilities to Andrew, a follower of Eutychius. Aetius was known as one of the Constantinopolitan clerics who consistently opposed the Nestorians and Eutychians, always supporting St. Flavian, as St. Leo noted in his letter to Marcian and Pulcheria. Moreover, Aetius's piety and dedication to his duties had long been acknowledged worldwide, not only in his role as archdeacon but also as the chief of the notaries of Constantinople, as confirmed by the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon. Consequently, he was ordained as a presbyter under the guise of honor, and finding no fault in his faith or conduct, says St. Leo, he was assigned to perform sacred duties in a cemetery far from the city, as a sort of punishment similar to exile. St. Leo urged imperial kindness towards him, so he wouldn't be burdened by further harmful schemes, saying that the Lord had placed him under their protection. No one could deny that Andrew's ordination was completely irregular, due not only to his adherence to the Eutychian heresy but also because of the false accusations against St. Flavian. Therefore, it was improper for Anatolius to elevate him to higher ranks and place him above other Catholic clerics. Thus, St. Leo urged Emperor Marcian to reprimand Anatolius for his inconsistency with his beliefs and for neglecting, as he says, your testimony in favor. He should stop persecuting Catholics and oppressing those who were favored by the saintly memory of Flavian, and instead, distance himself from those understood as the Eutychians whom he disapproved of. Finally, to ensure he wasn't neglecting the affairs of the East, which could arise over time, he took on the responsibility of overseeing matters of faith and the peace and discipline of the churches. He appointed Bishop Julian as the vicar of the Apostolic See. He wanted Julian to be held in the same regard by Emperor Marcian and Empress Pulcheria, representing his presence among you. Confident in Julian's sincerity of faith, he entrusted him to stand against the heretics of the time and insisted that Julian remain with you to protect the churches and ensure peace. The Holy Pontiff is consistent in two subsequent letters written on the same day, one to Empress Pulcheria and the other to Julian of Cos. In the latter, he added 2 points not mentioned before. One concerned the disturbed Egyptian and Palestinian monks. He wasn't sure if they were supporting the impiety of Eutychius or if they were upset that their bishop was accused of such impiety, knowing he had strayed from the truth of the Lord's incarnation. In this important matter, he expressed a desire to be fully informed so that the right steps could be taken for their correction. He also wanted to learn from true reports about what was happening with the peace of the Alexandrian Church. He had sent written instructions to the recently ordained bishop, Proterius, and his clerics, with copies that he wanted Julian to be aware of. The other addition to the letter to Julian referred to the letter on the Lord's incarnation written 4 years ago to Flavian and the proceedings of the Council of Chalcedon synod. There was suspicion that the Holy Pontiff had not received the esteemed letter he sent through the deacon Basil. Because he found the synodal proceedings unclear due to language differences, he instructed him. Ensure that everything is compiled into one book, translated into Latin with the most complete interpretation. This way, there will be no doubt about any part of the actions, and nothing will be ambiguous, achieving full understanding through your effort. Quesnellus, in the second volume of the Works of St. Leo, noted cleverly that from this task given to Julian, Bishop of Corinth, the origin and custom of papal envoys can be derived, which some might readily agree with. However, when he adds that these envoys, following well-educated men, are compared to the apocrypharii of the Eastern Patriarchs, while noting various distinctions between them, we cannot fully agree with him. Firstly, he mentions that the apocrypharii were sent by the Patriarchs to the court of the Eastern Emperor when the empire seat was moved to Byzantium, but vicars were established a little before or after the Council of Chalcedon. Secondly, The apocrisiari of the patriarch stayed at the court not for matters of faith, but for special business of the church or diocese. Meanwhile, the Roman envoys were instructed to reside there to handle matters of faith. Thirdly, they were generally chosen from the order of deacons or priests for such a role, while these were sometimes even chosen from the episcopal order for the dignity of the apostolic seat, as seen with Julian. Furthermore, Quesnellus adds, in establishing this vicar, Leo emulated the custom of the Eastern patriarchs, yet distinguished himself from them in many ways for his prerogative, enhancing this role with certain increments and additions. I believe it will not be idle or irrelevant to explore this thoroughly. However, this Quesnellian doctrine, while it may appear somewhat truthful, has several weaknesses. It doesn't accurately reflect the actions of Saint Pope Leo, nor does it properly explain the papal duties assigned to Julian of Coensis. It especially falters, and indeed completely fails, when it comes to the origin of apostolic envoys. If we confuse the vicars of the Apostolic See with apostolic envoys, the letters of the Roman pontiffs, such as those from Pope Damasus, Siricius, Innocent I, Zosimus, and Celestine, suggest that the origins of both stretch further back. This question about the vicars of the Apostolic See, their ancient institution, and power was explored in great detail by the esteemed Dr. Francesco Antonio de Simeonibus. Using Holstenius's Roman collection, he demonstrates that even before Pope Damasus's time, Ecolius and later Anasius held this vicarious role among the Illyrians, as evidenced by a letter from Pope Innocent I to Rufus. But at that time, how does Quesnellus explain the name and role of apocrisiary as understood by the ancients? The previous doctrine falters when we compare apostolic vicars with apocrisiaries. Among medieval writers, what did the term apocrisiary mean if not any envoy or minister sent by a pope or bishops, as stated in the Constitutions, Novel 123? In contrast, the name and role of apostolic vicars, implying acting on behalf of another, required those appointed by the Roman pontiffs to oversee the churches in regions far from Rome and promptly address any issues that arose. We derive this understanding of papal vicars from numerous ecclesiastical records, which we find unnecessary to list individually. However, to avoid focusing solely on Leo's actions about which Quesnellus incorrectly claimed that our Holy Pope was imitating Eastern patriarchs, let's consider the words of Pope Saint Innocent I to Rufus, his vicar in Illyricum. By divine grace, it's necessary to consult the churches that are far away from me, and delegate the responsibility for any issues that arise in the churches of Achaia, Thessaly. With the approval of Christ the Lord, to your prudence and dignity, we entrust this concern to the foresight and capability of your very sincere integrity. It's not true that apostolic vicars were established solely for matters of faith by the revered fathers, but also for significant issues that, as Pope Celestine says, can't be conveyed to us accurately due to distance and time. We want all these resolved through the intercession of our brother and co-bishop Rufus, whose experience in all cases and life deeds is clearly proven. No rational person would deny that these words show true and legitimate power was given to such vicars for handling pontifical matters. However, there's no certain evidence that apocrisiaries received this authority. We've already mentioned in the previous book of this history, chapter 13, page 444, the duties that the Holy Pontiff Leo the Great assigned to Bishop Julian of Coens, and we'll demonstrate this further in the next chapter.
Chapter 10.
Anatolius of Constantinople's ambitions and actions, which favor the Eutychians, are causing new disturbances in the East. The Holy Pope Leo, informed by Emperors Marcian and Leo, asserts that he has already confirmed the council on matters of faith. Although Paschasius Quesnellus denies this, his arguments are refuted. Ultimately, the Holy Pope clarifies his intentions with new letters that confirm the council and criticize Anatolius's deceitful schemes. The ambitions of Anatolius, Bishop of Constantinople, and his deceitful actions have revived the sacrilegious audacity of the Eutychians, which had already been suppressed by the Council of Chalcedon and the decrees of the Holy Pope. This resurgence would have occurred if not for Emperor Marcian and Bishop Julian of Cos, the Apostolic See's envoy, who revealed to the Holy Pope Leo the new disturbances and plots in the East with great concern. However, these disturbances and movements were caused by several factors, not just one. One was the protest of the papal envoys, who strongly opposed Anatolius's attempts to usurp the privileges of other Eastern sees. Another was the rumor spreading throughout the East that the Council of Chalcedon had not been accepted by Pope Leo, especially since the 28th canon of that council had been declared null and void, restoring the former rights to the metropolitan primates of the provinces. Due to the abolition of this canon, many suspected and argued that all the synodal acts were equally invalidated, meaning they would have no force in matters related to faith decrees. The third reason, finally, was Anatolius's behavior. He was deeply troubled by the rebukes and severe rejection from the Holy Pope, who criticized him for his crimes and curbed his ambition. Driven by anger and shame, Anatolius tried to avoid public disgrace by hiding the letters from Pope Leo, where the Pope expressed his full support for the synodal acts celebrated in Chalcedon to confirm the faith. However, he completely rejected anything that went against the Nicene canons, as it undermined the rights of the primary churches. Despite the Pope's strong rebukes and rejections, Anatolius was not deterred from his pursuit of honor. On the contrary, in a letter to Julian of Cos, the Holy Pope said, "We also want you to know that Bishop Anatolius, after our reprimand, persisted in his reckless presumption to the extent that he approached the Illyrian bishops to have them subscribe to him. This new audacity so affected the Holy Pope that he decided not to send any more letters to Anatolius in the future, even if, as he says, Anatolius himself requested it, because we have realized he does not wish to be corrected." However, I believe St. Leo was even more disturbed when, after receiving new letters from Emperor Marcian, he realized that the entire East was in turmoil and amazed because the papal rescripts concerning the Acts of Chalcedon had not reached them. Without these, everyone was uncertain, wondering whether the acts of that council had been confirmed by the Apostolic See. "We are greatly amazed," said the emperor, "that, with the synod celebrated in Chalcedon and letters sent to your holiness by the venerable bishops, explaining everything done in the synod, those letters were not sent by your holiness, which should have been read in the sacred churches for everyone to know. It was an ancient custom, long accepted by tradition, that letters from the Apostolic See provided reliable evidence to confirm celebrated synods. These letters were considered to be of unquestionable faith, without anyone doubting them." This is what Emperor Marcian clearly indicated. He wanted to show that synodal decrees only gained binding force after such letters of approval were read in the sacred churches and became known to everyone. At that time, there was a firm rule, accepted by both Catholics and heretics, that ecumenical councils needed to be decided and confirmed by the authority of the Roman pontiffs. Therefore, Marcian adds, there were some people who still held the false opinion and depravity of Eutychians who doubted whether your holiness, who decreed the synod, had confirmed it. It's believed that Quesnellum either misunderstood or deliberately ignored the meaning and significance of these words. In editing the works of the divine Leo, he often gives emperors the power to convene councils and argues that synodal decrees possess strength and authority on their own, without any confirmation from the Apostolic See, as we will explain shortly. Who cannot see that Emperor Marcian reasoned differently? He considered this confirmation from the Apostolic See necessary, believing that without it, the synodal acts themselves were weak and without force. Therefore, he immediately added a solemn and authentic testimony of the papal will and judgment. He urged, "Let your holiness deign to issue letters so that all the churches and people may know that the acts of the synod are approved by your holiness." Similarly, Emperor Marcian asserted the Roman pontiff's right to abolish and nullify the canons and sanctions of general synods. When he learned from previous letters from St. Leo that Leo completely disapproved of the acts of the Council of Chalcedon which supported Anatolius's ambitions and ignored the rights of other churches, he abandoned his previous plan. This plan, undertaken with Augusta Pulcheria and Julian of Cos as mediators at the Apostolic Seat, aimed to enhance the honor and prerogatives of the See of Constantinople. Now, he addresses St. Leo, praising his steadfastness with exceptional commendations for not allowing the ancient customs and order of the churches to be abolished by any new developments. He says, "That which indeed befits the bishop of the Apostolic Seat, your holiness has excellently provided. You have preserved the ecclesiastical canons, the ancient customs, and the long-established order, allowing nothing to be abolished by any novelty." Marcian, at the end of this letter, insists more strongly that St. Leo should soon communicate through letters everywhere. He says this is necessary to clearly show that the Council of Chalcedon is considered valid, lest any suspicion remain among those eager for dissent and division about the judgment of your holiness. This letter, which we have briefly summarized, was translated by Pascasius Quesnellus from the Bodleian Oxford manuscript, both in Greek and Latin, into his own edition. He was the first to make it public. However, I suspect that either he did not thoroughly examine it or deliberately omitted certain details contained in it. Regarding the first point, who would ever think he had examined this letter, when he wrote, "The approval of this council was only given to counter-calumny, so that no false pretense might seem to have the opinion of it, and to prevent malicious interpreters from creating doubt about whether what was established in the Council of Chalcedon concerning faith was approved." He then adds that he didn't write this letter of approval because the sacred decrees were weak, but to avoid being disgraced by showing contempt for the venerable council. He also didn't want to give those opposing the Council of Chalcedon's definitions a reason to boast about having him as their leader. Lastly, He didn't want to appear to contradict the imperial will, which he openly professes must be obeyed in every way. This is how Quesnel comments in the notes on the letter written to the bishops who attended the Council of Chalcedon. He also calls upon John Launoy to support his cause, in the second part of the letter to the distinguished James Bevilacqua, who discussed this type of confirmation of the Council of Chalcedon. It's clear he deliberately left out details from Marcion's previous letter, as he didn't add any notes or observations to it, avoiding the need to retract what he wrote against the Apostolic See's authority in deciding and confirming synods. Yet, who can ignore how Quesnel falsely described events against the clear truth? He claims the confirmation of the Council of Chalcedon arose only from a slanderous occasion. However, Marcion writes, "We greatly wonder that after the council was held in Chalcedon and the letters of the venerable bishops were sent to your piety, they were not sent from the Holy See, yet they should have been read in the holy churches for everyone to know." Therefore, Marcion's amazement couldn't have come from something unusual and not accepted by custom, but from a violated custom. Roman pontiffs, having received the synodal acts, would send encyclical letters confirming the decrees or canons to the fathers of the council. These letters were read publicly in the churches so that everyone would be aware of the decree's binding force. That this confirmation was deemed necessary is surely indicated by the final words, "They should have reached the knowledge of all." Moreover, what slander could have prompted Leo to do something unusual, and Marcion to request it? Was Leo ever suspected of being a Eutychian or a Nestorian, merely because of discussions about decrees based on faith, to the extent that he had to publicly affirm his beliefs? That's an unfounded claim, not even imagined by the most foolish minds. Didn't he spend years in difficult and rigorous efforts to eradicate both heresies? All the letters he sent, especially to the Easterners, testified to this. Both Marcion and even Empress Pulcheria confirmed it, ensuring that no slander could ever succeed. So, should we be surprised that Quesnelus asserts Leo didn't write that letter to the Council of Chalcedon to support the council's decrees, but rather to avoid being discredited by disregarding the respected council, or to stop those who supported the Council of Chalcedon's definitions from claiming him as their leader, or to avoid appearing to oppose the imperial will? Could anyone who hadn't studied the works of St. Leo or looked at the proceedings of Chalcedon come up with such ideas? Didn't all the fathers of the Council of Chalcedon sincerely ask Leo to endorse their judgment with his decrees? "We ask, therefore," they say, "that you honor our judgment with your decrees, and as we have agreed with the head in good things, may your greatness fulfill what is right for your children." Didn't Anatolius himself hope that the Acts of Chalcedon would gain approval and stability from Leo's decrees, believing they should receive full and complete strength from the Apostolic See? The Synod presented this example to your holiness, asking that any approval and stability we might achieve be granted by you, Most Holy One. Indeed, Marcion wrote similar things to the same Supreme Pontiff shortly after the General Synod concluded, as these words reveal, "And we ask that what the Holy Synod has determined, your religion also commands to be observed forever." What then? Those statutes that require someone else's command to remain binding and have coercive force gain their strength and stability from the authority of the one enforcing them. That's why Quesnel made a poor decision and showed a lack of foresight by claiming that the confirmation of the Council of Chalcedon was only due to slander, to prevent St. Leo the Great from being defamed, and that it couldn't give strength and force to the Council's decrees. Should we really think that St. Leo wrote letters confirming the Council just to avoid contradicting the imperial will, which he openly stated he must obey in every way? Or should we consider Launoy's doctrine, which Quesnel cited as his authority, to be certain and infallible? That's nonsense, pure nonsense. St. Leo always showed due respect to secular powers and did not refuse their wishes in matters that didn't conflict with divine and ecclesiastical rights. However, when it came to breaking canons or enduring any injury related to the universal and supreme administration of the Church, or anything that could harm his office and the papal seat, he never complied with the wishes of the emperors. Quesnel would have understood this if he hadn't overlooked the steadfastness and courage with which St. Leo opposed the requests of Marcion and Pulcheria, who demanded and pleaded for the splendor of the imperial city to be increased. He was so far from complying with their wishes that he abolished and annulled the canon on the privileges of the Church of Constantinople, removing the rights of ordination that Anatolius had usurped. Marcion and Pulcheria, guided by Christian piety, understood that their role in ruling the empire was solely to manage human and civil affairs. They remained unfazed by the serious rejection they received from Leo, which undoubtedly reflected poorly on their dignity as rulers, as they, much like Anatolius, aimed to enhance the honor and splendor of the royal city. Moreover, how can Quesnelus's assertion be generally true, that St. Leo did not wish to oppose the emperor's will, which he openly professes must be obeyed in every respect, if he had already fulfilled his duties and confirmed the Council of Chalcedon on matters concerning the decrees of faith. Regarding this confirmation of the council already made by St. Leo, there is no need to consult Lanoius, known for undermining papal rights, whom Quesnellus referenced. Instead, let's review the letters of the Holy Pontiff. For example, in letter 88 to Julian, Bishop of Cos, he acknowledges that he has already fulfilled what Emperor Marcian requested of him, to send letters to all the brothers who participated in the Council of Chalcedon, demonstrating approval of what our holy brothers confirmed about the rule of faith. This was for the sake of those who, to conceal their own treachery, desired the council's decrees to appear weak or doubtful without his agreement. What if Nestorians or Eutychians, using some false pretext or new excuse not accepted by any tradition, wanted to use the opportunity to hide their treachery by arguing that the council's decrees appeared weak or doubtful because they lacked papal agreement? Wouldn't Leo have rejected this argument as based on a false premise? Would he not have stated in section 529 that this arrogance was unjust? Indeed, he would have. However, the Holy Pope responded differently, saying that after the brothers he had sent in his place returned, he sent letters to the Bishop of Constantinople. If he had wanted to make them public, it would have been clear how much joy he felt in approving what they had decreed about the faith. This letter, in which he claims to have approved the synodal decrees of faith, is dated to May of the previous year, 402, during the notable consulship of Herculaneus. The slander, spread by malicious interpreters, cast doubt on whether the decisions made about the faith at the Council of Chalcedon were approved. This rumor circulated among the people the following year, in February, when Opilio was already serving as consul. Therefore, Quesnellus concludes that Leo wrote the letter of approval to prevent discredit due to contempt for the Venerable Council and to stop those opposed to the Chalcedonian Council's definitions from claiming his support. I am now embarrassed to have spent so much time refuting Quesnellian nonsense, for Leo himself, in letters noted at the page's end, blames Anatolius's wickedness for all the disturbances, suspicions, and false rumors. Because when the confirmatory letters of the council, written in 452 and previously praised, were sent to the Bishop of Constantinople, the response within subdued his ambition. He wanted it to remain unknown what he thought about the brotherly constitutions, so it wouldn't be known that he had written back regarding the inviolable authority of the Nicene canons. He used similar expressions when writing to Emperor Marcianus and Augusta Pulcheria. In these letters, he admits that when Lucian, the Bishop of Constantinople, who had already come to Rome with letters from Anatolius, returned, he sent such writings to the Bishop of Constantinople, clearly showing his approval of what had been defined about the Catholic faith in the aforementioned synod. However, because in those same letters I criticized the mistakes made during the synod, the bishop chose to keep my congratulations quiet rather than expose his own ambitions. In the end, he told Pulcheria that through the Bishop of Constantinople, to whom I had generously expressed my joy, it could have been known to everyone what I had written. But he preferred to keep my joy silent rather than publicize the rejection of his ambition. So, after Anatolius was criticized, he composed encyclical letters confirming the synod. To ensure all priests and churches were informed, he sought the command and authority of Marcian himself, hoping that with all disagreements resolved, the peace and truth of apostolic doctrine would prevail everywhere.
Chapter 11.
St. Leo dedicated all his efforts to extinguishing the remnants of the Eutychians. He instructed Maximus of Antioch to protect the rights of his church. A serious controversy arose over the Easter cycle. Emperor Marcian died, and Leo, from the tribuneship, was elevated to the empire. There was a rebellion of the Eutychians against Proterius of Alexandria and all Catholics, with attempts to abolish the decrees of the Council of Chalcedon. There were still many things I needed to write about if I wanted to report each event that occurred in the remaining years of his pontificate methodically and in the order of St. Leo's letters, concerning the governance, goodness, and safety of the universal Church. But since other matters arise that seem far from our purpose, and the adversaries with whom we dealt in earlier affairs do not provide significant reasons for initiating new discussions, we will narrate, almost in passing, what St. Leo necessarily established and ordered to extinguish the remnants of the Eutychian heresy. First of all, since many monks and heads of monasteries took the condemnation of Eutychius hard and tried to incite riots and unrest among the people, St. Leo made efforts through his suggestions to ensure that the foolishness of these people would be curbed by an edict of Emperor Marcian, and that the leaders of the monasteries would be rebuked by Empress Pulcheria's reprimands. Because these riots were primarily stirred up by monks holding sacrilegious gatherings against the faith, he also sought imperial power to prevent them from preaching in the future, so they would not dare claim for themselves what belongs to priests. He finally hoped that the emperor's zeal would be kindled against the Alexandrian murderers to act in a way that would benefit ecclesiastical peace. He also decided that the affairs and rights of the Church of Antioch needed to be addressed. Although it was clear to him the kind and quality of Maximus's purity of faith, he still recalls the privileges of this seat and how the Christian faith was spread worldwide through the special teachings of St. Peter, passed down to the churches of Antioch and Rome. Thus, the Holy Pontiff, confident in Maximus's adherence to the teachings of St. Peter, not only urges him to reject all Nestorian and Eutychian madness, but also entrusts him with the churches of the East under his care, ensuring they aren't undermined by false and wicked errors. He states, "Since it's your duty to resist with priestly authority, you should frequently update us on the progress of the churches with your reports." Similarly, he encourages him to be a partner of the Apostolic Seat, diligently protecting the third privileges, which should never be diminished by ambition, and adds, "Although bishops' merits may vary, the rights of the seats remain. Even if opponents cause disturbance, they cannot diminish the dignity." Here, he intended to criticize Anatolius's wrongful ambitions and persuade Maximus to oppose anything that might infringe upon or elevate the privileges of the Antiochian Church, as is clear from his following words. He added, "So, when you believe that something should be done for the Antiochian Church's privileges, explain it in your letters so we can respond fully and appropriately." Perhaps St. Leo wanted to gently reprimand Maximus, the Bishop of Antioch, making him more cautious in ensuring the observance of the Nicene Statutes. In the year 450, Maximus too easily indulged in the pursuits of Eustathius of Berytus, to the detriment of the Church of Tyre and its metropolitan, Photius. This issue was addressed in the fourth session of the Council of Chalcedon, as noted in chapter 4 of this book, page 468. In the next chapter of his letter, St. Leo sets a general rule and states, "If anything has been attempted or appears to have been coerced by anyone at any time against the statutes of the Nicene canons in any synod, it cannot impose any prejudice on the inviolable decrees. It will be easier to dissolve disagreements than to corrupt the rules of these canons in any way." When reviewing this rule, it's likely that St. Leo aimed to criticize the excessive leniency or indulgence of Maximus of Antioch. Maximus allowed Eustathius to separate himself from the metropolitan authority of the Church of Tyre, to which the Church of Berytus had been subject since its inception. Our assumption is backed by the words of both Eustathius and Photius mentioned in the fourth action, which we have already discussed in previous sections. In the same year, a significant controversy arose regarding the celebration of Easter. To resolve this, mindful of his responsibility, he sought help from Emperor Marcian to ensure that no errors would occur in the observance, which always varies for certain reasons. He asserts that the responsibility for the Paschal cycle was formally entrusted to the Bishop of Alexandria. However, he adds that Theophilus of holy memory, the Bishop of the Church of Alexandria, when compiling 100 years of this observance, established that the Easter feast in the 76th year should be held very differently than others had decreed. He reviews the reasons behind this great controversy, and to prevent the changeable lunar cycle from causing errors, he addresses the emperor with these words, "I beseech your clemency to offer your diligence so that the Egyptians, or others who seem knowledgeable about this calculation, may resolve this anxiety. This way, the general observance can be directed to that day, which neither abandons the norm of the ancestral constitutions nor strays beyond the prescribed limits." Julian, the Bishop of Corinth and the Vicar of the Apostolic See, is also tasked with carefully investigating this matter and responding as soon as possible. Our Holy Pontiff's greatest concern is ensuring all the faithful observe the rites of the Easter feast uniformly, as highlighted in 2 earlier letters and further supported by the Easter canon meticulously crafted by Victor of Aquitaine. He was directed by Hilary, the Archdeacon of the Roman Church, to organize the Easter cycle in tables, and, after explaining the disagreements from different calculation methods, to reveal what aligns more with the truth. Victor of Aquitaine, or Victorinus as some prefer, was a man of great piety and highly skilled in mathematical calculations. He embraced the task given by Hilary and executed it flawlessly. He was the first to publish it, enriched with insightful commentaries, and we further revised it based on Vatican manuscripts, ensuring it found its rightful place among the works of Leo. I believe our plan wouldn't be disapproved by those who occasionally review the esteemed canon. Besides Victor's intent to follow the pontifical directives, he ultimately resolved the major Easter question, marked with dual designations in ancient cycles, by stating, "The determination is not my judgment but is preserved by the choice of the Apostolic Pontiff for the peace of the churches. As for me, I fulfilled my duty, and it was established at the discretion of the one presiding over the universal church, which day should be designated for this solemnity." To address this important issue, Proterius of Alexandria, recently appointed to lead his church, dedicated his efforts under Emperor Marcian's directive. In his letter to our Holy Pope, he mentioned that the list of 100 compiled by Theophilus was corrupted due to a scribe's error or a faulty manuscript. Thus, he argues we should adhere to the century-long tradition of the Blessed Father and our Bishop Theophilus, which aligns perfectly with the writings of the ancients. I now realize that I strayed from my initial purpose and ventured beyond the scope of the Eutychian heresy. By following the sequence and number of Leo's letters without proper consideration, I stumbled into this significant issue, which long and greatly troubled the Pope's mind. This issue involves very complex problems, not easily solved even by those deeply engaged in mathematical calculations. The fact that this question greatly troubled the Pope's mind is evident from his various letters. As for the matters concerning Anatolius and the remaining followers of Eutychianism and their objectionable practices, it is crucial to describe them. Anatolius was initially sternly reprimanded by Emperor Marcian and was brought back to his senses. St. Leo promised to welcome him back, provided he adhered to the canons and respected the rights of the priests. Once assured of this promise, Anatolius quickly penned his letters to the Holy Pope, humbly expressing his distress over the interrupted correspondence. This had caused him significant anxiety and pain, as he wished to benefit more frequently from the Pope's words. He declared himself ready to obey and fulfill whatever seemed pleasing to your most perfect judgments in every respect. Indeed, presenting more evidence on this matter now, he first mentions that Aetius, who had been removed from ministry by the archdeacon, has been restored to his former position and ecclesiastical honor. However, Andrew, who had been honored as archdeacon, has now been separated from the church and removed from his position because he opposed St. Flavian on behalf of Eutychius. This happened even though he seemed to have addressed past grievances with many excuses and his signatures added to the letters of your holiness. He also presents two other arguments for his repentance in this letter. One concerns the peace and great unity he wishes to have and maintain in a strong bond with the Roman Pope Leo in the future. The other pertains to his previous fault of ambition, which he distances from himself and attributes to the eagerness of his clergy and the Eastern bishops. He adds only this, which greatly challenges the commentaries of Quesnel and Launoy, by affirming that the entire force and confirmation of the acts of the Council of Chalcedon had been reserved for the authority of the Apostolic See. To ensure I do not tell the story poorly, I include the words of Anatolius. For even thus the entire force and confirmation of the acts had been reserved for the authority of your blessedness. Upon receiving these letters, Pope Leo did not delay in responding to Anatolius. Without diminishing the papal majesty, he reminds him of the firm and unchangeable intention he should have strived for the sake of mutual grace, to avoid bringing any anxiety upon himself. He adds that he wished to have a partner in ecclesiastical matters similar to many predecessors who had shown themselves toward the Apostolic See, among whom he explicitly names John Chrysostom, Atticus, Proclus, and Flavian. He further praises him for correcting certain wrongdoings in the clergy offices, restoring the priest Aetius to favor and affection, and removing Andrew from the role of archdeacon. Nevertheless, wishing to show some leniency to those who were once influenced by the Nestorian and Eutychian heresies and had opposed Flavian, he instructs Anatolius to grant them pardon if they renounce these doctrines and show signs of correction. He states, "Certainly Andrew, who was justly removed from the position of archdeacon, and Euphrates, who I have learned was an unscrupulous accuser of Flavian of holy memory, should be forgiven upon their correction if they fully denounce the abominable doctrines of the Eutychians and Nestorians in their written professions, and you will ordain them as priests." A little further on, speaking about others tainted with the same error, he adds, "If they seek forgiveness with similar professions and satisfaction, they should be reinstated to their ranks, but only those proven to be free from all error should be admitted to leadership positions." Also, maintaining the dignity of papal authority, he moves on to discuss the interruption of correspondence, which had been broken due to ambition, when he completely annulled and abolished the praised Canon 28 by the authority of St. Peter. He desires greater sincerity from Anatolius in acknowledging the fault and more effectiveness in rejecting it, openly stating that this fault should not be attributed solely to the advice of the clergy of Constantinople, noting that it couldn't have been attempted without your consent. For just as one errs in giving bad advice, so too does one err in making a bad confession. He then adds that he appreciates it when it displeases him, as it could no longer be pleasing. With this persuasion, he promises him former favor, especially with the support of the Christian prince's testimony. The Holy Pontiff also aligns with himself in another letter written the same day to Emperor Marcian, explicitly affirming that he has received Anatolius into his favor, because it pleases me in all things to obey your clemency. Furthermore, he adds, he should present himself as lovable and faithful, and from the love I pledge to him, he should not be separated by any future changes. He should join in sincere affection with those we've recognized as defenders of the Catholic faith. Meanwhile, for the greater good and peace of the Church of Constantinople, he requests that the emperor ensure the monk Carausus, who is too unskilled and too perverse, and who, as I've learned, has poisoned the hearts of many, should no longer benefit from your piety. He was too boldly trying to revive the extinguished efforts of heretics by defending Eutychian treachery and violating synodal authority. The Holy Pope's plea was indeed neither useless nor without the desired effect. In the year 456, on February 11, he expressed gratitude to Emperor Marcian for expelling Carausius and his associate Dorotheus, who supported errors condemned by heretical wickedness, from their old monasteries, ordering them to live where they could not cause harm. I hope this will be a remedy for many whom you have freed from perverse teachers. But St. Peter believed, based on a report from Julian of Corinth, that Carausius had finally expelled the poison of heresy through a sincere confession of faith. However, it was indicated in the same letter to us that he was still deprived of church communion due to certain disagreements with Anatolius. I don't think it's our purpose to investigate or report the origin of these disagreements, as we only aim to conclude them in the exercises on the works of St. Leo, which we recognize to pertain to the Eutychian heresy and its history. Indeed, I would suffer the greatest injustice if anyone, focusing on this method of my writing, wished to blame me for entirely omitting to recount the grave disaster inflicted on the Western Roman Empire, due to which the city itself was captured, burned, and plundered by the Vandals. This disaster brought such deep sadness and grief to the soul of the holy bishop that he couldn't focus on the affairs of the East at that time. In fact, as even Cannell testifies, he stopped all correspondence and dedicated himself entirely to repairing the destruction of the city and the churches. He spent almost an entire year addressing the needs of his stricken homeland. However, St. Leo doesn't mention this disaster brought upon the city by the Vandals in his letters. He only briefly described it in his sermons to the Roman people. Nevertheless, he had feared it and, with a prophetic spirit, predicted it 5 years earlier, as noted in his letters to Emperor Marcian and Empress Pulcheria, when he was invited to attend the Council of Chalcedon. But it wasn't just the plundering of the city by the barbarians that troubled the bishop's mind. His grief was compounded by the death of Emperor Marcian, an excellent prince who, as long as he lived, relied completely on the recommendations, advice, and suggestions of the holy bishop, never straying from his guidance. Marcian passed away after ruling for 6 years and about the same number of months, with 2 or 3 extra days. Leo succeeded him in the empire by a unanimous decision of the Senate. However, Marcian's death gave the Eutychians in Egypt and others hiding in the eastern provinces a chance to attack Catholic bishops and boldly argue that the Acts of Chalcedon should be reconsidered and a new council held to discuss matters of faith. The Alexandrians became particularly bold, continuing to adhere to Dioscorus even after his death, and especially despised the holy Catholic bishop Proterius, who was adorned with every kind of virtue. They didn't hesitate to attack him, bringing murder upon the same sacrilegious person and causing great unrest throughout Egypt and even in the Church of Constantinople. They believed they could achieve their goals if they gained support from the new emperor and his ministers. However, they were misled by their false hope. When Leo received the news that Leo the Tribune had been chosen for the Eastern Empire, he congratulated him in his letters and included his own requests. He asked him to protect the Catholic faith, ensuring that the Church of Alexandria, especially troubled and attacked by heretics, would not face complete destruction. He mentioned that this task, suited to his virtues and glory, would have a swift outcome pleasing to God if he did not allow the Holy Council of Chalcedon, based on the incarnation of the Lord Christ, to be attacked by any reconsideration. Emperor Leo was aware of the Eutychians' efforts. After Marcian's death, they had tried various schemes to persuade the new emperor to abolish the Council of Chalcedon. Leo had rendered these attempts completely ineffective with his wisdom and religious conviction, even before being asked by the Holy Pontiff. St. Leo learned of this through many reports. Therefore, he now urges him to remain steadfast and persist even more firmly, adding, "What you chose to deny them voluntarily, it is glorious for you to grant and provide unwaveringly and perpetually to the universal Church, with me supplicating, so that what has been upheld for ages with one faith and understanding according to the gospel of Christ and apostolic truth, can no longer be undermined by any further actions." This letter concludes by suggesting to the emperor the need to restore peace to the Alexandrian Church. It advises ordering the bishop to appoint, through Catholic priests, someone whose actions and faith are beyond reproach. St. Peter clearly indicates that the previous letter was written to the new emperor at the urging of Anatolius, the bishop of Constantinople, in response to Anatolius himself. Anatolius had provided a detailed account of the events in Alexandria that disgraced the Christian religion, and the wicked Eutychians' attempts to overturn the decrees of the Council of Chalcedon, which were strongly opposed by the emperor himself. St. Peter praises Anatolius for his dedication to the welfare of the churches, urging that imperial aid be sought through pontifical prayers to apply necessary remedies for healing wounds and countering the heretics' boldness. He also informs him of the letters already sent to the emperor for this purpose. Finally, he encourages Anatolius to earnestly petition the most faithful emperor to uphold the decrees of the Council of Chalcedon without any retraction. To understand the causes and authors of these disturbances, we must discuss the Eutychian history and explain St. Leo's apostolic concern in these matters. Liberatus the deacon described the events, saying that after the Council of Chalcedon, Dioscorus was exiled to the city of Gangra. The Alexandrian bishops and clerics, under the authority of the Council of Chalcedon and the imperial command of Marcian, were instructed to choose a new bishop, as noted in the Acts of Chalcedon. According to Liberatus, the nobles gathered to select someone worthy of the pontificate in both life and word. After much debate, the citizens were reluctant to appoint anyone because they didn't want to appear adulterous, as Dioscorus was still alive. Eventually, everyone agreed on Proterius, whom Dioscorus had entrusted with the church by making him archpriest. The election and ordination of Proterius as Bishop of Alexandria led to a significant schism. The leaders hid their secret plans under a guise of false appearances until the reign of Marcian ended. When he died, the Egyptians believed the faith could be easily overthrown, leading to an uprising that had been brewing in their hearts for a long time. Timothy Elurus and Peter Magus, both deacons ordained by Dioscorus, began to win over people eager for change. They rallied crowds of heretics who followed Dioscorus and recruited 2 bishops already stripped of their priesthood for open heresy. Timothy Elurus, the leader of the uprising, was ordained as bishop, seized Proterius's seat, and expelled the legitimate pastor. Proterius, hoping to escape the Eutychians' fury, retreated into the baptistry. Timothy's followers did not hesitate to invade that place, killing Proterius, dragging his body through the streets with a hook, mutilating it, discarding it, burning his remains, and scattering his ashes to the winds. The deacon Liberatus recounts the whole story in chapter 15, adding that from this Timothy onward, there were 2 bishops in Alexandria. Consequently, the people and clergy were divided into 2 opposing factions, some defending the Council of Chalcedon, while others urged Emperor Leo I more vehemently to abolish the Chalcedonian synod. The emperor, as noted by Liberatus, read and considered petitions from both sides. He found it too burdensome to convene a new council, as the Eutychians requested, because priests who were old, infirm, or poor found it impossible to undertake such a journey. He wrote to the bishops of each city about 2 main issues, the ordination of Timothy Elurus and the requests made to abolish the Council of Chalcedon. By divine arrangement, all the bishops who had gathered at the Council of Chalcedon responded immediately and without hesitation. They insisted that the Council of Chalcedon should be defended, even to the point of shedding blood, because it upheld the same faith established by the Council of Nicaea. Regarding Timothy, they wrote that he should not only be removed from the ranks of bishops but also stripped of the Christian title. However, I'm not sure why Liberatus, while faithfully describing these events, completely omitted what St. Leo did to uphold the Chalcedonian decrees, remove Timothy Elurus from the Alexandrian See, and end the dire schism that was harming the Church and threatening the Catholic faith. Surely, the actions of our pontiff could not have been unknown to Liberatus. During this time, while the Alexandrian Church was being shaken by heresy and sedition, St. Leo the Pontiff worked tirelessly to strengthen the steadfastness of the Catholics. He sent new letters to Julian, Bishop of Corinth, Basil, newly appointed to the bishopric of Antioch, Eutychius of Thessalonica, Juvenal of Jerusalem, and all the metropolitans of the Eastern churches. He urged everyone to oppose the schemes of the wicked with holy and vigorous resolve, ensuring that our common faith would not falter or become lukewarm in anyone. He confidently persuaded them that if the bishops remained steadfast in upholding the definitions of the Council of Chalcedon, then the most clement and most Christian prince would support his judgment. What the prince had already willingly done, he would accomplish even more when asked, ensuring that well-concluded and settled matters would not be undone by any new developments. Neither the zeal to protect the Catholic faith nor the effort to completely eliminate the troubles oppressing the Church of Alexandria prompted the Pope to write encyclical letters and ask the emperor to disregard the wicked demands of the Eutychians. Additionally, he urged Julian of Corinth and the priest Aetius to swiftly deliver the Pope's writings to each of the metropolitan bishops, so they could resist new ideas with all their might. He then expressed his amazement at the audacity of certain critics who, in searching for flaws, accused the Pope's letter to Flavianus, accepted by everyone as the rule of faith, of being unclear in meaning or ambiguous in language, as if the assertions in the letter were not based on the gospel and apostolic doctrine. "I am truly surprised," he said, "that anything in my letter, which pleased the whole world, seems unclear to these slanderers, and that they think it needs further explanation. The proclamation's assertion is so complete and solid that it introduces neither novel ideas in meaning nor in language, Everything we wrote at that time is proven to have been taken from the gospel and apostolic doctrine. To refute these slanderers and clearly prove that there was no room for the new interpretations the Eutychians were requesting, which aimed at undermining the authority of the Council of Chalcedon, he sent his vicar Aetius copies of the letters from the bishops of Gaul and Italy, showing that all the Western bishops, 537 in total, professed the same doctrine with utmost agreement. We also sent copies of the letters that the bishops of Gaul and Italy sent to us with united faith, so it would be clear how their faith is one with ours. These matters were indeed worthy of at least being lightly mentioned by Liberatus the deacon in his writing of the history of the Eutychians. Just as he could barely hide what St. Leo had done to abolish the robber council of Ephesus and to curb and condemn the impiety of Dioscorus and Eutychius, he also detailed his efforts to strengthen the Catholic faith at the Ecumenical Council of Chalcedon. Similarly, it was necessary to briefly describe the significant actions of our St. Peter, both to uphold the decrees of that council, and to address the serious troubles that, after the death of Marcion, the wicked schemes of the Eutychians caused in Alexandria, Egypt, and even the Church of Constantinople, leading to the destruction of the Catholic faith. Now, let's forgive Liberatus, the deacon of Carthage, who, even though he had the breviary in writing about the Nestorian and Eutychian heresies, the Acts of Synods, and the letters of the Holy Fathers, as he mentions in the preface of his work, he did not maintain complete diligence. In this matter, he was more focused on describing the serious schism of the Alexandrians than on highlighting the zeal and serious efforts of the Apostolic Roman See to suppress and repair it. However, Liberatus could not ignore what St. Leo had done, both before and after the death of Proterius, to thwart the wicked tactics of the Alexandrians and to bring their church to perfect tranquility and peace. Upon receiving letters from Proterius about his ordination, he quickly wrote back, beginning with words of congratulations, saying, "The letters of your affection have gladdened me, which our brother and co-bishop Nestorius, Bede has Nectarius, adopted with pious affection. It was fitting that such writings should be sent from the bishop of the Alexandrian Church to the Apostolic See, showing that from the beginning they had learned from the teaching of the most blessed Peter the Apostle through his disciple the blessed Mark, that the Egyptians were known to have believed as the Romans did." Then, in the same letter, he elaborated on his teaching. He defended the content directed at Flavian against the accusations of heretics, hoping it would be read in a large gathering to inform the Alexandrians about his teachings. Finally, he ordered that the testimonies of the Fathers be publicly compared with his letter to make it clear that he condemned both Nestorius and Eutychius. Therefore, as we've already noted in these exercises, the Roman pontiff always had a special concern for the Alexandrian Church, which grew even more significant as the needs became more pressing. The Roman pontiff had to address them.
Chapter 12 and final.
St. Leo dedicated his entire life to upholding the decrees of the Council of Chalcedon, restoring the Church of Alexandria, and eliminating the Eutychian heretics. It's hard to put into words the dedication of St. Pope Leo in repairing the Church of Alexandria, but his actions following the death of Proterius make it clear. Beyond the moments we've already mentioned to illustrate this, there are other facts showing that St. Leo spent his remaining days deflecting, containing, and crushing all Eutychian efforts and schemes. He defended the Council of Chalcedon, upheld the Catholic faith, and alleviated the suffering of Orthodox bishops who were oppressed and exiled by the rebellious faction. We learn this mainly from the third letter he wrote to Emperor Leo, where he first congratulates him for supporting the Council of Chalcedon. Then, addressing the persistent and insidious conflicts of the heretics, he requests that, for the safety and well-being of the Christian state and the empire, imperial power be used to restrain them. Their stubborn and insidious conflict, he says, will immediately cease if it is curbed by imperial power. The words of a subsequent letter to the Catholic bishops of Egypt show that the Holy Pontiff advised the emperor to exile the Alexandrian heretics and impose other penalties on them. These bishops, after Timotheus Ilurus was ordained, left their positions and went to Constantinople seeking comfort and support. The pontiff consoles these exiles for their faith and encourages them to patiently endure adversity for the mystery of the Incarnation, believing that through your patience, he says, the devotion of many will be strengthened, and with the glory of the venerable prince, the Alexandrian Church, once the heretics are expelled, will regain its ancient dignity. The Pope's intentions weren't fully realized, possibly due to the emperor's excessive leniency or Anatolius's neglect. This led to some clerics in Constantinople siding with the Alexandrian bandits and adopting the doctrines of Eutychius, showing great contempt and disrespect towards the decrees of Chalcedon. When the Holy Pope learned of this, he took up his pen and first wrote to Anatolius of Constantinople, urging him to be vigilant against the heretics' efforts. He pointed out that some among those close to him might be ignoring the corruption of their opponents, allowing vessels of wrath to mix with vessels of mercy. Then, he pressed Anatolius to diligently investigate and strictly curb the heretics, ensuring that those who couldn't be corrected should not be spared from being cut off. Finally, he reminded him of the gospel commandment: if our eye, foot, or right hand causes scandal, it should be removed from the body, as it's better to live without these parts in the church than to go with them into eternal punishment. The Pope sought to press Anatolius more firmly and awaken his vigilance with another letter written to him shortly after. Though the exact time of this letter is unclear as it lacks a consular date, it is among the 126th letters of Leo. At that time, the Holy Pope had recently received a letter from Anatolius describing the lamentable state of the Alexandrian Church, though the dreadful acts could not be fully explained on the pages of the letters. He asserted that he had learned this with great sorrow. However, due to the great distance and the power of the Eutychians, Leo was unable to curb their unchecked arrogance, as they had no fear of ecclesiastical laws and penalties. Therefore, he suggested to Anatolius to continually petition the emperor and repeatedly request that the Alexandrian Church be freed from its usurpers as soon as possible. He further states that he found some reassurance in the report he received. Among all the bishops overseeing the Egyptian dioceses, only 4 were found who had long been condemned and adjoined Timothy in heretical impiety and the crime of robbery. These individuals could not be allowed to seek a counsel, even if they were accused of just a single heretical error. He mentioned that he praised the Catholic bishops from Egypt who had fled to Constantinople to the emperor, so they might receive assistance. Then, he focused on Anatolius and strongly criticized him for not restraining the stubbornness of Atticus, the presbyter of Constantinople, who boldly disputed in the church against the Catholic faith and the Council of Chalcedon. "I am compelled," he said, "to complain more vehemently about your negligence." He threatened to use his authority to cut off Atticus and Andrew, his partner in impiety, from communion if they refused. "We would prefer to correct him if possible, rather than let him perish." From what follows, we understand the kind of corrective measures he suggests. Leo wants him to clearly present himself as a preacher of the faith from the place where he spoke much against the Catholic faith, ensuring he does not omit anything of the Eutychian doctrine that he does not condemn, by professing his beliefs with the Christian people listening. However, it is clear from these complaints that this type of rebuke greatly displeased Anatolius, as if he did not care for his church's affairs and was ignoring issues detrimental to the Catholic faith in the Church of Constantinople. Nonetheless, Leo received Anatolius's complaints with moderation. He mentioned delegating someone to investigate whether the rumors concerning Atticus were true. "I have not in any way," he adds, "injured your honor. I have entrusted the examination of what was reported to me to you." Finally, to clear any doubts that Atticus was being wrongly accused of broken faith, he is advised and instructed to publicly denounce the error of Eutychius, not just verbally but also by signing his name. This should happen in front of the Christian congregation during a church gathering, where he is to declare his commitment to the decrees of the Council of Chalcedon, confirmed by the authority of the Apostolic See. This controversy involving the priest Atticus wasn't new. The Holy Pope had already written to the emperor in Constantinople, pointing out that there were clergy of uncertain faith in the church. He had requested Anatolius to expel them. The Pope accused him of being too lenient with those who held heretical opinions and expressed them openly. Therefore, he urged the emperor to take action to ensure justice, so that the purity of the Church of Constantinople would remain untarnished. Certain clerics were found to align with heretical views, supporting heretics within the core of the Catholic community. If my brother Anatolius was found to be too lenient while sparing them, the Pope asked the emperor to provide a solution for the Church by removing such individuals not only from clerical orders but also from residing in the city. This was to ensure that the holy people of God were no longer influenced by these corrupt individuals. The emperor agreed with Leo's requests and urged Atticus to write to the Roman Pope about his faith, removing any suspicion regarding his doctrine with a clear statement. Atticus complied superficially with the emperor's orders. He sent a confession of faith to Rome, but it was obscure and filled with ambiguous language. When the Holy Pope examined this profession of faith, carefully considering the meaning of the words, he found it so uncertain that it confirmed rather than dispelled the rumors about Atticus. If Atticus wanted to prove his sincerity, he should have confessed not merely that Eutychius was odious to him, but that he outright rejected and condemned Eutychius' treachery. Atticus cleverly declared Eutychius hateful, even calling him accursed, yet he didn't reject his corrupt teachings. So, the Holy Pope, aiming to outwit this deception, insisted he make a clear profession of faith to eliminate any doubt. Otherwise, he ordered that both he and Andrew, his partner in the same crime, be removed from their clerical positions in all honor. Atticus and Andrew, whom I mentioned in letters to my brother and co-bishop Anatolius, were found to disagree with your commendable faith. They wrote to the priests, deacons, and clerics of the Church of Constantinople, openly aligning with the faithless Eutychians, unless they first condemn these hostile doctrines personally and sign their rejection, and publicly profess the faith confirmed by the Council of Chalcedon in the Church, in front of the Christian people. They should be stripped of their clerical honor. We haven't discovered the final outcome of Atticus and Andrew's case from St. Leo or any other Christian records, but there's no doubt that either they complied with all the conditions and abandoned their treachery, or they were removed from the Catholic community and stripped of clerical honor, as the Most Holy Pope never wavered in his decisions. Now, let's see what happened with the Eutychians looting the Church of Alexandria, where the Holy Pope, through frequent letters, sought the emperor's help to expel Timothy Ilurus, the usurper of that seat, and appoint another bishop who would profess the Catholic faith. There's no doubt that Emperor Leo provided his support and authority to bring matters to a successful conclusion. However, it wasn't easy to completely guard against all the schemes of the Eutychians, who argued that a new council was necessary to resolve the issues of the Church and the Empire. Their hopes were dashed by repeated letters from St. Peter. With that hope cut off, they at least requested a public debate with those whom St. Leo favored. This final request from the Eutychians seemed reasonable to those unaware of their deceitful tactics, especially since it was accompanied by rumors suggesting they sincerely wished to learn the truth of the faith and were open to changing their views if proven wrong. Through court officials, the Eutychians approached the emperor to convince him about this discussion. Influenced by the advice of others, he wrote to St. Leo, affirming that it was pointless to request a council since the controversy had already been settled by the Council of Chalcedon, because perfection does not allow for growth or additions to what is already complete. St. Leo included these words in his letter, praising the emperor's stance. With his usual kindness and promptness, St. Leo immediately responded to the imperial letters, expressing his joy and congratulating the emperor. "I recognize that the excellent faith of your clemency is increasing." He proclaimed the solidity of the faith built upon the most firm rock, asserting that all varieties of opinions should be kept far away, so that we are not found ungrateful for the gifts of divine mercy and don't act as if we expect contrary things, ignoring what we have already received. "For," he added, "what else is it to seek what has been revealed, to reconsider what has been perfected, and to overturn what has been defined, than to fail in gratitude for what has been received and to extend the deadly desires of forbidden appetites to the fruit of the forbidden tree?" Furthermore, he stated that he did not want to have communion with heretics, who boast about the cleverness of their arguments to contradict the gospel of Christ. Confident in the emperor's compassion, he promises to send envoys, not to debate with the Eutychians, but to instruct them. Regarding the decisions made at Nicaea and Chalcedon, as it pleased God, we dare not engage in any discussion. Towards the end of the letter, he entrusts the struggling Alexandrian church to the same person. After expelling the murderers from the city, it might finally achieve freedom. The praised letter of St. Leo was written in March, during the consulship of Leo and Majorian, which is the year 458. However, he did not immediately send the promised envoys. From a later letter, written on the 16th day before the calends of September of the same year, we learn that he decided to dispatch the bishops Domitian and Geminian. Acting on behalf of the Pope, they would seek peace for the Church, without reopening well-defined matters for debate. He adds that any discussion should be completely avoided when addressing matters of faith. He cites the example of Christ, who entrusted the teaching of the gospel to all nations, not to orators and philosophers, but to fishermen and humble men. The Eutychians opposed this example, striving to debate the doctrine defined in the synod. Leo persistently urged the emperor to listen favorably to the envoys, who were sent not to debate with the condemned, but to advocate solely for the firmness of the Catholic faith. He insisted on not granting any human pardon to the Alexandrian murderers, who were utterly undeserving of indulgence. Only he who can rightfully punish such acts and who alone can forgive with ineffable mercy should be implored. As for the Eutychians following Timothy Ilurus, he orders that a different ecclesiastical practice be maintained. Namely, repentance should not be denied to those who have corrected themselves, but the obstinate should remain under synodal judgment. During this mission, he penned another letter to the same emperor, which is numbered 134 in Quesnellus, though in older editions, it is listed as 97. This letter, as Quesnellus noted, offers a more detailed and thorough discussion of the mystery of the Incarnation. It includes numerous extensive testimonies from the Holy Fathers, demonstrating that the error of Eutychius had long been condemned. At the end of this letter, it reminds the emperor that nothing is more suitable for the power of the empire than ensuring the peace of the Lord's churches through your rulings, defending God's gifts among all your subjects, and not allowing the devil's ministers to harm anyone through envy. What Leo long desired, he finally achieved. The emperor, having listened to the suggestions of the papal envoys and reflecting on what the Holy Pontiff had written to him in various letters, wisely decided not to tolerate the grave dissension of the Alexandrians any longer or to allow the impious Timothy to occupy the seat he had seized. He combined his power with the authority of the bishops by ordering the already condemned Timothy to leave the episcopate. How these events actually unfolded is not clearly revealed in the remaining records. Quesnellus, who consistently adhered to his own system, imagines that a council of bishops was held in Constantinople, possibly due to the death of Anatolius and the election of a new bishop of Constantinople. With the presence of the papal legates, Domitian and Geminian, all the letters of the metropolitans with the bishop's endorsement sent to Augustus were read out, including the reading of St. Leo's letter 134 to the emperor with the attached testimonies of the Holy Fathers. Timothy himself was condemned with the agreement of those present and absent. Regarding this judgment against Timothy, the same Quesnellus mentions it in the letter from St. Leo to Gennadius, successor of Anatolius. Constrained by the decisions of all the Lord's priests, he says. Once again, the Holy Pontiff, eager to express the joy of the universal Church over the removal of the wicked Timothy from the Alexandrian seat, writes to the emperor, "Your kindness should know that all the churches of God rejoice in your praise and are glad that the wicked murderer has been removed from the burden of the Alexandrian Church. I must say that all the bishops rejected Timothy Elura's intrusion into the Alexandrian bishopric, avoiding him as a murderer and heretic, and expressed their sorrow over the downfall of the Alexandrian Church in numerous letters recorded in the encyclical code, which we have already mentioned." So, is it just a guess that a meeting was held in Constantinople to issue a canonical sentence? Wasn't this canonical sentence issued by St. Leo the Great, who, even before sending envoys, repeatedly asked the emperor to expel the invader Timothy and for a new Catholic bishop to be chosen by the Alexandrians? Therefore, it shouldn't be said that Timothy Elurus was rightfully condemned and expelled because all the bishops, both absent and present in Constantinople, wanted and supported his deposition. Indeed, the praised words only indicate this: compelled by the judgment of all the Lord's priests, but considering the seriousness of the crimes, all the bishops unanimously urged that the sentence of deposition issued against Timothy Elurus by St. Leo be carried out without delay. Nonetheless, Timothy, expelled from the Alexandrian throne, did not lose all hope. He flattered himself that he could regain it, and using his usual tricks, obtained pardon from the emperor, came to Constantinople, and associated with the Catholics as if he were innocent. Prompted by Gennadius, the new bishop of Constantinople, and having received accounts from our fellow bishops Domitian and Geminus, who traveled from the east to Rome, St. Leo responds to Gennadius. He strongly criticizes the bishop, arguing that he is not only unworthy of his position but also should be avoided due to the murder and sacrilege he is guilty of. Therefore, he instructs Gennadius to exclude him from both the Church's public assembly and the community of the faithful. Your commitment should be to ensure that no private or public conversations occur with such a wicked man, nor should any pretense be used to gather people under the guise of correction. This is to prevent him from regaining full freedom, as the most Christian prince has already made his judgment clear in his decrees. Finally, 2 months later, 2 envoys from the Alexandrian Church arrived, namely Daniel the priest and Timothy the deacon, bringing letters from the newly consecrated bishop of Alexandria. The people and clergy of Alexandria, by common agreement, declared and ordained Timothy Salaphatialis as bishop. Overjoyed by this news, St. Leo immediately writes 3 letters on the same day, one to the newly elected bishop, congratulating him and urging him to bring back to God, through the Church's prayers, those who had somewhat resisted the truth. He wrote a second letter to the priests and deacons of the Alexandrian Church, congratulating them for maintaining the unity of spirit in the bond of peace, and removing the discord that was devastating the Lord's vineyard, as the prophetic psalm sings. He also encourages them to work for the repentance of Christians of every order, so that, having especially rejected Eutychian impiety, they might more easily reach the remedies of satisfaction. Finally, he wrote a third letter to 10 bishops of Egypt, which was only slightly different from the previous one. In this letter, he expressed his joy about the ordination of a bishop who would not be influenced by ambition, driven by rebellion, or tempted by injustice. Instead, with the sanctity of his merits as a foundation, this bishop would confidently lead the community according to their wishes. These events align remarkably well with what Liber II the deacon recorded in his breviary. He describes how peace was restored to the Church of Alexandria, narrating that Emperor Leo instructed the Duke of Alexandria, Stylus, to remove Timothy from his position as bishop by any means necessary. He was to install another bishop, chosen by the people, who would uphold the decisions of the Council of Chalcedon. Speaking of the newly elected bishop of Alexandria, Timothy, surnamed Salaphatialis or Aspis, He notes that this man lived peacefully without causing unrest in the Church of Alexandria during the reigns of Leo and Zeno, until Basiliscus seized power, forcing Zeno to flee to Isauria. However, they could not expect any support from Basiliscus, who had long secretly supported Timothy Alouros and the Eutychians. It is no surprise then, that once he gained power tyrannically, he issued a decree to the whole world, which he called an encyclical against the Council of Chalcedon, reinstating Timothy Alouros to his bishopric, while Timothy the Catholic hid in the fortress of Canopus and in a monastery. Pope Leo did not witness this new destruction of the Catholic religion, as he had passed away many years earlier. According to the tables of the learned Dionysius Petavius, Basiliscus seized power in 476, by which time Pope Simplicius had already begun leading the Church, and Pope Leo had passed away in 461. The struggles St. Leo faced for the Church and Christ, along with the fierce battles he waged against the enemies of faith, triumphing over heresies with his writings and words, are clearly evident from what is outlined in our historical accounts. It's easy to see how prudently he governed the Church, defending the rights of his apostolic seat with steadfastness, always maintaining and preserving the majesty of his office. He was never swayed or diverted, despite the upheavals of dissenting churches, the ambitions of Eastern bishops, and the schemes of heretics. He bravely resisted the rulers' requests that went against the canons of Nicaea and the laws of justice. He overturned and reviewed synods and their decrees whenever they didn't align with divine and apostolic principles. He enacted very beneficial laws to restore and uphold the strength of ecclesiastical discipline. He prohibited granting indulgence to the fallen unless they had sincerely renounced their past stubbornness with true repentance. He did not wish to grant relaxations of canonical penalties unless a case of public benefit and perfect harmony demanded it. He was undoubtedly magnificent, glorious, and truly admirable in managing the affairs of the Church. This was especially true because, after reaching the highest pontificate, the Church was defiled by 4 dreadful heresies. The entire East was disturbed for 12 years, with the pillars of the Church overthrown or wavering. Yet, he did not leave this world until peace was achieved everywhere and the tumult of heretics was silenced on all sides.